Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I am the chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 3 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I would take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, we have a contested fact finding hearing on organic wellness, license number 117371. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case for organic wellness, please? I believe it's, yes.
Sure. Tammy Nguyen, your access has been elevated. Josh Genderson, your access has been elevated. Rick Genderson, your access has been elevated. And Claude Bailey, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if, well, okay, I need to get some. All right, well, I'll have the parties to make sure that I'm, okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. If you have a camera, and I think we also need to, Mr. Gordy and Mr. Peru?
Jason Peru, your access
yes.
has been elevated, and I'm communicating with Mr. Gordy right now.
Mr. Bailey, do you have a camera, sir?
Yes, I do, and it trying to get it to work. There we go. Okay. Let's see, I do have a camera. I seem to have.
I think we're getting closer. So I believe that your camera is on, but I'm not sure if you're in front of the camera, sir.
No, I am. I'm looking right at it.
Well, I'm seeing a background which appears that there's supposed to be an individual there before something changed.
Hey, Claude.
So, yes.
If you go to where it says stop video and there's like the down arrow.
Yes.
And click on that.
Okay.
And then it probably will give you like some options. It'll say surface camera or snap. It'll give you some.
Let me see if that works. There we go.
That's better.
There you go.
All right.
There we go.
What about Mr. Granderson? And I mean, I prefer if there are no camera, if you don't have a camera, fine. But since I've not, Josh.
Yeah. There's two Gendersons here, and I'm not sure. Rick is my looks like my younger brother, but my father. And see if he can figure out the same way to get on video, and if not, we'll.
All right, this is fine. All right.
Yeah, we can begin.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I will have the parties introduce themselves for the record, and I'll start with you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Claude Bailey. I represent Holistic Remedies and Organic Wellness in this matter.
We're calling the case a separate, Mr. Bailey. So this case is specifically regarding organic wellness.
Organic wellness. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, as it relates to organic wellness, I represent Organic Wellness, and here are the principals from Organic Wellness. Mr. Genderson, Mr. Josh Genderson, and Mr. Rick Genderson, and they would like the opportunity to kind of bring the board up to date on where they are on this particular cultivation center and the license, because obviously, there hasn't been any communication. You all don't know, which is why we're having this hearing about what's going on. So I think Mr. Rick Genderson is going to make a presentation. It'll be via PowerPoint. So we would like permission to use the PowerPoint and share the screen to kind of lay it out for you.
Well, that's fine. All right. Is Miss Wynn, is she here for Organic Wellness?
Yes, she's here for both, and she's gonna be the one to. She's the technical person who's gonna put everything up on the screen for you.
All right. So what I want everyone to do, we have a court reporter, so I'm asking everyone, when you introduce yourself, please spell your name for the record. So spell your name, please, Mr. Bailey, for the record.
Sure. Claude, Claude, last name Bailey, Bailey.
Good morning. And Mr. Josh Genderson, can you identify yourself for the record?
Josh Genderson, Genderson, and I represent both companies.
Well, no, this is strictly against regarding organic wellness. I mean, we're doing a hearing and we have a court reporter, so we're going to have a transcript. So I need to keep them separate.
Got understood.
So you're here for organic wellness.
Yeah, Josh Genderson representing Organic Wellness.
All right, and we have Rick Genderson. Can Mr. Genderson identify himself for the record, please?
Hi, Rick Genderson, Genderson, representing Organic Wellness.
All right, can you please spell your name for the record, sir, and maybe turn your volume up a little bit if you are able to do so.
It's Rick, Rick. Last name is Genderson, Genderson.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Wynn. Can you please identify yourself for the record by also spelling your name too?
Good morning, Tammy Nguyen, spelled TammyNguyen, and I am present on behalf of Organic Wellness.
Good morning. Mr. Gordy, identify yourself for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Sean Gordy, Licensing Division Manager for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. Last name spelled Gordy.
Good morning, Mr. Gordy. Mr. Peru, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Morning, sir. Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru in the Enforcement Division, JASON PERU.
All right. Good morning again. Good morning again, everyone. As I stated, we have a contested fact-finding hearing because we're trying to ascertain what is going on with this license. It's my understanding the letter dated January 25th, 2023. ABRA's licensing manager indicated that additional safekeeping period was approved until April 23rd, 2023 for organic wellness. The approval was based on the understanding that construction renovations are expected to be completed by May 1st, 2023. A separate request to remove the license from safekeeping would be filed, and additional inspections by MPD and ABCA would be completed conducted prior to reopening. The record doesn't, so we're just trying to find out what has occurred since May 1st, 2023, since we have had no information. And so I just want, are you still there, Mr. Gordy?
Yes, I am.
And what I'm going to do, normally in fact I'm in here and we do not swear witnesses in, but because this is under our rules and regulation, it's a contested fact-finding hearing, so therefore I need to swear the witnesses in. All right, so Mr. Gordy, can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear from tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You need to take yourself off. You need to unmute yourself, sir. You swear or from tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gordy, can you please identify yourself for the record and your relationship with the agency?
Sure. My name is Sean Gordy. I am the licensing manager for the Alcoholic Beverage and Regulation. I'm sorry, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
All right, good morning, sir. And Mr. Gordy, can you tell us, as far as organic wellness is concerned, what is it that you have within your records regarding the status of this licensor?
Our records indicate that initially in October of 2022, Organic Wellness reached out to the agency seeking guidance on suspending operations at a facility that houses Organic Wellness as well as Holistic Remedies. To our understanding, there was a fire at that location, which rendered both operations inoperable, until which time they can renovate and or move. Ultimately, a letter was submitted.
Sorry, we're talking about, please just speak about organic
Wellness, right. Ultimately, a letter was submitted to the agency at our guidance to place the license into safekeeping, in which time we submitted it on the board's agenda to request safekeeping for the licensee, which was ultimately approved. And referencing the letter that you read from January, that approval was granted, and then ultimately safekeeping was approved through the spring of 2023. Since then, we had not heard from the entity as to the progress of its operations, and then also pursuant to removing the license from safekeeping with regard to next steps, and then reopening for business.
So the safekeeping request that expired April 23rd, 2023. So as far as the agency is concerned, what is the status of the license then?
As far as the agency is concerned, the license is still in safekeeping. We haven't sought any additional movement. We have sought the fact that we had not heard from the licensee, and so we were seeking what the status was of the license in terms of removing it from safekeeping and the progress of moving forward with reopening for operations. And the agency had not heard anything from the entity after reaching out several times.
And I guess Mr. Do me a favor, please. Once you stop speaking, mute your line, and then once you're about to speak, unmute yourself because of a feedback. So I guess I'm just trying to get some clarification. Can this license remain in safekeeping without any action? Or because it's my understanding that the safekeeping request expired April 23rd. So what was supposed to have occurred after April 23rd regarding this license? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, typically what we do, Mr. Chair, is we will reach out to the licensee to seek an extension of safekeeping or cancellation of safekeeping or what have you. Because of the fact we had not heard anything as we reached out, we just stopped shy of moving to administratively cancel the license by virtue of the fact that we had not had a response from the licensee. Ordinarily, we would move to place the item back on the board's agenda as a cancellation item to actually cancel the license.
All right, thank you. I was told that Mr. Gordy had some time constraints. Mr. Bailey, do you have any questions that you wish to ask Mr. Gordy? Because I believe he has some, you're on mute, Mr. Bailey, if you're on mute, sir.
No, Mr. Chairman, I think at this point, I think we just would like to kind of explain to the board where we are.
All right.
With the hopes of maybe continuing the safekeeping process after you hear the facts that they've been presented.
Okay, that's fine, sir. All right, so Mr. Bailey, tell me, how is it that your client wishes to respond to?
I will let Mr. Genderson address that.
Which one, sir?
Mr. Josh Genderson. I will let Mr. Josh Genderson address that question.
All right, Mr. Josh Genderson, can you provide, and I guess I'm going to swear you into this. Can you raise your right hand, please, sir? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
So, I think maybe the first question I'd have or miscommunication that's taken place is we're unaware that anybody reached out, and I do know we have not reached out proactively. But Mr. Gordy, I don't know if they reached out to us or if you know who. But that threw me for a little bit of a loop. So outside of that, though, I can give a little bit of a rundown. And per usual, Mr. Gordy got it right. We had a fire in January of 2019, and the fire rendered holistic remedies, which I know we're not talking about currently, but holistic remedies was on the first floor of the building, and that was rendered, unusable. The top floor we did keep in production for a couple of years, until such time that we were able to start spending money redoing the downstairs. And so basically from 2019 in January, when we had the fire, all the way through, somewhere in 2021, probably around May 21st, 2021, we were issued our permit. So we had a dispute about a GAR, green zone issue with the DCRA that ended up getting sorted out. So it was a 2-year, process to get permitting. Post permitting, we've spent somewhere to the tune of over $3 million out of a total of 4.1 that the project is going to cost. There's about 15% or less remaining. In the presentation we've sent out, it has pictures and sort of detailed update. From the last time Mr. Gordy and Organic spoke, there hasn't been that much movement. Reactivating the permitting process and the contractors had taken a while, and frankly, we could have been probably more proactive. But it's been a difficult program for us to continue to spend money into, and so one of the things we've sort of charted out is if we, after spending money the first time and then the second time, if we had thought about bringing a partner in. We attached an LOI to the document we sent in, which would just make getting open quicker, easier. I guess I'll leave it at that. I mean, the remaining work left, just to be clear, after the full gut job of the whole facility, is getting the power up for the heavy up from Pepco, which ABCA has been more than kind in offering to help with. And then just we need to put in a new elevator that meets the new code, and a couple pieces of interior work, which have already been ordered and are on site, have to be installed. So we could get moving fairly quickly. we haven't, just due to capital constraints and the worry about where the program stands currently. But we're all Washingtonians. My grandfather started a liquor business 75 years ago, and we've really tried to be good representatives of the city and provide jobs and so I hope that's noted in all of this, and any lack of communication was certainly an oversight. And if someone did reach out, I apologize. We on this call hadn't seen any correspondence.
Can I add to that?
Who's speaking? Please identify yourself when you speak.
Okay, Rick Genderson. And do you want to swear me in?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, raise your right hand, sir, please. You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
So a lot of this is, our fault. We should have been more proactive. There was somebody who was handling this within our company and they dropped the ball. And I'm sorry for that. We should have been reaching out to you. But I thought we were still in good stead, and it didn't. And I thought she was handling it, but she didn't. So anyway, my apologies for that. I've dealt with ABRA for years and years because I own Schneider's of Capitol Hill, and we try to be a good neighbor, and we've been in good stead for years. We did run into, we didn't get as much insurance money as we thought we were going to get from this fire. We have subsidized it ourselves till we ran into a little money crunch. And I think we have solved that problem. So, moving forward, I think we can get this up and running fairly quickly. And I ask that, we don't get punished for this, even though a lot of this is our fault. But we've tried, and we will get this up and running if you give us the time to do that.
Right. Mr. Chairman, if I could suggest,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey, please identify yourself.
Oh yeah, this is Claude Bailey, Mr. Chairman. If I could suggest that we extend the safekeeping and we report back, say, in 90 days to kind of let you know where we are and the progress we've made. Because I think, from what I understand from my client, the remaining work is going to take 12 to 16 weeks. We have to get the permits renewed. So there are a lot of things we have to do, but we do plan to go forward. And I think now that we have, and we submitted for the record, a letter of intent for a partner who's going to agree to assist with finishing getting the building redone so that the cultivation center can resume its operations.
Generally, when we do safekeeping is done for 6 months. And so if the safekeeping was approved through April 23rd, the current status would be that we would have, if another request for safekeeping came through, then a safekeeping request would have been through October 31st, or depending, I guess, because we're now in June, in July, it would be then March 31st, 2024. But I guess I'm asking for more for you to tell us, what is it that, if the board was supposed to, would to have, if the board, and I think if we're going to do another safekeeping request, it probably would have to be through March 31st, because we're now in July, and it's not apparent that anything is going to happen by October 31st. And I believe that licensing, when they're approving safekeeping requests, I believe that it's now done through March 31st, 2024. So I guess what I'm saying, if the board was to grant a safekeeping request through, and Mr. Gordy, am I correct that we're now, if we're granting safekeeping, it would be through March 31st, 2024, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So if the board was to grant, and I'm sorry, is there at least for the cannabis, the cannabis license, is there any cost for safekeeping? I'm asking you, Mr. Gordy.
No, not of yet.
Okay. So no, so the question I'm asking, if the board was to agree to a safekeeping request pursuant to our 6-month schedule, and so therefore we're talking about March 31st, 2024, what is it that is going to occur between now July 20th, 2023, and March 31st, 2024 for this license to come online?
Well, I think I'll speak for my client. He can correct me. I think if we had till March 2024, we're confident that we would have the facility up and running prior to March 2024.
Definitely.
The concern that the agency has, as you are aware, we have a licensing period where all these unlicensed establishments will be able to apply for license in November. And one of the concerns that we're hearing from the unlicensed facilities is that there is not sufficient inventory, that the capability doesn't exist in DC to grow the product. So therefore, they are uncomfortable in applying for a license unless we can assure them that there is sufficient product to supply their needs.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think if you were to extend the safekeeping, we would be in a position to finish the facility and provide the product they need, that the unlicensed retailers need. Is that fair to say, Josh?
Yeah. So, if I may, Josh Genderson, your point's noted, and we've talked to Mr. Gordy about this, and some of the other members of the board, because we not only spent, north of $6 or $7 million the first time around, and then post fire, we've already spent, almost $4 million. We have a facility that's, like I said, 85% grow ready. And so I do believe that it through either one of these channels, whether we do end up partnering or not, with this extension, I don't know that someone could build the capacity quicker. And we welcome everybody to come on site and see where we are, if that's helpful, and confirm everything that we've laid out.
And there are pictures in our presentation that show you the state of the current state of the facility right now and how far it's built out.
All right, Mr. Peru, you wanted to ask a question or make a comment, sir?
Yes, sir. I just had a couple questions. Because I was at the facility before they officially closed the doors, I have a couple questions about reference to, so Organic Wellness, right, was on the second floor. That's the location that I've conducted inspections at. I think the last inspection I'm showing was sometime in March.
I'm sorry, Mr. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
It's where our firm tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
So the last time I was there was March of 2022 for an inspection, but then I returned after that date when you guys had taken all the product, removed all the product from the second floor, right? During this whole time, the first floor, I watched it develop from a blank space that was fire to construction. However, the last time I was there, when you guys removed product from the second floor, the first floor was framed out and the layout design was pretty much there. You guys had put this big water tank in the back where the elevator shaft was, I believe, and all these things were happening, and it seemed to be, it was moving in the right direction. But then you guys came with the idea and the thought that you're going to move the other license, really, because at the end of the day, right, you're building out holistic remedies on the first floor. organic wellness was up and running on the second floor. So then you guys decided, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong, that you guys were going to do organic wellness in that whole entire building on Fenwick, and then move holistic to the new location, right? That we'll talk about later. So I guess my questions are, has the second floor where organic was actually housed at, has that been started on the construction? Because the lab was up there in a small space, the grow rooms were up there, right? So I was kind of like, what's the status of that second floor? Because I haven't seen anything done to it when I was there last, actually in the space. That's part one of the question. The second part of the question is, as we're talking about future growth, is there going to be, I know you guys did extractions on site, is that the plan for the reopening to have manufacturing as well on site as well?
Yeah, so I can answer that, Josh Genderson. So the second floor is essentially in the same condition, albeit with some improvements done. When we redid the first floor, to conform and make it one facility, a Pepco heavy up is required, and that's the reason we can't plant upstairs or get an inspection upstairs yet. But yes, if you were to go see that, it would look, like it did before, except a little bit revamped, if you will. Same layout, the solventless lab that you're talking about still up there, security and stuff still up there. And then to answer your second question, I believe on the second floor we already paid, we renewed that for all manners of extraction and cultivation.
Okay, so just for clarification, so the second floor, nothing heavy has been done to it in reference to renovation, but the first floor, that is still being put back together?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chair, that's all I had for now. Thank you.
All right. Any questions by any? I guess a question that I want to ask: can you give us any specific dates if the board was to agree to extend the safekeeping through March 31st, 2024? Are you able to give us a timeline? When is it that this facility would be up and running? Because how long does it take to grow? Because if you're a cultivation center, so when would you be able to start growing the plant? How long is it that the plants will take to grow? If I think I believe the law because you are one of the original licensees, in changing the law, I believe that you were also granted automatically a manufacturer license. And so therefore, when is it that you'd be able to start manufacturing the product?
Josh Genderson, I couldn't give you an exact date just because there's permitting and Pepco involved. But as Mr. Bailey said, from our project management team and the contractor, we've been told that it's roughly about 12 to 16 weeks, I think, to finish everything. And then the cultivation cycle to grow is 9 weeks roughly, and then about 9 weeks post harvest, so call it somewhere around 18 weeks after we're completed, we'd be processing and selling.
But the license we would pick the license up before then, because we would need to when we start to grow again. So, I think it's 12 to 15 weeks before we, put plants back into the ground.
12 to 16 once we have the renewed permits.
Correct.
And where do you believe that you are with the status of the permit?
we can get you that information. I don't know exactly. I know that they've been all over it given this hearing, but we can come back and tell you exactly where we are.
Now, I know that you somewhat mentioned an LOI that you had submitted about a third party. So how much of your future plans depend on third party providing financing or getting financing involved, and when will that occur?
I think I can answer that. We've recently secured a bank loan, a real bank loan, which is shocking for this industry. And I think so we will have the funds very shortly to finish this build out. If the LOI doesn't come through, even though we're pretty confident that we'll take a partner in, but even if we don't take a partner in, we can do this without it. So we're in very good position right now to finish this.
All right. Any questions by any board members of any other parties? This is strictly regarding organic wellness. Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. I'm going to throw the question out because there's several different representatives, and the one who thinks they have the best information, please answer. So I'm directing this to the group, so to speak. First off, good morning, and thank you all for being here to help enlighten us about the status. The city, the district, is very supportive of expanding medical cannabis opportunities in the city. So thank you for being here. Are you all currently waiting on permits that will allow you to continue doing any type of the build out?
I think I'd probably be the most knowledgeable to answer that question, and I'm not sure whether we're waiting, I need to get back to you on that after I talk to our project manager, just to be sure.
Okay, that it would help if you all had that information today to help enlighten us on timelines. That's just my opinion as a member of the board. Have you all had any stop work orders from the district regarding any of the work because you're waiting on permits?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware of any. Who would be aware?
Same person, and agreed. You're right. They should have been on this call.
Oh, there is someone who could have enlightened us on that.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me see.
We had a stop order in the very beginning of the construction process. I don't even remember what it was for.
Well, that we talked about. That was the GAR, but that was years.
That was GAR, but we haven't had a stop order since then. So there's no stop order.
Okay, so none of the permits that you all need are relying upon any current stop order. That's what I think I'm hearing you all say, correct?
Correct.
So in answering the chairman's question about timeline, there is no, well, maybe let me restate the question. May we ask what permits you're waiting on that are needed to finish this build out?
Again, I'm not 100% sure. My understanding previously was it was just for a power heavy up, but that's to the best of my knowledge. I don't know if they need to resume any electrical or anything after the heavy up's done. It's the elevator and the heavy up, and we couldn't do the elevator without the heavy up.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board member? Yes, Mr. Short.
Good morning to the panel. And I would just like to ask, pretty much we're saying, should the board provide you your request for continued safekeeping until March of 2024. If you're not completed at that time, what do you think the board would do? And are you assured, or can you give this board some assurances of your completion before March 2024?
Yeah, I believe we, barring some unknown circumstance or, misunderstanding like this GAR thing, which took 2 years, barring anything like that, yes, I would be willing to say we would be done by, that would be more than sufficient. And if we weren't, then, you guys would likely do what you need to do.
And the other thing is, we can finish by then. And we will keep you in the loop, every 3 or 4 weeks. I can call, if you tell me, whoever you want me to talk to, it's probably Mr. Bailey, and I'll be glad to keep you in the loop of what our progress is.
Well, that makes me feel a little better. And I would simply say this to you, every 2 or 3 weeks, or at least once a month, if you would reach out to our investigator Peru, or our specialist in licensing, Sean Gordy, Mr. Gordy, it would make me feel a lot better to keep progress, because
Sure.
there might be some help that the agency give you. But when you go silent, we hear nothing from you, and then you come back and say, well, something else went wrong, it kind of puts us in a box, because again, the city needs you up and running. Just say it like it is.
Right. You have our word that we will never go silent again.
Okay, and so again, you will at least once a month check in with Mr. Sean Gordy with licensing.
I'll be glad to handle that. Yes.
Okay, I have your commitment on that.
Yes, you do.
Or we, the board, have your commitment on that.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Bailey, I guess on behalf of your client, are you able to provide the board within the next 15 days? To you, as you're aware, there are a lot of questions that were asked here today. So are you able to answer those questions to the board?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'd like, if with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I'd like to kind of make sure we have a clear list of what the questions are, so we can provide you all the information you need.
Well, I think where are we in this construction? I mean, where are we? What permits are where are we in construction?
Okay,
What
status of construction is one issue. Okay, is that the primary question? Or
yeah, so I need you to provide us some schedule. When is it that you believe, if the board was supposed to, if the board's going to grant a safekeeping request through March 31st, 2024, I need you to provide us some guideline. What are the steps?
we can do that.
That you will take to bring this license back on track.
We can do that.
Mr. Peru, I'm asking, is there anything that you want to see within this period of time? I mean, that could be provided in this memo?
Well, just let me just to back up about the permitting. I did go to the DLCP's website to look at Scout. I don't see any stop work orders against the property, but I also do not see any current issued permits as well. The last permits are showing back from 2021 is that I'm seeing in the system.
Right.
Everything else is kind of a blank. So just as a heads up for the board, that's what I'm seeing on their website.
Well, if I can answer that, due to the lapse of time, the permits have expired. We have to get the permits renewed.
Okay. So have you started that process yet, or?
I can't answer that question. I think that's a question, Josh. We have to go back and let you know, because as you said, I
can reach out and find out. I mean, I can reach out to DLCP myself and get that answer. But I just wanted if you had it for me. But okay. And reference to getting up and running, no, Mr. Chair, they're not until they're built out, we'll be able to get back in there and make sure that they're meeting the requirements again with a physical location, security, all that other stuff. So
As I said, my concern is that we receive 58 applications from social equity applicants. We are about to, as I said in November, we are also gonna issue licenses where the unlicensed facility can apply. And one of the concerns that has been brought to the agency is that I am concerned about applying for a license because if I'm going to sell products in DC, I have to purchase a product from DC cultivation facilities.
Right.
And we do not think that there is enough product ability. And so that is one of the reasons why I am being insistent that I need, if you have a license, then you need to use it, because if you refuse to use it, then the board will cancel the license. Because I want the industry to know that we are doing everything possible to grow sufficient product. So everyone is out there who sells, they can do this through legally, and we can enforce to ensure that we have an appropriate product and we have one of the best markets in the country. And that's that's why we have this hearing today.
Mr. Anderson, you have our word that we will be up and running. We can get up and running quicker than anybody. And we'll have product by, we'll be growing before that March deadline.
All right. So, Mr. Bailey, I expect that you'll provide the agency within 15 days a status to a response to the questions that were asked this morning, and so that the parties, then we'll make a determination.
Okay.
After you've provided us with
Okay.
And send it to, please send it to ABCA Legal.
Yes, I
Legal
would do that.
office, and then we will make a decision. What's the next step once we have received that? And
Okay.
based on
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the board's support on this.
All right, thank you. So,
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr.
I apologize for not being through when I asked the question, but there was a statement made. I'd like just to get some clarification on. May I do that, sir?
What statement was made? They're going to give us that. They're going to provide us something right in 15 days. So what is it? What statement, sir?
I think it was Mr. Rick Genderson, I believe, stated that they were confident that they would be able to get the funding that they were seeking to be able to complete the build out and get the C of O. Mr. Genderson, did you say something on that line, or could you help clarify? Because I may have misunderstood, sir.
Yes, we have secured the funding. It's not in yet, but it'll be in. So yeah, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I ask one quick question?
Josh Anderson, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great factors.
If you guys may, I think it was Mr. Gordy who had referenced that we'd been reached out to a number of times with no response. If at all possible, and we can send an email address, but nobody seems to have gotten an email, and so just curious if we know where it went or who it sent to, and if not, we can give you an updated email address.
Well, I guess let me ask you a question. Were you in receipt of hold on. Who is Jamie Ware?
Jamie oversees our government relations and compliance. So she would be the person.
All right. Well, Mr. Gordy wrote a letter dated January 26, 2023 to Jamie Ware. And so that is, if that is not the if that is not the appropriate person
No,
for
that
us
would
to
be.
contact, then you need to provide contact to the agency. But at least that is a person that I see that Mr. Gordy, Sean Gordy, our manager, that's who he has been communicating with.
Sure. Understood. And he referenced a couple emails that never were responded to. So that's it. That's all I was asking. And Jamie's pretty good on email. So what if it was Jamie, that's the appropriate person.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll bring the hearing regarding organic remedies to an end. Okay. All right. So the next case on our calendar, we just brought the hearing regarding organic wellness to an end. So that was organic wellness.
Right.
The next case on our calendar is that we have another a contested fact-finding hearing regarding organic remedies, license number 117369. Now, I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record, starting with you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Claude Bailey. I represent Holistic Remedies in this matter. With me this morning are my client representing the principals of Holistic Remedies, Josh Genderson, Rick Genderson, and Tammy Nguyen. And so we're here today to respond to the fact-finding hearing.
All right. So it's Holistic Remedies.
Yes.
If I said
Holistic Remedies, that is correct.
Holistic Remedies is this case that we are here. So let me have the parties, and Mr. Josh Genderson, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Josh Genderson, affiliated with Holistic Remedies.
And Mr. Rick Genderson, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Rick Genderson with Holistic Remedies.
And Miss Nguyen, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Tammy Nguyen, Nguyen of Holistic Remedies.
Good morning, everyone. All right. Okay, so regarding regarding Holistic Remedies, I believe that notes. All right. It's my understanding that in this case, ABCA's records showed that a fire occurred in January 2019 that required the closure of the premises before ABCA took over the program from the Department of Health. ABCA does note that the licensee has been approved for a license before obtaining a certificate of occupancy pursuant to Section 5302.3. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that the license holder has taken meaningful action to reopen the business, such as obtaining all necessary permits, IG construction permits, beginning sufficient work on the property, or otherwise intends to reopen in the near future. It's my understanding that based on the fire, over a year ago, we approved this facility to be moved to 2046 West Virginia Avenue. And so I need to find out from Holistic Remedies, where are we in the move to this location?
I can begin. Josh Genderson.
And I'll let me swear you in, sir.
Sure.
You swear firm to the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
So that, as discussed before, that the idea was to move, with the expanded plant count after the beginning of the program under the Department of Health, it made sense for us to move one of the licenses to a different building to have more canopy for the program. However, after I guess a year, 2 years plus. As we mentioned before, capital is tight. With the current state of the program, it's been a heavy lift for us to fund that project. And so, that one, and I believe Ms. Ware had communications with somebody about potentially turning in the holistic remedies license tied to West Virginia Avenue. And us focusing on organic and putting our money and attention and time there to make sure it's complete.
Well, it's in what we call a 405.1 status. So if that's the case, if you're not going to pursue that license, that's an easy process for the agency to administratively cancel that license, because a license in 405.1 status, that's a different status in the sense that we can cancel a license as quickly as possible. So any other representation you need to make regarding holistic remedies?
No, not for me. Yeah, no, not for me. I think the thought is, to your point, we'd rather see as many people get going as possible, and I don't think we can be as certain on timing there.
All right. So, all right. You are the owner. You've made a representation that you're no longer going to pursue on the record that you're not going to pursue that license, and so the agency will take appropriate action regarding that license. Yes, Mr. Peru.
Yes, I just had a quick question in reference to that address. Are you guys no longer in a lease agreement with the landlord then?
So we currently are, and that's why I was going to ask Mr. Bailey, if and the chairman, if we can just send a letter within the next week or so, just confirming everything.
And I'm only asking because of the availability of locations in the city to put cultivation centers at. That might be a very sought after space, and that's why I've asked that, because that's how many square feet is that location?
It's about 25,000 plus.
Yeah, but I've been inside one time,
and
when it was a illegal party back in the day. Yes.
We'd be happy to facilitate intros, and again, that was the goal.
So I'll ask Mr. Bailey then to provide. I think that Mr. Gendelson has said that Ms. Ware might have communicated with the agency, but since we have a hearing today, I'm asking Mr. Bailey within 15 days to provide us with
information
that holistic remedies would like to do regarding the license.
Okay, we'll be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Any other questions by any other parties before I bring this hearing to closure?
Thank you, guys.
I'm sorry. This is my first time in meeting the owners of potential our licensees, at least this license, and so it's good to meet you. And I hope that at least we will be able to continue working together in making sure that the cannabis industry in DC will be one of the finest in the nation. And so I am depending on you, the licensees, to ensure that we, within the confines that we have, as you're aware, some of the confines that we have in the sense of what can or can't be done, that you work with us to make sure that we have one of the finest industry in the country. All right. So
you're talking to third and fourth generation Washingtonians, and my kids are fifth generation. So we are also dedicated and really do care about the city and the program.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all. Thank you to all the board members.
Appreciate your help.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
All right, the next case in our calendar we have another fact finding hearing. And this case is DC Finest, license number 120530. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee? Excuse me. In this case.
Bob Simmons, your access has been elevated. Matt Lawson Baker, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record. Please spell and state your name for the record. I'll start with you, Mr. Simmons, and your relationship.
Yes, sir. Here.
Yeah, I need you to introduce yourself for the record, sir, by spelling and stating.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Robert Simmons, DC's Finest.
And what's your relationship? Are you the owner, sir?
Yeah, owner.
Mr. Lawson Baker, please spell and state your name and for the record, please, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. It's Matt Lawson Baker, and I'm also an owner of DC's Finest, partner with Bob.
Good morning, sir. All right.
For full disclosure, he's my son-in-law too, but what can I do?
Well, all right. Good to hear that. All right. So, hold on. Now, this is another license that has been in safekeeping. And so what we're trying to find out is that where are we in bringing this license back into production? Because I'm not sure if you had overheard the hearing before. One of the concerns that the board has, as you're aware, we are expanding the program in November, the unlicensed, and we are all aware that there are a significant amount of unlicensed facilities operating in DC. In November, ABRA will allow these unlicensed facilities, they will be able to apply for licenses to operate. One of the concerns that we have been told by a lot of these facilities is that DC, we don't have enough product. So therefore, they don't want to apply for a license because they're afraid that they would not be able to operate because there's not sufficient product on the market. And so you have a cultivation license, and I know that once the law was changed, you're also given the opportunity that you automatically was also given that manufacturer license. So please let us know where you are with this facility in able to operate.
Go ahead, Matt.
And when you speak, just identify. I guess if you're speaking, Mr. Lawson Baker, so when you speak, just identify yourself. We have a court reporter, so just to make sure that when you speak, identify yourself who's speaking.
Yes, so Matt Lawson Baker. I'd like to give you the update on where we are at DC's Finest. Just for the record, we're also the owners and operators of Alternative Solutions. We've been operational since 2015, and we currently command over 40% of market share. So we are very integrated into this program and heavily invested, and we're not looking at changing that approach. Investigator Peru, good to see you. Thanks for joining. We have a big property that's in process right now on Chilham Place. It's 65,000 square feet total. We've been through a few delays in getting our project up and running due to the existing building going through reconstruction, which is at its final stages and final punch list right now. They just finished the exterior paving on the weekend. So we're finally getting that building ready to be built out. Our design process, we have finalized the permit plans and the permit package as of Monday, and we're due to submit the permit set hopefully tomorrow. We're just finalizing the application with our expediter. We are also going down the fast track process that's now available through permitting. So we're doing everything we can to expedite that process. We've spent over $250,000 on the design. We've gone through many iterations trying to forecast what this market is actually going to look like. And it's a lot of crystal ball stuff. We've been riding the roller coaster of DC for many years, as I mentioned before. So there's a bit of a gamble and a bit of a hope that the market is going to be there to fulfill the requirements that we're going to be able to produce all of this cannabis. But we feel confident that our plan of attack should be very effective for the program and be able to support a lot of additional businesses coming into the program. So in saying all that, I know that you want exact timelines. From what we've been told, the permitting process can take 3 months, can take 6 months because of the new systems that have been set up within since they changed from DCRA. Any help we can get on that to expedite it would be fantastic. I know you guys are not directly associated with them, but as soon as we get the permit in hand, the contractor's already lined up. We've already quoted out all the materials. We're going to start bringing in the materials while we're waiting for the permit so that everything's on site. Then our construction timeline is 4 months from when we get the permit to when we get plants in the ground. Then from plants in the ground, it's a 9-10 week growing cycle plus 4 weeks dry cure package. So in a perfect world, if we got the permit in October, we'd be built out by January and starting to grow so that by April next year, we're getting product to market.
Thank you. Mr. Peru, can you identify yourself on the record, please?
Sure. Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru with ABCA Enforcement.
Mr. Peru, do you have any questions or any comments you want to make regarding
I'll just
DC Finance? Yes.
Yeah, no, I'll just say that Matt has always been very responsive to my calls and questions regarding alternative solutions. And we had a recent conversation in reference to the new location. I have been up there and seen and have watched the build out take place from the redoing of the building to the actual physical building being complete on the structure itself. So yeah, I would just say that I think they are moving in the direction they're claiming that they're moving in, from what I can tell. And as time gets closer, for them to complete the build out, when we're looking at all the requirements from security to access and all that stuff, we can have another conversation. But I believe that what Matt is saying in his time frame is very possible based on what I've physically seen out there and what he's put forth so far. So,
thank you, Mr. Peru. Any questions by any board members? Either you, Mr. Simmons, or Mr. Lawson Baker, any final comments you want to make?
Just that I was born in DC and we're excited to be here. We're not a national, we're a local bunch of guys. Matt's background in building and development as well as mine has helped us keep things moving and giving you the answer, Mr. Peru, that you need to see that we're serious about this. So we're looking forward to continue what we're doing, and I thank the board on our behalf for monitoring and helping us along.
Just a quick question. I know you're saying that it's a large facility. So, how much product do you believe that once the facility is up and running, how much product can you guys produce?
So right now, we are phasing the building because, as I said before, nobody knows how this market's going to play out. So our phase 1 is 30,000 square feet. It'll double our existing capacity. So what we're doing in alternative solutions will double. What we're planning to do there is fill in all the products that we're not currently making, because if the market doesn't grow, which is a possibility, you're adding licenses, but there's no guarantee the patients are coming with those licenses. So if the market doesn't grow, our goal is to produce all of the products that we're not currently producing and putting in the market. So that way we'll still be able to keep the business afloat and wait for the market to grow. So doubling what we're doing now, would double our flour output from 200 to 400 pounds a month. And then all of our material for extracts and other products, pre-rolls, tinctures, vape cartridges, the whole lot would double from, again, 200 pounds of trim to process to 400 pounds at a minimum. We've got a state-of-the-art facility designed in this new building. The building that we're currently operating and investigating Peru will be able to confirm this, but we've been renovating and upgrading every year to keep it at a very high standard. And with the new building, everything we've learned over the years is going into that to make it more efficient and produce greater yields. So I'm interested to see how the market will play out, and I don't think anyone can tell us how many patients we're going to have to work the numbers back from a demand point of view. It's really going to be just wait and see. So as the market grows, and if we're selling everything we're growing and we can foresee that, we can expand into the rest of the building very quickly from there.
Now, I know that you stated that you have a current facility. So what is it that you currently produce, and what are some products that you anticipate you want to produce moving forward?
So right now, our major product is flour, obviously, and then our number 2 is vape cartridges, pre-rolls. After that, then tinctures. We do topicals and we do concentrates. The concentrates we do are limited because the demand is really not there. But what we plan to do in the new building is increase our extraction capabilities. Right now, we currently just do ethanol extraction. In the new facility, I'd like to do hydrocarbon extraction along with more solventless extraction, so that we can provide the full array of products, including all edible products that are currently allowed in the program, along with a bigger line of concentrates that we don't currently provide. So and it's good that you brought that up, because I did have a question relating to that, and I'm hoping that the process for getting these products into the market will be streamlined or improved, because going through the route with DOH adds another layer of complexity and delays everything. So I think it could be split up into even further into the product lines where you don't need to get a full kitchen approval to make all edible products, because there's a lot of products you can make in the edibles line that you don't need a fully fledged kitchen. So I think that's something that I'd like to discuss with Sean and Investigator Peru, Sean Gordy, to figuring out ways that we can make that process more efficient on our side.
Thank you for that. As you're aware, there are the food production is still, I believe, under the Department of Health. So I'm not quite sure, but I know that our agency would provide you whatever assistance that you can as far as the government is concerned in trying to ensure that the business succeeds, because the products are needed. And especially, I know that the unlicensed market, there are certain products that they offer that I'm not sure if we currently offer. And so if we are going to bring those unlicensed businesses into the licensed market, then we need to provide them the options that they currently sell from wherever it is that they get their current products from.
Yeah, and the new facility will have all of that in DC's finest, but what I'd like to do is get some products earlier to market so that when they do change over, we already have them in the market. And we can do that in our current facility, but it's how do you define edibles? Is it a pharmaceutical product or is it a baked goods or a kitchen product? So I think there's some definitions there that can be played around with.
Well, I think that's discussion for you to have with our director and also with Mr. Gordy and Mr. Peru and whatever it is that the board can do to assist that process. We will be open once that conversation has been brought to our director and to see what it is that the board can do to either work through the mayor or the council to assist you in making sure that occurs.
Okay, I have one final question, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but is there any way that the board can provide any assistance with the permit process, expediting it?
Well, I think that Mr. Peru, can you answer that question? What is it that from your end or Mr. Gordy's end can do as far as Department of Buildings is concerned?
I mean, we definitely have contacts there that we can reach out to. I mean, have you submitted things yet? Is that what you're asking about?
We're
the
about to
bill, or-
submit, and once it's submitted, then I'll send you over the full application so you can see it. And then any assistance in the process would be helpful. I don't want it to end up being 6 months because it got stuck on someone's desk with some random comment.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll get with Mr. Gordy, and we can definitely, between our two resources, we can maybe, ask for assistance with that from DLCP.
Much appreciated.
All right. So our agent has stated our agency will do whatever it is within our power to assist you, but you have to let us know. I can't promise that we're going to solve the problem, but at least if you let us know, then we will work to see what can be done to ensure. I know that this government wants to make sure that we offer one of the best industry in the country. So I'm saying that the entire government is behind what you're doing. And so whatever it is that we can do to ensure that you succeed, then we will do that to ensure that you're able to bring your products onto market as quickly as possible.
Fantastic.
Okay. All right.
And that's aligned with our goals.
Sorry, yes, sir.
I said that's aligned with our goals as well. We want to be the best in country, and we've got a very high standard of high quality product that we produce, and we want to continue that.
Thank you, sir, for your representation today. Before we close, any questions by the board members? You want to say something, Mr. Grandis?
Thank you. Mr. Lawson Baker, after this hearing, if you could provide the agency some of your insight on this sort of what I think you're talking about as a kitchen light type of thing. We, as our chairman says, we have to stay in our lane and DOH stays in their lane and the Department of Building stays in its lane, but we all try to work together. It could be helpful if you had some ideas that can be documented on maybe a less formal process for the kitchen issue when it relates to the kind of products that you're talking about. If you have some insight, that could be helpful to the agency. I'm just offering that. But I think we all concur with the chairman that the district wants to become not only competitive or stay competitive, but be an example for the rest of the nation. So on these kind of topics, it's a learning curve for all of us, but your insight we would benefit from. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short.
Thank you. I'd just like to say to Mr. Bob Simmons and to Matt Baker, your presentation was pretty well together, and thank you for that. And to Mr. Simmons, you're not alone. There are a few of us Washingtonians left in the city, and as you know, this city.
I may predate you though. I go to 1947, Old Providence Hospital. They tore it down after they recycled me.
No, you don't. You do not predate me. I was born in the front bedroom of 719 Langston Terrace, Northeast.
Oh, man.
1946.
Well, good.
Welcome to the club. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lawson Baker. Mr. Simmons, it's actually my first opportunity to meeting you formally in this process. So thank you for the work that you've done. Look forward to continue working with you to make sure that this process works. You want to say something, Mr. Simmons?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize the fact that we are very, very excited about working for ADCA through this process and everything. And we'll give you any information to put forth your efforts on any of these issues.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll take this matter under advisement. Have a great day and thank you for your presentation today. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, board.
All right. All right. We have a legal agenda that we should review today. So let's review our legal agenda for Thursday, July 20th. And the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a request to reinstate dismiss application dated July 18th, 2023. The case number 23PRO00051, Bozelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Granson.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 2, review of ANC 2E S2E's support for request to reinstate dismiss application dated hold on a minute. Oh. I'm going to be off the record. We're off the record for just a couple of minutes. So we're just a couple of minutes before I continue. So we're off the record for a couple of minutes. Okay. All right. All right, we're back on the record. We're back on the record. Mr. Cato? All right. I need to go back over our legal agenda and so I need to go back over item number one. Item number one in our legal agenda was a review of a request to reinstate dismissed application dated July 18th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 00051. Bozelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. The recommendation that I made was to refer this matter back to legal. The board had voted to return this matter back to legal. I want to make a motion to change the recommendation, and the recommendation that I'm now making to the board is for us to approve this request. Is there a second to approve this request?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short second the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0 to reinstate the dismissed application. Number 2 on our agenda, review of ANC 2E's support for a request to reinstate the dismissed application dated July 18th, 2023 for case number 23 PRO 0051, Bozelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. Excuse me, this is now an FYI to the board. Number 3 on our legal agenda, review of a settlement agreement dated June 19th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E and Bozelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to legal. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 4, review of the consent motion for continuance of show cause dated July 19th, 2023 in case number 22 CMP 00095, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572. I make a motion to approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato, second.
Second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson, second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We're now at the end of our legal agenda. So the board now will go into recess until our 1:30 hearing, until 1:30 for a 1:30 hearing. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a good morning. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the ABC board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Randis. The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have 1 case on our calendar. And if you have any, should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right, so we're back on the record. And good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. So the next case, I'm sorry. The next case on our calendar, or the one and only case that we have on our calendar this afternoon, is cases number 22 PRO 00138 and 22 PRO 00142. Rose Mariano de Italia, license number 109613. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Ann Navarro, your access has been elevated. Brian Buxell, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Desmond, your access has been elevated. Douglas Melcher, your access has been elevated. Fareed Fawzi, your access has been elevated. Glenn Engelman, your access has been elevated. Nicole Guagenti, your access has been elevated. Nolan Guagenti, your access has been elevated. Investigator Rhoda Glasgow, your access has been elevated. Rosemary Espinoza, your access has been elevated. And Spanish interpreter Adriana Torosian, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. I would like everyone to turn their camera on if possible. I'm sorry, who's the interpreter? Can that person please identify themselves? I don't see them. Who's the interpreter?
Adriana Torosian. I'm having a challenge adding her. I don't know if it's potentially a limit that we've met with the amount of attendees joining.
I didn't realize that we had those concerns.
That's just speculation.
Well, see what you can do to add this person, please.
Sure.
Okay.
But I think we're good now.
Yes.
I have access now, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, ma'am. Okay, let's start with the interpreter. What's your name, ma'am? Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Adriana Torosian.
Just can you spell that for the record, please?
Yes, it's A-D-R-I-A-N-A, Adriana, and Torosian, T-O-R-O-S-S-I-A-N.
Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate these proceedings from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English?
Yes, I do.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, do you have any time constraints today, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any time constraints today?
No.
All right, because I do not know how long this hearing is going to be. So that's one
I
of the reasons
understand.
why I'm letting you know from jump start. So if there's an issue, then we need to make some accommodations.
No, I'm okay. I understand.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, so let's have the party. And I'm sorry, who needs translation services?
¿Quién necesita servicios de interpretación?
Tell them to unmute themselves.
I think Miss Espinosa is moving her lips. Por favor, active su micrófono, señora Espinosa.
No, ya le hice.
Ya,
There you go.
ya estoy, ya estoy.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, so I need the parties to introduce themselves for the record. And so let me start with the representative of the licensee. And is that you, Mr. Klein?
Yes, indeed, it is. Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson and members of the board. Andrew Klein on behalf of...
I've lost you, Mr. Klein.
You've lost me?
You said Andrew Klein. I heard nothing else after that, sir.
Do you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the applicant.
All right, so Miss Torosa, I need you to interpret everything that has been said, ma'am.
Mi nombre es Andrew Klein, estoy representando al licenciado.
Can we have the licensee introduce herself for the record? And I need everyone to spell their name also when they introduce themselves.
Por favor, señora licenciada, puede presentarse y también necesito que deletree su nombre cuando lo haga.
Oh, a mí.
La dueña de la licencia.
Ajá. Ah, perdón. Mi nombre es Rosemary Espinosa, ROSMERI-Espinoza.
My name is Rosemary Espinoza, ROSEMERI-ESPINOZA.
And who is she, ma'am?
¿Quién es usted, señora?
Yo soy la dueña de Rosmarino de Italia.
I am the owner of Rosemary No d'Italia.
And who is with her? Who is with the owner? Can that person identify themselves for the record?
Sorry about that. My name is Edward Camacho, EDWARD. Last name is Camacho, CAMACHO.
My name is Eduardo Camacho, and my name is spelled EDUARDO, Camacho, CAMACHO.
And who are you, sir?
¿Quién es usted, señor?
I am the manager of Rosmarino de Italia and the son of Rosemary Espinosa.
Soy el manager de Rosmarino de Italia y soy el hijo de Rosemary Espinosa.
So I'm asking everyone to tell me their name and their role. Okay, so that's why I'm going.
Le pido por favor que todos digan su nombre y su rol.
All right. Who is the representative of the protestant?
¿Quién es el representante del protestante?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Douglas Melcher, DOUGLAS MELCHER. I'm an attorney retained by the group of 5 or more, and I've been asked to provide coordinated representation for all of the protestants. The other protestants include ANC2B and DCCA, DuPont Circle Citizens Association. Mr. Glenn Engelman is on the line. He represents DuPont Circle Citizens Association. I believe Meg Rogensack, who is the ANC, is not with us right now. She's dealing with a family issue and is out of town, but hopefully will be able to join us soon.
All right, so I would like, so why don't you, let me go back to Mr. Klein. There's a whole lot of people online, so can you identify them on your side? And so I'll have them identify. identify themselves for the
Honor,
record.
I will need everybody to pause so I can interpret because there is no way that I can retain all these details if there is no pause. Is that possible?
Hold on, ma'am. All right.
Y me acercan.
I'm aware of that, and so therefore, okay, that's fine.
Is that possible? I don't want to interrupt.
Of course, ma'am.
Thank you. Bueno, mi nombre es Douglas Melcher, el nombre se deletrea DOUGLASMELCHER, soy el representante que han contratado de Five or More y también estoy aquí para representar al grupo de AMC y de SSA y de DuPont Circle, de la asociación de DuPont Circle, y también hay otros representantes aquí presentes.
So, Mr. Klein, who else is there on the online for your side?
Señor Klein, ¿quién más está desde su parte en línea?
Mr. Chairman, the only person that I know of that's currently online from our side, I believe, is Mr. Mixon from our firm, the Veritas Law Firm. In looking at the list of participants, I do not see any of our witnesses there. So I believe that the rest of the list of participants are either board members or here on the protestant side.
Bien, señor, su señoría, no sé, aparte del señor Mixon, que es de nuestra firma, quién más está de la representación de nuestra parte, porque veo una lista aquí, pero no tengo conocimiento de quiénes son estas personas.
Mr. Engelman, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Señor Engelman, ¿puede decir, por favor, quién es usted para que conste en actas?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Glenn Engelman. First name spelled Glenn. Last name spelled Engelmann. And I am here representing the DuPont Circle Citizens Association today.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Glenn Engelman. Mi nombre se deletrea Glenn. Engelman es Englemen, perdón, Mann. Y estoy representando a la Asociación de Ciudadanos de DuPont Circle.
Ms. Navarro, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Señora Navarra, ¿puede identificarse para que conste en actas?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ann Navarro, ANN-NAVARO, and I'm here as a representative of the group of 5 or more, or group of 70, approximately 70 neighbors represented by Mr. Melcher.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. I cannot hear very clearly. Can you repeat?
I'm sorry, can you hear better now?
Yes, it's better, I think. I lost you after 5 or more.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of the group of 5 or more represented by Mr. Melcher.
Okay. Bien, estoy aquí. Mi nombre es Ann Navarro. Mi nombre se deletrea ANNNAVARO. Estoy aquí para representar al grupo de 5 or more. Con el señor Melcher.
Ms. Roggenschach, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Señora Roggensack, ¿se puede por favor identificar para que conste en actas?
You're on mute, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Meg Roggensack, MEGROGGENS, Circle Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B, and I represent Single Member District 2B01, in which this establishment is located.
Mi nombre es Meg Roggensack, Megroggensack, y yo estoy representando al distrito de miembros individuales 2B01, que es el distrito en el cual está ubicado este establecimiento.
Ms. Glasgow, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Señora Glasgow, ¿se puede por favor identificar para que conste en actas?
My name is Investigator Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
Mi nombre es la señora investigadora Glasgow, GLASGLOW.
All right, excuse me, all I'm doing right now is just to identify all the parties in this case. That's what I'm doing.
Esto que estoy haciendo ahora es para identificar todas las partes que van a participar en la audiencia del día de hoy.
All right, this is a protest hearing regarding the renewal of this license and for a substantial change. I think the substantial change is for an entertainment endorsement and cover charge.
Bueno, esto es, esta audiencia del día de hoy se lleva a cabo para la renovación de la licencia en base a un cambio sustancial con respecto a la cobertura por entretenimiento y patrocinio.
Some preliminary matters. Mr. Klein, how many witnesses do you have?
Algunos asuntos preliminares. Señor Klein, ¿cuántos testigos tiene usted?
I believe I will have 5.
Creo que voy a tener 5.
Mr. Meltzer, how many witnesses do you have?
Señor Meltzer, ¿cuántos testigos tiene usted?
I have 10 on my list, or maybe one more than that, but I'm only going to call the 9 permitted pursuant to the board's decision to grant our request for more time.
Bueno, yo tengo 10 en mi lista, pero voy a llamar a 9 para que se pueda cumplir con el requisito de acuerdo con lo establecido por la ley.
Thank you I was going to remind you that you're only limited to 9 witnesses.
Yo gracias por eso, le iba a recordar que usted tiene una limitación a 9 testigos.
Are there any preliminary matters that can be raised? Are any preliminary matters, Mr. Klein?
Yes.
¿Hay un asunto preliminar que se pueda revisar?
Yes, we are going to amend our request for approval of the entertainment endorsement and cover charge, limiting the request for Saturday until the hours of 3 a.m. and Sunday until the hour of midnight, which is a significant reduction from what was sought in the initial application for approval of entertainment endorsement, which sought approval of entertainment for all 7 days, maximum hours.
Bueno, lo que estamos proponiendo es que se apruebe la licencia para un cargo por cobertura y patrocinio de entretenimiento solamente para los sábados hasta las 3 de la mañana y los domingos hasta la medianoche, lo cual significa que hay una importante reducción en relación a la solicitud inicial que se realizó para que se aprobara el cargo por cobertura y patrocinio de un entretenimiento que era para abarcar los 7 días de la semana y el máximo cantidad de horas.
Mr. Melcher, any preliminary motions on your part?
¿Alguna moción preliminar, señor Melcher, de su parte?
No preliminary motions. I do have a couple procedural items I'd like to mention.
Tengo mociones preliminares, pero sí hay algunas cuestiones procesales que quisiera mencionar.
What are they, sir?
¿Cuáles son?
First of all, thank you very much for granting the motion for more time and witnesses. At the time that we requested additional time, we believed we were going to be pressed for time getting 9 witnesses in. I see that we now have a translator. And to be frank, I think that's going to double the time. I know you're very, very busy, but it just duplicates, doubles the amount of time. But I want you to be aware of that and provide additional time accordingly. We will avoid duplicative testimony and do our best to expedite them.
Bueno, inicialmente nos agradecemos muchísimo que usted haya otorgado más tiempo y una mayor cantidad de testigos para que pudiésemos brindar todas las declaraciones que consideramos apropiadas y necesarias. Sin embargo, no queremos estar presionados por el tiempo y estamos ahora notando que como vamos a usar un intérprete, se va a necesitar el doble de tiempo para poder hacer todas las declaraciones necesarias. Entendemos que usted es una persona sumamente ocupada, pero realmente creemos que tenemos que considerar extender más el tiempo que se haya otorgado originalmente de extensión.
Anything else, sir?
Just one little ministerial item. I noticed that the applicant's list of witnesses, for some reason it says protestants list of witnesses at the top. I just want to make certain no one's confused by that.
Entendemos que los testigos están dentro del derecho procesal de esta audiencia y no queremos que nadie esté confundido con este hecho.
That's it, sir?
That's it. Thank you.
But are there any stipulations that the parties can agree to prior to us starting the hearing? This is for renewal of a license. This is and also for a substantial change now, I guess, to add an entertainment endorsement and cover charge. And I guess the entertainment endorsement and cover charge is only then for Saturday till 3 a.m. and Sunday to midnight.
Correct.
Bien, entiendo que el patrocinio de entretenimiento se ha solicitado solamente este sábado a las 3 de la mañana y el domingo a la medianoche, ¿correcto? Correcto.
And I guess preliminary, I'm asking the parties, are they protesting the renewal of the license, or would the protestants agree that the license can be renewed?
Bien, y para tenerlo bien en claro, lo que se está protestando es para que no se renueve la licencia o para que se renueve la licencia, pero no con los nuevos cambios.
The protestants are protesting both of the pending applications.
I'm aware
Está
of this.
protestando en contra de las dos aplicaciones o solicitudes pendientes.
No, I was asking whether or not the protestant, if they were in agreement that the license could be renewed with condition, or are they saying that the license should not be renewed? I was just trying to find.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that completely.
Yes. I need you to turn up your volume, ma'am. Okay. The question I'm asking.
A maximum.
Well, I think you're the only one who's having problem hearing today, ma'am. However, I'm asking the protestant if the protestant would they agree to renew the license, or are they saying that the license should not be renewed?
Estoy preguntando si los protestantes piensan que la licencia debe estar, están de acuerdo con que la licencia tiene que estar renovada o no quieren que se renueve la licencia.
The protestants do not want the license renewed.
Okay.
Los protestantes no quieren que la licencia se renueve.
All right. The way the process works is that the applicant will make an opening statement, and the applicant will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement.
Bien, el modo en el que funciona el proceso es que primero el solicitante va a hacer una declaración de apertura y tiene 5 minutos para hacerlo.
Once the applicant makes an opening statement, the protestants will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement.
Una vez que el solicitante haga su apertura de 5 minutos, entonces el licenciado va a tener la oportunidad de tener 5 minutos para poder decir su declaración de apertura.
The board's investigator will review her report and the board will ask questions of the board's investigator.
La investigadora va a revisar el informe que realizó por parte de la Junta y la Junta luego va a poder hacer preguntas con respecto a este informe y esta investigación.
Once the board has had an opportunity to ask questions of its investigator, then the licensee's representative will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator, and then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's agent.
Una vez que se hagan las preguntas necesarias por parte de la Junta Directiva, la persona dueña de la licencia va a tener la oportunidad de hacer preguntas sobre la investigación y los protestantes van a poder hacerle preguntas a la gente de la Junta Directiva.
Once the board has presented this case, the applicant will have an opportunity, the licensee will then present its case.
Bien, entonces, una vez que la Junta tenga la oportunidad de hacer las preguntas necesarias y los protestantes también, entonces el licenciado va a tener también la oportunidad.
Once the licensee has presented its case, then the protestant will have an opportunity to present its case.
Una vez que el solicitante presente su caso, también los protestantes van a tener la oportunidad de presentar su caso.
That's fine. All right. As you stated before, there are 9, so we're talking about 14 witnesses. We have a translator. So therefore, if I hear redundant testimony, I'm going to cut you off because I'm not going to do that this afternoon.
Bien, tenemos 14 testigos y hay una traductora también, así es que si escucho a alguien con un testimonio redundante, los voy a cortar, porque no tenemos tiempo para repetir las cosas hoy.
We have 2 learned attorneys who are presenting today, and I expect you to be attorneys today.
Tenemos 2 abogados representando a las partes el día de hoy. Espero que sean abogados el día de hoy.
All right. Any questions before we start?
¿Alguna pregunta antes de comenzar?
None from the applicant.
Mr. Messer?
No tengo por parte del solicitante.
All right, the board will call it first. I'm sorry. Mr. Klein, you can make your opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Voy a hacerle, el señor Klein va a poder hacer su apertura ahora. Gracias, señor juez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson and members of the board. I'm Andrew Klein. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. The applicant seeks 2 things today. One is renewal of its license, and it also seeks an entertainment endorsement.
Buenas tardes a todos, señor juez y todos los miembros de la Junta Directiva. Estoy aquí representando al solicitante. El solicitante solicita 2 cosas, la renovación de la licencia y también un permiso de patrocinio de entretenimiento.
The evidence will show that this is a small Italian restaurant on Connecticut Avenue in the DuPont Circle area.
Bueno, la evidencia va a mostrar que este es un pequeño restaurante italiano en la avenida Connecticut, en el área de DuPont Circle.
And that the owner of the restaurant, Rosemary Espinosa, is an experienced restaurateur with over 20 years of experience in the restaurant industry operating Italian restaurants.
Bueno, también van a poder apreciar que la dueña del restaurante, la señora Rosemary Espinosa, ha sido dueña experimentada de restaurante por más de 20 años y tiene mucha experiencia en la industria.
The evidence will further show that this restaurant has operated for approximately 5 years.
La evidencia también va a mostrar que este restaurante está en funcionamiento por aproximadamente 5 años
And that there has been no issue with the operation of the facility for dining and food service.
y no ha habido ningún problema con el funcionamiento de la instalación para lo que es servicios de comidas y de cenas.
The evidence will demonstrate that there is no reason that the renewal application should not be granted.
La evidencia va a mostrar que no hay ningún motivo por la cual la solicitud de renovación de la licencia no debería ser otorgada.
The evidence will further show that the licensee, because of the devastation of the closures from the pandemic, sought additional sources of revenue.
La evidencia también va a mostrar que la licenciada, dada la situación de devastación que sufrió la industria gastronómica por la pandemia, ha estado buscando otras formas de subsistir en el negocio.
And in doing that, begin instituting more late night activities.
Para hacer esto, lo que hizo fue instaurar más actividades nocturnas.
Those were organized by Edward Camacho, the principal applicant's son.
Estas actividades nocturnas fueron organizadas por Edward Camacho, el hijo de la licenciada principal en este caso.
The evidence will show that Mr. Camacho was unaware of the requirements for an entertainment endorsement.
La evidencia también va a mostrar que el señor Camacho no tenía conocimiento de que tenía que obtener un permiso para brindar entretenimiento.
And upon learning of the requirement, it immediately ceased any activity which might be classified as entertainment.
Y tan pronto como conoció el requisito, entonces inmediatamente se cesaron las actividades que pueden ser enmarcadas como entretenimiento.
The establishment then proceeded to seek permission for entertainment, but given opposition from the community, withdrew the initial request for an entertainment endorsement to demonstrate to the community that it could be a good actor.
Una vez que se enteró que tenía que solicitar un permiso para proporcionar entretenimiento en el establecimiento, se solicitó la licencia o la autorización para patrocinar entretenimiento en el restaurante, pero enfrentó la oposición de la comunidad, por lo tanto, retiró la solicitud inicial para patrocinar eventos y decidió hablar con la comunidad para demostrar que iban a ser un buen actor en este asunto, en este contexto.
The evidence will show that the applicant thought through measures that could be taken to potentially mitigate the perceived effects from it offering entertainment.
Bien, la evidencia muestra que se han tomado medidas para mitigar el potencial riesgo de ocasionar ruidos molestos o algún tipo de problemática en el vecindario.
And refiled its request for entertainment endorsement, which is before you today.
Y se volvió a solicitar la licencia para patrocinar entretenimiento y eventos, entonces por eso estamos aquí el día de hoy.
In addition, the evidence will show that there's no negative effect of this establishment on real property values, whether the license is renewed as is, or whether the limited request for entertainment endorsement is granted.
También la evidencia va a mostrar que no va a haber ningún efecto negativo ni ningún problema con el valor real de las propiedades si la licencia de este establecimiento es renovada o si se otorga la licencia adicional que se estaba pidiendo para patrocinar eventos.
At the conclusion of the hearing, given the evidence that will have been presented to the board, we will request that the license be renewed without further condition.
Lo que vamos a solicitar al final de la audiencia es que se renueve la licencia sin ninguna condición
And that the limited request for entertainment endorsement be granted with whatever conditions the board deems appropriate.
y que la solicitud limitada para patrocinar eventos sea otorgada con los requisitos a cumplir según lo considere apropiado la Junta Directiva.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Melcher.
Señor Melcher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Buenas tardes, señor juez, presidente de la Junta Directiva y miembros de la Junta Directiva.
This licensee has a track record of transforming itself from having respectable restaurant operations into a late night party scene that is wild and out of control, and as a result, has had serious adverse impacts on the surrounding community.
Bueno, este restaurante, esta licencia que se le otorga a este restaurante, está enmarcada bajo un comportamiento del licenciado que pasó de ser un restaurante respetuoso a un lugar al que tiene fiestas locas a la noche, bien tarde, y que está fuera del control, causando un impacto en cuanto al disfrute de las viviendas de los demás en el vecindario.
The situation is so concerning that a group of more than 70 residents signed up to protest as a group, and they are joined in protesting by DuPont Circle Citizens Association and Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B.
Bien, este impacto que ha tenido en la comunidad ha sido una situación tan fuera de control y tan molesta que se han reunido 70 residentes de la zona para solicitar una protesta en contra de la renovación de la licencia de este establecimiento, apoyados por la Asociación de Ciudadanos de DuPont Circle y la Comisión de Vecinos de Asesoría para Vecinos 2B.
The evidence will show numerous violations of law, repeated instances of fights, incidents involving firearms, and numerous other late night disturbances such as public urination, public intoxication, rowdy and loud behavior on the streets.
La evidencia también va a mostrar que ha habido escenas de peleas callejeras, problemas con armas de fuego, ha habido problemas con respecto a una orinar públicamente, intoxicación pública y escenas de alto volumen, de mucho ruido y alto volumen.
Resulting in these sorts of problems clearly are not appropriate for the area, which is mixed use but predominantly residential and includes single family townhomes.
Y esto ha impactado negativamente en la sociedad y han resultado en varios problemas que han impactado a esta comunidad que tiene que es una zona residencial y que tiene familias.
The problems were rooted in the provisioning of live entertainment and the use of cover charges and other nightclub-like activities.
Bueno, el impacto de todos estos problemas ha sucedido y se ha aumentado más porque ha habido entretenimiento en vivo y se han cobrado cargos por shows y entretenimiento, y se ha convertido en muchas de las actividades se han convertido como si fueran un club.
And given this history, the licensee should not be granted additional discretion with respect to its operations to provide live entertainment with cover charges. Live entertainment will only exacerbate the problems.
Bueno, dado toda esta situación, a la licenciada no se le debería otorgar la discreción adicional para tener autorización para hacer eventos pagos y cubiertos dentro del establecimiento, porque esto solamente empeoraría más la situación.
As Mr. Klein indicated, Edward Camacho was involved in these late night activities, and the community believes that he will continue to be the individual responsible for those activities.
Bueno, como resultado de estos entretenimientos en vivo en el establecimiento, Eduardo Camacho estaba involucrado en estas actividades y la comunidad cree que él va a seguir en continuación con estas actividades y va a seguir involucrado en este tema.
The protestants also believe that renewal is inappropriate given the adverse impacts on the community and the licensee's track record.
La comunidad y los protestantes creen que esto va a tener, si se otorga esta licencia, se va a tener un efecto adverso en la comunidad, dado el antecedente de este establecimiento.
The protestants are therefore protesting on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet. They're also protesting on the grounds of litter and adverse impacts on real property, parking, and pedestrian and vehicular safety.
I'm sorry, can I ask for repetition of the last part?
Pedestrian and vehicular safety.
Oh, okay, thank you. Bueno, por estos motivos, los protestantes solicitan que no se renueve la licencia sobre la base de mantener la paz, el orden y la calma en el vecindario y respetar la seguridad vehicular y de los peatones.
You will hear testimony from multiple residents as to what they have witnessed and the impacts on themselves and their families.
Van a escuchar testimonios de varios residentes y de cómo ha afectado esto a su vida y a las de sus familias.
You will hear testimony from a private investigator who found and documented illegal and other disturbing activities that have caused chaos on nights when the establishment is operated essentially as a nightclub.
Van a también escuchar el testimonio de un investigador privado que reunió muchas evidencias perturbadoras que demuestran las actividades que están realizando en ese establecimiento, que solamente llaman al caos y que básicamente reflejan las actividades de una discoteca.
Mr. Melcher, I'm sorry to interrupt. We are translating for Ms. Espinosa. She needs to be on camera, so I know that she's always there, because it doesn't make sense. We're translating for someone who is not on camera.
Señor Melcher, disculpe la interrupción, pero señora Espinosa, estamos traduciendo toda esta audiencia para usted. Entonces, si usted no está en cámara, no sabemos si está ahí y no tiene sentido traducir si no está ahí.
Go ahead, Mr. Melcher.
You will hear testimony from representatives of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Va a escuchar los testimonios de representantes del área de la policía del área metropolitana de Distrito de Columbia.
And you will hear testimony from others, time permitting.
Y va a escuchar otros testimonios más, si lo permite el tiempo.
In some, the evidence will show that the application should be denied.
Y algunas de las evidencias van a demostrar por qué la aplicación tiene que ser rechazada.
That's it for my opening statement. I would like to offer a comment or suggestion regarding translation, Mr. Chairman.
Eso es todo para mi comentario de apertura. Sí quiero hacer una oferta con respecto a la traducción.
What is that, sir?
I would ask Mr. Klein if we could focus translation on specific parts of today's hearing as opposed to translating everything. It's his client's right, I guess, to translate, but
I'm
I would
not
just
going to agree
ask
to
him.
that, the licensee has requested a translator. And so because the licensee has requested a translator, we are providing a translator. The attorney cannot speak for the licensee.
I didn't know that the attorney couldn't speak for the licensee on that issue. Thank you.
I've had a case where the licensee went to court on this matter, okay?
Okay.
So unless the licensee specifically informs us what she requires regarding translation, everything has to be translated.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chair.
El señor Melcher solicitó que si el señor Klein iba a estar de acuerdo con que solo partes de la audiencia se tradujeran al español, y el señor juez está diciendo que no se puede hacer eso, que sí van a tener que escuchar la traducción de toda la audiencia, porque la señora licenciada dijo que necesita una traductora y, por lo tanto, no es una decisión del señor Klein, sino de la señora Espinosa si decide renunciar a partes de la traducción o si quiere escuchar toda la audiencia traducida. Porque el señor presidente de la Junta acaba de decir que ha habido un caso donde el licenciado pidió un traductor en toda la audiencia y no se le otorgó, entonces tuvieron que ir ante tribunales por este motivo con un caso.
Wow.
And I'm sorry, President, I know we have shortage of time, but I would like to remind everybody, I know that we are pressured with time, but I need everybody to pause because we don't want to miss any detail. Otherwise, I will have to interrupt and I don't want to do that. I appreciate your patience. And please speak close to the microphone so I don't have to ask for repetition. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to advise the parties that I'm going to take a scheduled break every 2 hours for about 10 minutes, okay?
Voy a decirle a todas las partes que vamos a tomar un receso cada 2 horas por 10 minutos.
All right. So the board will call its first witness.
La Junta llama al primer testigo,
Rhonda Glasgow.
Rhonda Glasgow.
Ms. Glasgow, can you raise your right hand, please?
Puede levantar su mano, por favor.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
¿Te jura o afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Sí, juro.
You can put your hand down, ma'am.
Puede bajar su mano.
Where do you currently work, ma'am?
¿A dónde trabaja
Alcoholic.
actualmente, señora?
Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Administration.
Administración de cannabis y de bebidas alcohólicas.
And what is your current role and duties and responsibility at the agency, ma'am?
¿Cuál es su actual rol y responsabilidades dentro de la agencia, señora?
I am an investigator.
Soy investigadora.
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishment in the District of Columbia.
Yo conduzco inspecciones e investigaciones de los licenciados de ABCA en el Distrito de Columbia.
And how long have you worked for the agency, ma'am?
¿Hace cuánto que trabaja para la agencia?
Approximately 4 years.
Aproximadamente 4 años.
Are you familiar with this establishment, ma'am?
¿Está familiarizada con este establecimiento, señora?
I am.
And how did you become, I apologize, how did you become familiar with this establishment?
¿Cómo es que se familiarizó con este establecimiento?
I was reassigned this investigation.
Fui asignada a esta investigación.
Now, did you write a report on this case, ma'am?
Señora, ¿usted escribió un informe en este caso?
I did not. Investigator Diana Butler did that.
No lo hice. Investigué.
All right. Do you have a copy of the report?
¿Tiene una copia del informe?
I do.
Sí, la tengo.
So can you just summarize what is it that's just summarize what the issues are as far as the protestants is concerned in the report?
Por favor, resuma cuáles son las preocupaciones que tienen los protestantes en este informe.
Did someone have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, in the interest of time, given that she's not the investigator that prepared the report, why don't we just move the report and we can all read it? I'm not sure, and again, I leave it to the board, but it looks like we have a long hearing, and it would seem to expedite matters, given that I don't believe Investigator Glasgow has any, and she may, but I don't know that she has any firsthand knowledge of the investigation or the case, and to have her recite what's already been written doesn't seem to be a very productive use of time, but I leave that to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Bueno, señor presidente, a ver, yo creo que si la señora Rhonda Glasgow no ha escrito ella el informe, no entiendo para qué entonces le vamos a hacer que recite y que lea el informe que ella misma no escribió. Creo que podemos distribuirlo entre todas las partes y cada uno lo puede leer para ver qué es lo que dice, pero siendo que ella no tiene información de primera mano porque ella no fue quien escribió el informe, entonces en el interés de acortar el tiempo, ya que tenemos una audiencia larga, yo preferiría que lo repartamos y que cada uno lo lea.
Mr. Melcher, do you agree?
Señor Melcher, ¿está de acuerdo?
I agree, subject to just one qualification. I would like the investigator to provide whatever supplement or clarification she has with respect to the report, if any.
Yo estoy de acuerdo, pero con la salvedad de que me gustaría que la investigadora diga cualquier tipo de información complementaria al informe que no figure en el informe para aclarar algo.
Ms. Glasgow, did you do any independent investigation of this facility?
Señora, ¿usted hizo una inspección independiente en esta instalación?
I monitored the establishment.
Yo monitoreé el establecimiento.
All right, so could you just talk about your specific, when did you monitor the establishment and what did you find? Is that in the report?
No.
Entonces, ¿puede hablar de esto específicamente? ¿Cuándo fue que usted monitoreó el establecimiento? ¿Fue antes del informe?
I would like to address some discrepancies that was not in the report.
Me gustaría abordar algunas discrepancias que no figuran en el informe.
That I think the attorney was referring to.
Creo que eso se estaba, creo que a eso se estaba refiriendo el abogado.
Basically, the renewal, the substantial change was not added to the exhibits in the original report. I was asked to reference that.
Esencialmente, los cambios sustanciales no estaban agregados al informe original. Quiero hacer referencia a esto.
I was also asked to note that Ms. Navarro is not, as the report stated, Ms. Navarro is part of the DuPont Citizen Association, and she is not. She is actually a member of the Group of Five.
Bien, entonces, la señora Navarro no es una miembro de la Asociación de Ciudadanos de DuPont Circle, sino que es una miembro del grupo de Five.
I think that's about it.
Y eso es todo.
You stated, Ms. Glasgow, that you monitored the establishment. Is your monitoring, is that in the report?
No, it's not.
And how?
Pues, señora, usted dice que monitoreó el establecimiento. ¿Eso figura en el informe? No, no figura.
And how many times did you monitor this establishment?
¿Cuántas veces monitoreó este establecimiento?
I monitored the establishment on 4 occasions.
Monitoreé el establecimiento en 4 ocasiones.
June
No,
30th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, did you monitor this establishment as part of this protest or was it separate?
Part of the protest.
¿Este monitoreo fue por parte de la protesta o por algo separado? No, como parte de la protesta.
The parties can tell me. She's going to testify, and you guys do not have any knowledge of, because it's an addendum to the report was not done, and so I'm not quite sure if it's fair to the parties to have her testify on her monitoring of the establishment that neither party has notice of when these monitoring activities occurred.
No sé si sería justo que la señora Glasgow atestigue porque ella monitoreó el establecimiento 4 veces, pero ninguna de las dos partes sabía que ella tenía un monitoreo realizado del establecimiento.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has no objection. It's an unusual situation in which the parties would know precisely what any witness is going to testify to. And to the extent that it's relevant to this proceeding, which it seems that it very well is, it was an investigation conducted in connection with the applications and the protest. I don't see any issue as to why the investigator would not testify concerning her knowledge and results of her investigation.
Bueno, la aplicante no, la solicitante de licencia no está en desacuerdo con que la señora Glasgow pueda brindar su testimonio, porque más allá de que no se sepa qué es lo que va a decir, ni que tampoco se tiene conocimiento de cuál es el contenido sobre el cual la señora va a informar, siendo que generalmente se le da la oportunidad a las partes a que tengan información sobre el contenido de esta solicitud antes de que se la pueda interrogar. Entonces, en estos casos, lo que nosotros creemos que la información que ella pueda dar de lo que pudo observar en sus monitoreos va a ser relevante. Así es que no creemos que esto sea un inconveniente.
Do you have a position, Mr. Melcher?
¿Tiene una posición, señor Melcher?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're correct that the parties haven't had notice. I believe the written investigative report is supposed to be provided 2 days in advance. We didn't receive that. I think we should just move on.
Yo creo que mientras que sea algo relevante con el procedimiento, deberíamos seguir adelante.
The case report is a matter of record, and so therefore, as basically agreed to by the parties, then we're not going to have the board's witness testify.
Básicamente, en este caso, no vamos a hacer que el testigo de la Junta atestigue.
All right, so then we can move then to, well, I think I can still give the parties an opportunity. If the parties want to ask questions of the investigator of any portion of the report that's in the record, then I can give the applicant an opportunity to ask questions of, well, no, but the investigator did not, this is not her report, so, all right, so it doesn't. So I withdraw.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask her about.
Señora,
all right, okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Como la señora testigo no es la persona que escribió el informe, entonces vamos a impugnar el testimonio de la señora.
All right. I will allow the applicant and the protestants to ask any questions that they desire from this investigator regarding the contents of the report. Okay.
Voy a permitir que los aplicantes y los solicitantes, perdón, y los protestantes hagan cualquier pregunta que tengan para la investigadora del caso.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask her about the other visits. I mean, it seems to me relevant testimony, and I don't know why we wouldn't hear about it, given that the investigator apparently made 4 visits to the establishment in addition to what's contained in the report.
Bueno, yo realmente creo que debería ella decir lo que ha observado del establecimiento, puesto que ella ha ido 4 veces al establecimiento y entiendo que va a ser relevante lo que ella tenga para decir que observó.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to just repeat myself. I think you can just make a decision based upon what you've already heard.
I mean, I don't know who's prejudiced by hearing. I don't know why we don't hear all the facts. I'm not sure what the protestants are afraid of hearing from an investigator who is an impartial witness and conducted an investigation. Let's hear it.
No entiendo por qué no podríamos escuchar sobre un testigo que condujo una investigación, si esto pudiera llegar a ser relevante para el caso.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get us moving along.
I'm trying to, yeah. Let's go off the record for 3 minutes, okay?
Vamos a salir de actas por 3 minutos, ¿ok?
We're back in the record. All right. In the ideal situation, the investigator would have written, an amended report to add her observation. So ideally, that's what I would have wanted and expected. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Oh, I apologize. Idealmente lo que yo hubiera esperado sería que la señora investigadora dé su parecer en base a el reporte que ella misma hubiera escrito.
And the parties have been on notice that Ms. Glasgow, who was not the individual who wrote the report, that she was going to testify today.
Y las partes han sido noticiadas que la señora Glasgow, que no es la persona que escribió este informe, sería la persona que iba a atestiguar.
And the parties are also on notice that an investigator will go out and observe, make independent investigations of establishment as part of their duties and responsibility.
Y tampoco las partes estaban noticiadas de que iba a haber una investigadora que iba a ir al lugar y que iba a hacer una investigación 4 veces en el establecimiento.
So I'll allow the investigator to talk about her investigations, the investigations, and both parties will have an opportunity to ask questions.
Así es que le voy a permitir a la testigo que hable sobre la investigación que realizó y le voy a pedir a las partes que hagan las preguntas que consideren necesarias.
So go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Comience, señor Klein.
So you want me, you're not going to have her testify. You want me to just ask her questions at this point?
I'm not going to ask any questions. I don't know what
Got it.
questions to ask.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Investigator Glasgow, you indicated that you had made visits to the establishment in preparation for today's hearing.
That is correct.
Señora Glasgow, usted dijo que había ido 4 veces al establecimiento en preparación para la audiencia del día de hoy, ¿correcto? Sí, eso es correcto.
How many visits did you make to the establishment?
¿Cuántas visitas
4.
hizo al establecimiento? 4.
I'm sorry. Did I get an answer?
4.
4.
What was the date of the first visit?
June
¿Cuál fue la
30th.
primera fecha de la primera visita?
Ms. Glasgow, please do not
June
respond.
30th.
Please do not respond until the translator translates the question, ma'am.
Señora Glasgow, por favor no responda hasta que la traductora no termine la pregunta. 30 de junio.
What time were you there and observing the premises?
¿A qué hora estuvo usted ahí observando la instalación?
On June 30th at 10:30 p.m.
El 30 de junio a las 10:30 p.m.
Until what time?
¿Por cuánto tiempo?
10:45 p.m.
10:45 p.m.
What did you observe?
¿Qué es lo que usted observó?
There were no aberrant violations found.
No hubo ningún tipo de violación que yo haya encontrado.
Was there any activity that, in your opinion, would have a negative effect on peace, order, and quiet?
¿Hubo alguna actividad que en su opinión hubiesen afectado la paz y la calma de la comunidad?
Not on the days of my monitoring visits.
No en los días que yo hice mis visitas de monitoreo.
What were the other dates and time of your monitoring visits?
¿Cuáles eran las otras fechas y horarios en los cuales usted hizo sus visitas de monitoreo?
June 1st, around 11 p.m. July 14th, around 11 p.m. and July 23rd, 7 p.m.
Bueno, el 1 de junio a las 9 p.m., el 14 de julio a las 11 p.m. y el 23 de julio a las 7 p.m.
Was the establishment open during the times of your visits?
¿El establecimiento estaba abierto en el momento donde usted hizo sus visitas?
On June 11, they were actually closing at that time. I'm sorry, June 1st, they were closing at that time.
El 1 de junio estaban cerrando a esa hora.
And what about the other dates?
¿Y qué me puede
July-
decir de los demás días?
July 14th, there were people inside, but not a lot.
El 14 de julio había algunas personas adentro, pero no muchas.
And July 23rd, they were just getting the evening rush in when I was there.
Y el 23 de julio estaban recibiendo la hora pico de la noche cuando yo estaba allá.
On June 1st, when you witnessed the establishment closing, you witnessed patrons exiting the establishment?
Cuando usted vio que estaban cerrando el 1 de junio, ¿usted vio que los propietarios estaban yéndose del establecimiento?
When I was there, I saw no one actually walking out.
Cuando yo estaba ahí, no había nadie que estuviera yéndose, que haya salido caminando de ahí.
During your four visits, did you witness anything that would lead you to believe that the establishment had an effect on residential parking needs, vehicular and pedestrian safety?
Durante el tiempo en el cual usted estuvo en esas 4 visitas, ¿usted notó alguna actividad que perjudicara el estacionamiento de los residentes del área o que perjudicara la seguridad vial, vehicular o de peatones?
Where the establishment is located, it's quite a busy area, so there's a lot of traffic and parking around there that doesn't necessarily have to reflect the establishment, but there is there's a lot of traffic around there.
En el área donde está ubicado el establecimiento hay mucho tráfico, así es que hay mucho lugar de estacionamiento y hay mucha zona de tráfico, así es que no sé si necesariamente se le podría atribuir esto al hecho de que el establecimiento esté situado allí.
During your visits, were there a number of other businesses that were open in proximity of the establishment?
Durante su visita había otros negocios que estaban abiertos en ese momento, que estuvieran aproximados o cercanos al establecimiento.
Yes, on July 23rd.
Sí, el 23 de julio.
And are any of those other establishments ABC licensed establishments?
Y algunos de estos otros establecimientos eran licenciados por ABCA.
Yes.
Sí.
And what was that? What are
¿Cuáles?
those? What are those establishments?
¿Cuáles son estos establecimientos?
We
Un
have
segundo.
taverns, we have taverns, we have restaurants, ABC liquor stores, hotels.
Tenemos tabernas, restaurantes, tiendas de licores ABC y hoteles.
So I asked you whether this establishment had an effect on parking and residential and vehicular safety. You said there's quite a bit of activity, but does this establishment in and of itself have such an effect?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. I just know the area.
Con respecto al efecto sobre el estacionamiento o la seguridad residencial o vehicular, usted me dice que el área en general es de mucho tránsito, pero ¿me puede decir en especial si este establecimiento tiene un efecto negativo sobre esas cuestiones? Y la señora investigadora responde que no puede responder eso directamente.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Gracias, no tengo más preguntas para este testigo.
Mr. Melcher.
Señor Melcher.
Good afternoon, Investigator Glasgow.
Buenas tardes, señora investigadora Glasgow.
Were all of your visits to the establishment in 2023?
¿Todas sus visitas al establecimiento fueron en el 2023? Sí.
So I'm confused about one item. Today is July 20, and you referenced a date of inspection of July 23. Can you clarify?
Usted
July
acaba de mencionar que visitó el establecimiento el 23 de julio. Entonces, ¿puede aclararme esto, por favor?
I'm sorry, let me get the right date. That was the wrong date.
Disculpe, déjeme verificar la fecha correcta.
July 7th.
7 de julio.
So am I correct that you did not visit the establishment on a Saturday?
¿Estoy en lo correcto con que usted no visitó el establecimiento un día sábado?
No.
No.
I'm sorry.
Pardon.
June 1st was a Saturday.
1 de junio fue un sábado.
July 1st.
1 de julio.
I'm sorry, Ms. Glassman, did you visit the establishment June 1st or July 1st? Which date?
Señora Glasgow, ¿usted visitó el establecimiento el 1 de junio o el 1 de julio? ¿En qué fecha?
July 1st.
1 de julio.
So I just want to clarify the record one more. I'm sorry to do this, Mr. Melcher, because I'm writing stuff down also. So what date did what were the 4 dates you visited this establishment?
Discúlpeme, pero tengo que aclarar esto nuevamente. ¿Cuáles fueron las fechas en las cuales usted visitó el establecimiento?
June 30th, July 1st, July 14th, and July 7th.
¿30 de junio, 1 de julio, 7 de julio y 14 de julio?
I'm sorry, Mr. Melcher, go ahead.
Continúe, señor Melcher.
Okay, so all of the visits were over a period of approximately 2 weeks, essentially on the eve of this protest hearing, correct?
Entonces, todas las visitas se dieron aproximadamente en un periodo de 2 semanas, ¿correcto?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with Investigator Butler's report?
¿Está familiarizado con el informe del investigador Butler?
Yes.
Okay, my understanding is that Investigator Butler only visited the establishment in 2023. Is that correct?
La información que tengo es que el investigador Butler cambió la fecha del reporte al 2023, ¿verdad? Sí.
Investigator Butler's report provides police record searches. Was that just for calls to the licensee's address?
Objection. This investigator, as we've already determined, didn't prepare this report. She hasn't testified to it. The board has accepted it. I don't see where it's appropriate to examine her on it.
Mr. Melcher?
I can rephrase the question.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, Investigator Butler, Glasgow, in conducting a police records search for an investigative report, is it the practice of investigators to use the licensee's address?
Objection, same objection.
I'm not being allowed to interpret.
Oh, sorry.
There were like 4 or 5 questions.
Just interpret the last question, ma'am.
Ok. Bien, el licenciado se le permite, a la licenciada se le permite hacer algún tipo de concesión con respecto a lo establecido en la licencia. Objeción.
Yes, we request a record search.
Objection. Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Got it.
You can answer the question.
Puede responder la pregunta.
We conduct record search according to the address.
Nosotros conducimos una investigación de los antecedentes de acuerdo con la dirección proporcionada.
And so would that exclude police calls to other addresses in the surrounding area?
Entonces esto excluiría una llamada a la policía en el área circundante que no tenga la misma dirección o el mismo teléfono.
Yes, it would exclude anything that's not related to that particular address.
Sí, va a estar excluyendo cualquier cosa que no esté relacionada con esa dirección en particular.
When you visited the premises, did it appear to be operating more or less as a restaurant?
Cuando usted visitó este lugar, ¿estaba operando como si fuera un restaurante?
At the time of my visit, they were operating as a restaurant, yes.
En el momento de mi visita estaban operando como si fueran un restaurante.
I don't have any further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Thank you, Ms. Costa. I didn't ask any questions, and I'm not comfortable with having board members asking questions because we're going to go back through. I would have to have the other parties ask questions too. So, all right.
Yo no tengo preguntas, así que vamos a regresar a las partes para ver si tienen alguna pregunta adicional.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Glasgow, for your testimony.
Bueno, muchas gracias, señora Glasgow, por su testimonio.
Mr. Klein, your first witness, please.
Yes,
Primer testigo, por favor.
Before I get to my first witness, have something that I would ask that the board take administrative notice of. I'd ask the board to allow Mr. Mixon, my associate, to share his screen.
Mr. Mixon at the first time needs to be on camera, so I'm not sure how he's going to share his screen if he's not on camera.
Bueno, primero quiero que la Junta tome noticia administrativa de que yo solicito que el señor Mixon de mi firma, asociado de mi firma, pueda compartir su pantalla. Y el señor presidente dice que el señor Mixon tiene que estar en la cámara, porque si no está en la cámara no puede compartir su pantalla.
Hello, Chair Anderson, members of the board. I apologize, my camera does not seem to be cooperating right now, but I do have the capacity to share screen if you'll so allow me.
Disculpo con los miembros de la Junta Directiva y con el señor presidente y todos los asistentes aquí. Mi cámara me está dando muchos problemas para poder conectarse, pero sí tengo el poder de compartir la pantalla que tengo aquí, si así me lo permiten.
I'm confused. If I can't see you, how am I going to see your screen? I'm just asking.
Si no lo puedo ver, entonces ¿cómo voy a ver su pantalla? Estoy un poco confundido, por eso pregunto.
They run through different parts of the technology.
All right, Mr. Oriana,
por diferentes tecnologías.
If you are able to allow Mr. Mixon to share a screen, please do that. I'm curious. Okay.
Señor Oriana, si le puede permitir al señor Mixon de compartir su pantalla, por favor, hágalo.
Mr. Mixon, you can share your screen.
Señor Mixon, puede compartir su pantalla.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the board take administrative notice of the notice of public hearing, which reflects the ad, and that the application is for hours until 3 a.m. rather than midnight, as stated in the report.
Bien, entonces quisiera yo que se tome una nota administrativa sobre el aviso de audiencia pública, porque allí figura el horario de las 3 a.m. como solicitud y no la medianoche, como dice en el informe.
I mean, yes, we'll take notice of the notice. It's our notice that, yes.
Right. All right. And then I would call to the stand. We can stop sharing now, and I would call to the stand Eduardo Sevilla.
Bien, entonces vamos a dejar de compartir la pantalla y voy a llamar al estrado a Eduardo Sevilla.
Where is Mr. Eduardo Sevilla?
¿Quién es Eduardo Sevilla?
He probably needs to be elevated.
No, he's on the screen. So, if
He has
Mr.
been
Sevilla,
elevated.
Mr. Sevilla, can you turn your camera on, please?
Señor Sevilla, ¿puede encender su cámara?
My camera is on.
Mi cámara está encendida.
If I say
There we
to
are.
you, I can't
Ah,
see
there he
you,
is.
it's because I can't see you. I don't want anyone to tell me that your camera is on. If I say I can't see you, I cannot see you, okay?
No quiero que nadie me diga que la cámara está encendida. Si yo digo que no puedo verlos, no los puedo ver.
Mr. Sevilla, can you raise your right hand, please?
Señor Sevilla, ¿puede elevar su mano derecha, por favor?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
¿Usted jura o protesta decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Sí, lo juro.
You spell your name for the record, sir.
¿Puede, por favor, deletrear su nombre para que conste en actas?
Eduardo, Eduardo. The last name is Sevilla.
Eduardo, Eduardo, Sevilla, Sevilla.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Testigo, señor Klein. Gracias, señor presidente.
Mr. Sevilla, what is your occupation?
I am a
Señor
real
Sevilla,
estate agent in
¿cuál
Washington.
es señor Sevilla, ¿cuál es su ocupación? Soy un agente inmobiliario en Washington.
Yes, I'm a real estate agent in Washington, D.C.
Sí, soy un agente inmobiliario en Washington, D.C.
And how long have you been a real estate agent in Washington, D.C.?
¿Hace cuánto que usted es agente inmobiliario en Washington, D.C.?
Since March of 2018.
Desde
And
marzo del 2018.
Hold on one minute, Mr. Klein. Mr. Sevilla, Mr. Klein will ask you a question. The question will be translated, so please do not respond until the translator is done.
Sorry, forgive me.
Señor Sevilla, por favor, espere que la pregunta sea traducida y luego puede responder. Discúlpeme.
since you've been a real estate agent, how many transactions have you been involved in?
Desde que es agente inmobiliario, ¿en cuántas transacciones ha estado involucrado?
Between buyer and seller side, over 130, 104 at this point.
Entre la compra y la venta, yo diría que 103, 104 a este punto.
Do you have a particular, well, first of all, where are you licensed?
I'm licensed in
Nada, ¿a dónde está usted licenciado?
Washington, D.C.
En Washington, D.C.
Anywhere else?
My partners,
¿En algún otro lugar?
my partners are licensed in Maryland and Virginia, so we do a little bit of business out there, but primarily my work is in Washington.
Mis socios están licenciados en Maryland y en Virginia, así es que hacemos un poco de trabajo en esos estados, pero principalmente mi licencia es en Washington, D.C.
And the transactions that you mentioned, were most of those in Washington, D.C.?
Y las transacciones que usted menciona son la mayoría en Washington, D.C.
The entirety of them, yes.
La mayoría, la totalidad, sí.
Right. Is there a particular area in which you specialize?
¿Hay alguna área en particular en la cual usted esté especializado?
Absolutely. Having been born and raised in Georgetown, all of my business stems from DuPont Circle and Logan Circle, and some in Columbia Heights.
Bueno, como he nacido y he sido criado en Georgetown, todas mis actividades comerciales están realizadas en Logan Circle, DuPont Circle y Columbia Heights, ocasionalmente.
What are your duties? What do you do as a real estate agent?
¿Cuáles son sus deberes? ¿Qué es lo que usted hace como agente inmobiliario?
It's a really two-pronged situation. Primarily, I assist buyers in selecting homes. I guide them through the process, and I help them with financing and, of course, locating neighborhoods that they want to isolate. From a seller perspective, I prepare homes in certain markets, in certain spots for sale to best present them to the market at large and get them the highest price possible.
Básicamente mi actividad se divide en dos ramas. Primero, asisto a los compradores en el proceso de seleccionar una casa y comprarla, financiarla y ajustarme a las necesidades de lo que ellos están buscando. Y después trabajo también con los compradores, perdón, con los vendedores, preparando las casas que ellos tienen para que estén a la venta en todo el mercado en general y poder obtener el mayor precio posible.
Do you make determinations of market value?
All the
¿Usted hace
time.
determinaciones del mercado de valor?
All the time. It's a huge percentage of what we do.
Todo el tiempo, es un porcentaje muy alto de lo que nosotros hacemos.
Do you analyze trends of factors that influence market value?
¿Usted analiza tendencias o factores que influyen sobre el valor de mercado?
All day long.
Todo el día.
And in determining value, how do you determine value?
¿Y cómo determina usted el valor?
It's difficult to determine value as an individual person. I do not determine value. The market determines value. The sales price we achieve and the sales prices of a certain area or zone is what determines value. We analyze it and we analyze the factors that contribute to that final number.
Es difícil que nosotros como individuos determinemos el valor de una propiedad. El valor se determina por el mercado. Nosotros tenemos factores que pueden llegar a influir sobre el valor de una propiedad y lo analizamos dentro de las tendencias, pero el valor se determina por la ubicación y por el mercado en general.
And it's true that the attitudes of buyers impact value directly.
Y es cierto que las actitudes de los compradores están impactando sobre el valor de la propiedad directamente.
100%.
100%.
And are you aware of the factors which influence buyers?
¿Y usted está en conocimiento de los factores que influyen sobre los compradores?
Yes, I work with buyers all day and all week. I am very versed in the wants and desires and what makes something valuable to them.
Sí, yo trabajo con los compradores y los vendedores toda la semana. Yo escucho sus deseos y sus necesidades para saber cuáles son los puntos que ellos valoran a la hora de comprar o vender.
And you also have other business interests?
¿Y también tiene otros intereses comerciales?
Yes, I'm an investor and a managing partner in a bar tavern here in Washington, D.C.
Sí, soy un soy un inversor y un socio administrador de una taberna aquí en Washington, D.C.
Do you believe that gives you any special perspective concerning the effect of a particular ABC license establishment on value?
¿Usted
Yes.
piensa que esto le da una perspectiva más clara sobre qué es lo que tiene como valor tener la licencia para un establecimiento en Washington, D.C.? Sí,
Yes, anecdotally and both with data that exists. Yes.
sí, anecdóticamente y en base a los datos que existen.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Sevilla be accepted as qualified as an expert to speak to the effect of an ABC licensed establishment on real estate values.
Bien, me gustaría entonces que se lo admita al señor Sevilla como como un experto que puede hablar sobre cómo afecta el valor de un establecimiento la licencia de ABCA.
Mr. Melcher?
Señor Melcher,
If we're in agreement that a real estate professional such as Mr. Sevilla is qualified, that's fine. But I didn't hear anything special in his qualifications with respect to nightclubs.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to figure out what is it. Are you agree? Are you disagree? That's what I'm trying to find out. Is Mr.
Hello? Hello? I'm having some kind of interference in here. Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
I can hear. I guess what I'm trying to find, Mr. Melcher. I see Mr. Sevilla's his resume it was disclosed. So what are you agree that he's an ex?
I'm sorry, can you speak to the microphone because I can't hear you?
All right, I'm sorry. I see that Mr. Sevilla's resume is it's included in the PIP.
Bien, veo lo que el currículum del señor Sevilla está incluido.
Do you agree or do you want an opportunity to voir dire the witness?
¿Usted está de acuerdo o quiere la oportunidad de impugnar al testigo?
I don't need to ask questions. My objection is the description of his real estate experience, his area of expertise. So that's the issue. I don't doubt he is a real estate professional with expertise in real estate and pricing. I don't believe he has any particular expertise regarding the valuation of real estate based upon effects of liquor licensees.
Yo no creo que esto tenga ningún efecto sobre el tema del punto en cuestión que estamos tratando de evaluar en cuanto a la licencia de ventas para alcohol.
And Mr. Klein, you want him to be considered an expert in what area again?
An expert concerning real estate values and the effect of an ABC licensed establishment on real estate values. And what he's testified to already, just to be clear, is that the attitudes of buyers affect value and that he understands what motivates buyers in making such decisions. I'm paraphrasing, that's not directly what he said, but that's what he said so far. If he's qualified as an expert, we'll explore it further. Right now, the question is whether he's qualified to give such testimony, and I believe, based upon the examination that's been done, we have shown that he is qualified to do so.
Bueno, en base a lo que él acaba de atestiguar, yo lo que estaba diciendo es que se lo puede aprobar como un experto en el valor de los bienes raíces y al mismo tiempo como portador de una licencia para vender bebidas alcohólicas en un bar en Washington, D.C. Yo creo que no va a ser nada muy diferente a lo que él ya ha estado brindando en su testimonio anterior.
Mr. Melcher, I'll give you another opportunity. Do you want an opportunity to dare him?
Señor Melcher, ¿quiere usted tener una oportunidad de direccionar alguna de las opiniones?
Okay, I'll take the opportunity.
Yo voy a tomar la oportunidad.
Mr. Sabila, what training do you have in the area of how an ABC licensee affects the value of residential property?
Señor Sevilla, ¿qué capacitación tiene usted en cuanto a si la licencia de ABCA afecta el valor de una propiedad?
There is no specific training that's offered in that field. What I have and could testify to, of course, is how much a buyer is interested in living next to, adjacent to, or in a neighborhood where there's a vibrant nightlife community. And that would
No
include
hay ninguna capacitación que yo pueda decir que está relacionada con esto específicamente. Yo lo que puedo decir es que hay algunos compradores que deciden comprar propiedades cerca de lugares donde pueden tener una vida nocturna o no.
that includes businesses, obviously, that sell alcohol, food, and have entertainment activity going on around them. I can testify also to the price square footage differences in the increase in price per square foot adjacent to nightlife centers and those that are further outside of a tight-knit radius.
Entonces, eso incluye a los establecimientos que venden alcohol, alimentos y que hacen shows en vivo. Por supuesto, si es un centro de vida nocturna o no, eso, bueno, es algo que tiene que decidir el comprador si quiere estar cerca o no de ese tipo de centros.
Do you purport to have any experience or training beyond that of a real estate agent?
¿Usted tiene alguna capacitación aparte de lo relacionado con agente inmobiliario?
I would consider myself a local expert.
Soy un experto local, así me considero.
What do you mean by a local expert?
¿Qué es lo que quiere decir con experto local?
I mean that we do extensive amounts of comparative market analysis in DuPont Circle and Logan Circle, where this concern is focused.
Bueno, yo creo que soy un analista del mercado constante en lo que es Logan Circle y DuPont Circle con respecto a las propiedades.
An aphorism has always been that all real estate is local, and that's on where I assumed I was here.
Y hay un aforismo que dice que todos los bienes inmuebles son locales, entonces ahí es donde yo me estoy respaldando en lo que acabo de decir.
Chairman, I don't have any additional questions. The objection is only with respect to this individual claiming expertise beyond that of being a real estate agent. He hasn't any expertise specific to valuation of properties based upon proximity of properties to ABC licensing.
Bien, entonces yo no tengo más preguntas con respecto a esto, pero sí tengo que decir que yo estoy de acuerdo con que esta persona opine simplemente con respecto a lo que tiene que ver con la agencia inmobiliaria y las propiedades, pero no sé si da para decir que es un experto en lo que es en valorar una propiedad con un dato fáctico que tenga que ver con en relación a la licencia de los comercios que tienen ABCA.
Mr. Sevilla,
Yes.
I'm looking at your resume and I see that you have the recent transactions that you have had, I guess the recent sales that you have had. And I'm trying to find out.
Mirando en su currículum vitae que dice transacciones recientes. ¿A eso se refiere con las ventas recientes?
I see it, a sale on 1730 Cochrane Street, 1026 16th Street, 1530 T Street,
I'm sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone?
1530,
Chairman?
1530 T Street, 1721 P Street, 1721 P Street, 1701 16th Street, 1731 Willard Street.
Veo que tiene 1330 de Cochrane Street, 1530 de T Street, 1721 de E Street, 1721 de P Street, 1301 y 1731 de Willard Street.
I guess I'm trying to find out, for all these establishments, how close are any of these establishments to, are you aware how close are any of these establishments to any ABC, any ABRA licensed establishments?
Señor, me pregunto si usted tiene conocimiento si alguno de estas propiedades que usted vendió tienen proximidad a uno de los establecimientos que está autorizado para tener la licencia de ABCA.
Yes, and all of them do, and extensively. I prepared that small, short little snapshot specifically for that purpose. All of those residences are within yards, hundreds of yards of multiple ABC establishment places, from the liquor stores to nightlife venues to restaurants and bars.
Bueno, sí, específicamente hice esa lista porque son todas residencias que están establecidas cerca, diría yo, en diferentes distancias, pero muy cerca de los establecimientos donde hay venta de licor, restaurantes y de vida nocturna.
I see that your resume also state that you are the founder and managing partner of the Little Gay Pub.
Y veo también que usted es fundador y socio administrador de The Little Gay Pub.
Yes.
Is the Little
Sí.
Gay Pub an ABC licensed establishment?
Ese pub es, está licenciado con ABC.
Yes.
Yes. Sí.
And where this establishment located?
¿Y a dónde está ubicado este establecimiento?
Little Gay Pub is about 200 yards from Logan Circle at 1100 P Street Northwest.
Bueno, está como a 200 yardas del Logan Circle, en el 1100 de la calle P.
And what type of establishment is it, sir?
¿Y qué tipo de establecimiento es?
It is a tavern license, but it also has a small restaurant.
Es una licencia es una taberna licenciada, pero también tiene restaurante pequeño.
I'm going to allow him to testify.
Le voy a permitir que atestigue como experto.
As per the designation by Mr. Klein.
De la designación que solicitó el señor Klein.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Sevilla, you testified earlier that you are familiar with what motivates buyers and that buyers are central to establishing market value, correct?
Insofar as that.
Señor, señor Sevilla, usted dijo que está familiarizado con lo que motiva a los compradores para comprar una propiedad y usted dijo que los compradores son determinantes en cuanto al valor de mercado de una propiedad, ¿correcto?
To answer the question, I'm very aware of what buyers want. And the only people who determine value of anything are buyers, because they're the ones buying it. They're the ones who ultimately pay the price and choose the place, and that price determines what a neighborhood's market value becomes, and they decide what things are worth.
Bueno, estoy muy en conocimiento de esta situación. De hecho, los compradores son los que determinan el precio que van a querer pagar, que le dan el valor a la propiedad que quieren elegir, y su elección les dice qué es lo que vale algo, porque son de hecho las personas que determinan el valor que va a tener esa propiedad y qué es cuál es lo que la opción que quieren tomar.
Generally, what are the factors that cause buyers to put value on a particular piece of property?
Generalmente, ¿cuáles son los factores que le hacen que los compradores le den valor a una pieza particular de propiedad?
Beyond the long-established neighborhood reputations and architecture of the specific building, the old adage, location, 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 remains true. Buyers want access to walkability to grocery stores, restaurants, nightlife venues, parks, and convenience to general transportation.
Okay. And oh.
Bueno, entonces, si bien hay factores como por ejemplo la arquitectura, y las comodidades y demás, creo que el principio de que la ubicación lo es todo sigue en vigencia al momento de comprar una propiedad. La gente en general quiere tener una propiedad que esté a una distancia caminando de lugares como supermercados, restaurantes, parques, lugares de vida nocturna, y transporte público en general.
And besides location, aren't there also other factors such as size of the unit, age of the unit, the layout, the potential obsolescence of the unit, and factors concerning in the individual property?
Bien, y hay algunos otros factores aparte de la ubicación que influyen sobre el valor de la propiedad, como por ejemplo el tamaño de la propiedad, la edad de la propiedad, el esquema y la distribución de la propiedad y algunos otros factores que puedan llegar a influir directamente sobre la propiedad individual.
Of course, 100%, but those are factors which are established prior to the search for the property. If a buyer is looking for a one bedroom in a pre-war building, that is achievable anywhere in the city. At that point, we take the buyer's needs and then put them through the lens of what area they'd like to be in and what other factors from a neighborhood perspective are important to them.
Bueno, 100%, por supuesto, pero eso se pone primero que nada en la búsqueda, antes de iniciar la búsqueda. Por ejemplo, si una persona quiere un departamento de un dormitorio que haya sido construido antes de la época de la guerra, entonces eso básicamente nos habilita a buscarle un departamento, un dormitorio en cualquier lugar de la ciudad. Pero bueno, ahí entra en juego el área donde quiere trabajar, el área donde quiere comprar y otros factores que entran en juego y que resultan importantes para ese comprador en particular.
So if I'm understanding you, first, as a pre-screening, the buyer selects what they want in physical characteristics in terms of size and amenities and age generally. Is that correct?
Entonces lo que yo entiendo, según lo que usted está diciendo, es que se establece previamente a la búsqueda de una propiedad cuestiones como el tamaño, la edad del edificio y los lugares a los cuales quiere acceder caminando la persona, ¿verdad?
Hold on, Mrs. Seville. Mr. Melcher, what's the nature of your
Objection leading.
Objeción. Está guiando al testigo.
I'm sorry, sir?
Objection is it's a leading question.
La objeción es que es una pregunta para guiar.
Rephrase your question then, Mr.
Reformule la pregunta, por favor.
So once a buyer establishes what they want from a physical standpoint, is that the first part of the search?
Bien, entonces una vez que el comprador establece lo que quiere comprar desde un punto de vista físico, eso determina cómo se va a comenzar la búsqueda?
Yes. So I was maybe unclear. A buyer needs certain things. There are needs where a buyer needs 2 bedrooms and a buyer needs a bathroom. These are needs, but the wants that determine value is where those needs and those characteristics of that unit's needs are in proximity to the other vibrant elements of a city that make that unit more valuable than a unit 3 blocks away or in a different part of town.
Bueno, sí, pero quizás no fui claro como lo expliqué. El comprador tiene ciertas necesidades, es decir, nos dice que necesita 2 dormitorios, un baño, etcétera. Son cuestiones que le dan el valor a la propiedad que va a determinar la necesidad del comprador en particular. Ahora, lo que le da valor a esa propiedad adicionalmente es de pronto determinar otros aspectos vibrantes de la ciudad y que pueden influir sobre el precio de la propiedad, que le dan más valor según dónde está ubicada o si de pronto hay una unidad que sea más cara sobre un lugar donde está más cercano a todas estas atracciones de la ciudad y de pronto una unidad que está 3 cuadras más allá tiene menos valor.
Are you familiar with the premises at issue before the board today, 1714 Connecticut Avenue?
¿Usted está, tiene conocimiento de la instalación del lugar de la 1714 de la Connecticut Avenue, que es el establecimiento que estamos dirimiendo en el caso del día de hoy?
Yes, I believe so.
Sí, así lo creo.
Do you have an opinion as to whether an Italian restaurant operating at that location would have an effect on real property values?
¿Usted tiene una opinión con respecto a si un restaurante italiano tendría algún efecto sobre el valor de las propiedades en esa zona?
Yes.
Sí.
What is that opinion?
¿Cuál es esa opinión?
My opinion is that it would be a positive impact on property values insofar as it would be something which I would market along with other parts of Connecticut Avenue's business district as a reason to live in the area, as a reason to want to drive buyers to that area.
Bueno, sí, yo creo que tendría un valor positivo, un impacto positivo sobre el mercado, porque de hecho yo lo utilizaría para venderlo o comercializar a la propiedad justamente por la zona de Connecticut Avenue en la que está situada y cerca de otros negocios, porque tiene un distrito comercial bastante importante para poder atraer a la gente a esa área.
In every single piece of marketing real estate that's done, in every single listing of the photographs that are offered for sale of every property, there are 10 to 20 photographs at the end of each of the home's photographs, which are called the neighborhood shots. They're often stock photos, and they always include the bars, restaurants, and nightlife, grocery stores, and parks, which surround a specific property. And that is meant 100% to add value to the property we are selling.
Bueno, en cualquier lista donde esté una casa a la venta, que haya fotos de la propiedad, en las últimas páginas siempre se incluye lo que nosotros llamamos una visión del barrio, es decir, del vecindario donde está esta propiedad. Es decir, que se muestran fotografías de generales, de restaurantes, parques, vida nocturna y supermercados y ese tipo de comercios, porque esto definitivamente le agrega valor a la propiedad, mostrar qué comercios tiene cerca.
Do you have an opinion as to whether an Italian restaurant operating with an entertainment endorsement and cover charge until 3 a.m. on Saturdays and midnight on Sundays would have an effect at that location on real property values?
¿Tiene una opinión usted sobre un restaurante italiano que tuviese una licencia para patrocinar eventos hasta las 3 de la mañana del sábado y hasta la medianoche del domingo? Si esto tendría algún tipo de efecto sobre el valor de las propiedades en el área.
Not in a meaningful way, not in a way that would be either extremely positive or in any way negative. It would be one of many places operating on a commercial street that we would otherwise promote.
Bueno, no sería un impacto significativo, ni positivo ni negativo. Sería un establecimiento más en una zona comercial que estaría desarrollándose. No sería algo determinante en ningún sentido.
I mean, if you were talking about placing the Verizon Center on Connecticut Avenue, 20,000 seat arena, then we might have a different conversation. But it's
Bueno, a ver, si estamos hablando del centro Verizon, que es un estadio gigante, entonces sí estaríamos hablando de una conversación diferente, pero un establecimiento así.
So is the consideration then the size of the particular ABC licensed establishment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Is the consideration in terms of effect on value the size of a particular ABC licensed establishment?
Es algo determinado con respecto al valor, cualquier tipo de establecimiento que se tome en consideración el tamaño con respecto a un establecimiento que tenga la licencia de licor y de la ABC.
Sure. I mean, reasonably, one wouldn't want to live next to a gigantic music venue, but another place on another street that fits in with the neighborhood's existing vibe, I can't imagine would have a negative impact whatsoever.
Bueno, sí, si estamos hablando de un estadio gigante que va a tener conciertos musicales, bueno, eso ya tiene una influencia diferente a un pequeño establecimiento que sería uno más de los muchos que hay en esa zona comercial. No creo que tuviese gran influencia.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's assume that we have an establishment of about 125 people that has an entertainment endorsement, but it's not very well run. There are people coming out late at night, disturbing neighbors, being in the alley, engaging in bad behavior. If that were the case in that situation, would that in any way change your opinion as to whether an establishment like that would have an effect on real property values in the neighborhood where it might be located?
A ver, entonces, si digamos que estamos hablando de un lugar donde hay, por ejemplo, 125 personas y hay un evento en el cual la gente por ahí no lo administra del todo bien y la gente sale a hacer ruido que no debería hacer, a los horarios que no debería hacerlo, si sale al callejón, tiene mal comportamiento y de pronto hace cosas indebidas en este sentido, en un establecimiento como el que estamos hablando, ¿usted piensa que esto pondría a los vecinos en riesgo o que afectaría demasiado sobre el valor de las propiedades en el vecindario?
I don't know if a hypothetical is the right way to answer this, because I think that while I might be somewhat reluctant to live there myself, I think situations like this, for example, the entirety of Adams Morgan, which I think would fit under that description in some cases, has increased in value dramatically over the last 20 years.
Yo no diría que esto sería algo que fuera a afectar el valor de la propiedad, aunque quizás no sea un lugar donde yo elegiría vivir. Yo les puedo decir que, por ejemplo, pienso en el caso de Adams Morgan, que describe un poco lo que usted acaba de decir en algunos casos. En los últimos 20 años se ha aumentado dramáticamente el precio de las propiedades en esa zona.
I don't know how well everyone versed is on all of H Street, but all of H Street fits that description, and it's tripled in price over the last 6 years. So
Y no sé si ustedes están familiarizados con la calle H, pero la calle H coincide con esa descripción que usted acaba de hacer. Y en los últimos 6 años han triplicado los valores de las propiedades en esa área.
So I'm sure while there are individual cases that could be made, the vast majority of property prices in and around nightlife venues in the District of Columbia, from actual data, not even my opinion, have increased.
Bueno, de hecho, yo no sé de qué estamos hablando en particular, si es de este caso en particular, no me he puesto a analizar exactamente las propiedades de esa área, pero sí les puedo decir que en el Distrito de Columbia, en general, las áreas con vida nocturna han aumentado el valor de sus propiedades.
In preparation for this hearing, did you do an analysis of values in the area around 1714 Connecticut Avenue Northwest?
Yes, along with other
En
areas.
preparación para la audiencia del día de hoy, ¿usted ha hecho un análisis de las propiedades que estaban en el área circundante a este restaurante?
Yes, I did, and it's a very common search for me to do continuously because I have a lot of clients in and around that area.
Sí, lo hice y es una búsqueda bastante común que yo hago porque tengo muchos clientes en esa área.
And what did that disclose? What did that reveal?
Well, just taking simple
¿Qué
numbers.
es lo que esto reveló?
Just taking simple numbers aside, in 10 years, from 2012 to 2022, the median price per square foot within a half-mile radius of 1714 Connecticut Avenue was $545. In 2022, that increased to $685 per square foot.
Bueno, a ver, en un simple análisis desde el 2012 al 2022, el precio por pie cuadrado dentro de un radio de media milla a la redonda del establecimiento del 1714 de la Connecticut Avenue pasó de valer $550 aproximadamente a 685, así es que ha aumentado bastante el valor por pie cuadrado.
Now, if you take that and shrink it to a quarter-mile radius in the same 10-year span, the price per square foot increased from the same $545 and $58 a square foot to $751 a square foot.
Ahora, si tomas ese mismo radio y lo reduces a un cuarto, no a media milla a la redonda, sino a un cuarto de milla a la redonda, el precio es más dramático el aumento porque de 545 subió a 751.
So speaking on all properties of all sizes, simply by radius, closer to commercial vibrancy increases price more than not.
En general, si usted tiene en cuenta cualquier propiedad que tenga proximidad con vida nocturna o con cualquier centro comercial, va a aumentar más y más a medida que se va acercando a este centro comercial el valor de la propiedad.
And has that been coincident with a growth in ABC licensed establishments in those radii?
¿Y esto ha coincidido con los establecimientos que tienen licencias de ABCA?
Yes.
No further questions of the witness. Oh, sorry.
No tengo más preguntas.
No further questions of the witness at this time.
Mr. Melcher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sevilla. Do you agree that crime in a neighborhood can adversely affect real property values in a neighborhood?
Señor Sevilla, ¿usted está de acuerdo con que el delito puede afectar negativamente el valor de las propiedades en un vecindario?
It depends on the crime, but of course.
Depende del delito, pero sí, por supuesto.
How about repeated instances of gunshots in a neighborhood?
¿Y si hay incidentes repetidos de disparos en un vecindario?
As real estate agents, we're not permitted to discuss specific crimes. We direct clients to several district websites and the police to make those determinations themselves. However, of course, repeated gun violence would eventually, trickle down to impact the price of a neighborhood. Yes.
Como agentes de bienes raíces no tenemos permitido darles esa información a los clientes, pero sí podemos dirigirlos a los sitios web de las policías y del distrito para que averigüen y determinen eso por sí mismos. Ahora, si me hablas a largo plazo, y sí, eventualmente supongo que impactaría si hay mucha violencia de armas de fuego en una zona al valor de la propiedad.
How about activities such as public drunkenness, fights, people taking drugs or engaging in sex acts on the streets?
¿Qué me puedes decir con actividades, por ejemplo, de disturbios públicos, gente haciendo cosas indebidas en la calle, con conductas indebidas, intoxicada o teniendo sexo en el público?
I can't answer them all as if they were all looped together in one pile.
No puedo responder una respuesta general. No puedo responder a eso con una respuesta cuando se me está preguntando demasiado generalmente. Está todo en una misma bolsa.
I can though say that if we were to take 8th Street as an example, then no. In fact, they've doubled property values, and there's all of that going on. So
Si tomamos, por ejemplo, el ejemplo de la calle H, te diría que no, porque todo eso que acaba de mencionar está sucediendo y de hecho han duplicado el valor de las propiedades en esa área.
In your opinion, would the values in 8th Street be higher if there weren't problems with crime or public drunkenness and other illegal behaviors?
En su opinión, ¿los valores estarían más altos en esta zona de la calle H si no hubiese todos estos disturbios con gente borracha y con peleas callejeras y todos los delitos que ocurren?
it might open up the buyer pool, and that might increase prices there.
Podría abrir un poco más la barra para que pueda aumentar más aún el precio.
In your experience, do potential buyers of single-family townhomes want an environment that is peaceful and quiet?
En su opinión, la gente que compra las townhouses de una familia individual, ¿usted piensa que esta tiene preferencia para comprar este tipo de casas de unifamiliares en zonas donde hay más calma y paz?
Everybody has a different definition on what is peaceful and quiet, and has different thresholds for city living.
Bueno, todos tienen diferentes opiniones de lo que significa paz y calma y diferentes umbrales de lo que significa una vida urbana.
Would a lack of peace and quiet reduce the buyer pool for single-family townhomes in a neighborhood?
Una falta de paz y calma reduce el valor de una casa en un vecindario.
In my experience, buyers, I know what you're getting at. In my experience, buyers are still looking for a vibrant city life when they move in to buy. My last clients were at 1730 Corcoran Street, and it was a $3.4 million home. And I had offered them a home in Kalorama Park, which is arguably, by every definition, slower and quieter and doesn't have a vibrant nightlife whatsoever. And they refused. And just in this case, speaking just in this case, they insisted on making an offer on 1730 Corcoran, which is arguably off 17th Street by 500 yards, where it is not quiet and it is vibrant and it is full of city living.
Bueno, es que depende, porque por ejemplo, mi última venta fue en la calle 1730 Corcoran. Esta es una casa de 3.4 millones de dólares. Yo a esta familia, a estos compradores les ofrecí una casa en Kalorama, que es justamente muy conocidamente un lugar mucho más tranquilo y residencial, y no, y prefirieron ir a una casa que está justo apenas sales de la calle 17 y que es bien vibrante y que tiene mucha vida nocturna alrededor. Es una vida bien urbana la que prefirieron.
So you're saying it wouldn't reduce, well, what kind of potential buyer is searching for a single family townhouse in your experience?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What kind of potential buyer is searching for a single family townhouse in your experience?
The type
¿Qué
of
tipo
buyer
de
with $30
comprador,
million.
I'm
Oh.
sorry, qué tipo de comprador potencial sería el que estaría buscando una casa unifamiliar entonces?
Speaking on just these clients, we have a lot of baby boomers that are coming back into the city because they're quite sick of their suburban lives. We have a lot of new minted millionaires who are interested in buying these old historic gems and rehabilitating them. There are a lot of developers who, frankly, would like to chop up these old townhouses that have been sitting there for 30 years, and their buyers bought them when the city was a lot more dangerous in the 80s, and they're going to turn them into condos, and those condos are going to become vibrant condominium units in these places. So it's the idea that the property value of some $2 million house isn't going to rise precipitously because there's a nightlife venue nearby is laughable. It's not proven by any single metric, and not a single number has ever shown that.
Bueno, a ver, francamente hay muchísima gente que tiene bebés y que se cansó y se aburrió y se hartó de su vida suburbana y se quiere volver a la ciudad. Tenemos nuevos millonarios que quieren restaurar las gemas históricas de las propiedades de la ciudad, las quieren restaurar y las quieren poner nuevamente renovadas. Hay desarrolladores que quieren partir todas estas casas y hacer las unidades de condominios, porque de pronto son casas que fueron compradas en los 80 cuando la ciudad era mucho más peligrosa y ahora tienen muchísimo más valor, entonces las venden, los propietarios las venden por mucho más valor y los desarrolladores las compran y las dividen en unidades, las tiran abajo y usan el espacio para dividirlas en condominios que terminan siendo unidades vibrantes de condominios y que tienen un valor de propiedad mucho más alto de lo que tenían originalmente. Desde el punto de vista de la inmobiliaria, sería irrisorio decir que una unidad pierde valor porque tenga vida nocturna cerca. Muy por el contrario, sube el valor.
Is it your opinion then that proximity to a nightclub or other location where there are late night events would never adversely impact property values?
Entonces, su opinión es que un lugar que esté cerca de una discoteca o de algún lugar donde haya eventos nocturnos nunca, en ningún caso, perdería su valor como propiedad.
It's my opinion that the facts are that over the last decade, properties that are closer to nightlife venues where there is music and food and entertainment have increased in value greater than those further away from those nightlife venues.
Bueno, es mi opinión en base a los hechos que en la última década todas las propiedades que están cercanas a lugares de restaurantes, de entretenimiento, de vida nocturna, han subido mucho más el precio de su propiedad, de su valor, que los lugares que no están cercanos a los centros nocturnos.
Did you study the effects of any particular establishment on a neighborhood?
¿Usted ha estudiado el efecto particular de un establecimiento específico en un vecindario?
No, ironically, the only ones I would have a knowledge of is my very own.
No, del único que yo hubiese hecho esto hubiera sido del mío.
Okay, well, I suppose you aren't going to tell us that your establishment adversely affected property value.
Entonces usted nos está diciendo que su establecimiento nunca afectó la propiedad el valor de una propiedad de manera negativa.
Objection, argumentative and irrelevant.
Objeción, argumentativo e irrelevante.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase the question, you can, sir.
Voy a sostener la objeción y si quiere reformular la pregunta, la puede responder.
Well, did you study the effect on property values of your establishment?
¿Usted evaluó los efectos del valor de una propiedad en un establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
When did you do that?
¿Cuándo lo hizo?
Oh, sorry. In the preceding month, I had 2 clients who became interested in specifically living in the area south of 1100 P Street.
Específicamente en los últimos meses tuve 2 clientes que querían vivir en el área al sur de la calle P, al 1100 de la calle P.
There is mountains of data. I would be happy to provide it if you needed an addendum, where when a place opens, when there is new nightlife, when there is a void filled of an empty establishment, that prices increase, and they do so because demand increases.
Bueno, a ver, hay datos, y les puedo mostrar una montaña de datos en que cuando hay un nuevo establecimiento que se abre o hay un nuevo lugar de vida nocturna o se ocupa un establecimiento que estaba vacío para algo de actividad, la demanda y los precios automáticamente aumentan.
Okay, so you're basically saying that anytime you have new establishments, that increases property value, correct?
Entonces usted está diciendo básicamente que cada vez que hay un nuevo establecimiento, eso aumenta el valor de las propiedades, ¿correcto?
No, that's a straw man argument and one I didn't make. It's far too general.
Bueno, pero eso es un argumento muy fuerte y muy general.
Okay, let's make it more granular. You said that, in your opinion, operating until 3 a.m. With an entertainment endorsement would not affect property values. Doesn't that depend upon the proximity to the establishment?
Bien, usted dice que la proximidad de los propiedades aumenta el valor cuando se abren nuevos establecimientos. Y la proximidad, o sea, lo cercano que está esa propiedad a los establecimientos, ¿no afecta el valor?
Of course, I'm sure if there was a home on top of this fictitious establishment or adjacent next door, that place might have less of a buyer pool because someone might not want to live right next to a club. But I don't think that the data that is generalized that speaks to radiuses and neighborhoods proves that out.
Bueno, pero es que por supuesto, si hay una casa que es arriba del establecimiento o pegado al establecimiento, va a estar afectada. Pero en general, yo estoy hablando de pies cuadrados y estoy hablando de radios y estoy hablando de vecindarios. Y en general, las propiedades, cuando están circundantes a este tipo de establecimientos y de vida nocturna, aumentan.
Well, doesn't it also depend on the kind of entertainment activity?
También depende del tipo de actividad de entretenimiento.
I can't speak to individual specific entertainment activities or styles of music or I don't know.
No puedo hablar de una actividad específica en particular, si hay música o no, no lo sé.
I believe you said, or at least it's well known that realtors like to say that the value.
Mr. Melcher, I think
Breaking up for me.
Mr. Melcher. Mr. Melcher.
I sent him a message.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a break after this witness completes his testimony.
Somebody is saying technical difficulty in the chat.
I think we ever realized that Mr. Melcher is having some technical difficulties. So.
No, Mr. Waganti is saying that.
Chairman, I'm working with Mr. Melcher to get his computer back up.
Thank you.
Could we do the 15-minute break now?
I don't want to break up the cross-examination. I mean, is it significant? Because I was trying not to take a break in the middle of cross-examination.
Chairman, can he use my this communication?
Yes, he can.
Okay. All right. Does it start? Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chairman, my computer just completely froze up.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so the question was, you testified earlier that property values depend upon location, correct?
Usted atestiguó antes que el valor de la propiedad depende mucho de la ubicación, ¿verdad?
Yes, deeply.
Yes. Sí.
Okay, so to determine the impact of a potential establishment on real property values, don't we have to talk about a particular establishment?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit.
To determine the impact on real property values, don't we have to talk about a particular establishment?
Para determinar el valor de la propiedad tenemos que hablar de un establecimiento en particular, ¿verdad?
I don't know. In
No
general,
lo sé.
we speak in terms of commercial zone, commercial districts. It's often, especially in DuPont Circle, it's very rare to have a specific business appear in the middle of a residential street. That's forbade as far as I know. So a specific business rarely, if ever, is a specific consideration in whether it increases or decreases property value. It doesn't work in that. I don't think that's correct.
Okay, then your
Porque
testimony.
deberíamos hablar de un caso en particular y yo no sé, deberíamos estar hablando de qué vecindario, de qué establecimiento, de qué situación en particular, así que no, yo no creo que esa aseveración que usted hizo sea correcta.
Well, doesn't that mean that your testimony is that a particular licensee is never going to adversely impact property values?
Entonces, si no tiene un informe específico, ¿cómo es que usted puede afirmar que este establecimiento no va a afectar negativamente el valor de las propiedades?
I'm speaking solely as a realtor who would promote a new business to my clients. I can't speak to the quality of business that they run or what, how their ABCA license is, how well they adhere to whatever voluntary agreement is made. That's not my expertise. My expertise is whether or not a new business comes in and that increases property value. And my answer to that is yes.
Yo no puedo hablar de eso en particular. Yo solamente soy un agente inmobiliario. Yo no sé cómo ellos administran su negocio, ni cómo lo manejan, ni cuáles son los resultados, ni si está bien o está mal. Yo solamente puedo hablar en si la apertura de un establecimiento de vida nocturna cercana a una propiedad aumenta o no el valor.
Okay. Your study compared property values in 2012 with those in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm
why
sorry, I
did you-
couldn't hear that very well. Could you please speak closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Your study compared property values in 2012 with those in 2022, correct?
Yes.
El estudio compara los estudios de mercado de las propiedades, el valor de las propiedades del 2012 con respecto al 2022, ¿correcto? Sí.
Okay, why did you choose property values for 2012 as a comparison point?
Typically,
¿Por qué usted eligió los valores de las propiedades en el 2012 con respecto al 2022?
a 10-year span is a common measurement we use.
Es un periodo de 10 años, es una medida muy normal que usamos.
Okay, what was the beginning date specifically in 2012?
¿Cuál era la fecha específica de comienzo en el 2012?
It's the entire year, so it takes the average value from January 1st, 2012 until, I'm sorry, January 1st of 2012 until December 31st, 2012.
Toma el año completo. Sería desde el 1 de enero del 2012 hasta el 31 de diciembre del 2012.
We use complete years.
Usamos el año completo.
You mentioned something about the number of ABC licensees. Did you determine the number of ABC licensees in the area in 2012?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Usted mencionó el número de licenciados de ABC. ¿Usted determinó cuál era el número de licenciados de ABC en el 2012?
Yes.
Sí. ¿Cómo?
I think he answered.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No escuché.
Okay, was the answer to my question yes?
I didn't hear the question.
La respuesta a mi pregunta era sí, no escuché la pregunta.
The witness stated he did not hear the question, sir.
Okay, how did you determine the number of ABC licensees in the area in 2012?
¿Cómo determinó usted el número de licenciados de ABC en el año 2012?
We use the district data. We've always relied on the ABRA website for.
Usamos los datos del distrito, siempre nos respaldamos en el sitio web de ABRA.
Okay, so how many were there in 2012 in the areas that you
I don't-
considered?
that I don't-
¿Cuántos había en el 2012 en esa área?
That I don't have in front of me.
No lo tengo frente a mí.
And in 2012?
I don't have that data. I do not have.
No tengo esos datos.
What kind of data, what part of the website did you look at?
¿Qué parte del sitio web fue la que usted miró?
I'm not sure.
No estoy seguro.
But
During
there
the
has
10
been an increase in ABRA licensed businesses in the zone.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
Mr. Sevilla, can you repeat your answer, sir?
Oh yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this time. It was done last week, but there was an increase, obviously, in that period of time.
No estoy seguro, es algo que lo hice la semana pasada, la búsqueda, y bueno, fue la semana pasada, pero sí ha aumentado ciertamente.
I didn't do a study on how many ABRA licenses increased in the same radius. I don't know how to do that.
No sé cómo hacer la búsqueda por número de licenciados.
Is there any neighborhood in Washington, D.C. where the property values have declined from 2012 to 2022?
¿Hay alguna propiedad en Washington, D.C. en el área que haya se haya disminuido el valor con respecto al 2012?
Regrettably, in Wards 7 and 8, there are some isolated areas where they have in fact lost, this bears it in mind again, they haven't lost some commercial locations, and there has been a slight drop in value. But for the most part, Washington, D.C.'s home prices have increased over the last decade.
Bueno, a ver, en
of six-
general, pardon me. Ok, desafortunadamente en el sector 7 y 8 hay algunas propiedades que han perdido su valor, porque han perdido muchos centros comerciales en esa área y se perdió el valor, ha disminuido el valor de las propiedades. Pero en general, en el área de Washington, D.C., todas las propiedades han aumentado su valor.
I don't have further questions at this time.
No tengo más preguntas en este momento.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by the board members?
¿Alguna pregunta de la Junta Directiva?
I'll offer you a brief redirect, Mr. Klein, very brief, if you so desire.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Sevilla, you were asked if there was a decrease on H Street in fights, drug use, sex, and other potentially negative activity, whether that would increase the buyer pool, and I believe you said it would, correct?
Bien, usted se le preguntó si en la calle H el hecho de que hubiera sexo, drogas y gente borracha, a pesar de todo eso, hubiera aumentado el valor. Y usted comentó sobre esto, ¿correcto?
My response to the H Street question, I believe, was that if that were the case there, where those things have occurred, I don't know the street sex, or I don't know what he's thinking here, or what the answer question is, but these have all increased on H Street, along with a gigantic increase in property value over the course of the last 6 or 7 years there.
Okay.
Mi respuesta ante la pregunta de que si el sexo en la calle había disminuido el valor de las propiedades con respecto a la calle H, mi respuesta fue que en realidad en los últimos 7 u 8 años ha habido un aumento gigante en el valor de las propiedades de esa zona, a pesar de que hay ese tipo de hechos.
But if a decrease in such activity would increase a buyer pool, might that be potentially offset by a corresponding decrease in the number of nightlife establishments in the neighborhood?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes. If a decrease in such negative activity would potentially increase the buyer pool, wouldn't a corresponding decrease in the number of nightlife establishments change that scenario?
Of course, the goal is to have
Si una reducción de esta actividad tendría probablemente un aumento de posibles compradores en esta zona, una reducción de toda esta zona, de todos estos valores en esta zona, ¿no también reduciría el valor de la propiedad?
Of course, the goal is to have a vibrant neighborhood with a well-run nightlife community. It's
Por
not.
supuesto, el objetivo es tener un vecindario que tenga una vida nocturna que esté bien gestionada.
My testimony has never been that it's free for all, and we're supposed to have, street prostitution is people screaming all night long. That's not helpful to anybody. But the fact of the matter is that more nightlife venues increase property values anywhere that they are.
Mi postura no es que porque haya prostitución ni delito en la calle, eso va a aumentar el, el valor de una propiedad. Yo creo que lo que va a aumentar el valor de la propiedad es que haya un centro de vida nocturna donde la gente pueda tener entretenimiento. Eso es lo que aumenta el valor de la propiedad. Por supuesto que nadie quiere que haya prostitución en la calle donde uno vive.
Might there be a Sleepy Street in Logan Circle where a nightclub opened up at the end of the street, and in that situation, property values might be negatively affected?
Usted me dice que si hay una discoteca que abre en la esquina de la calle P, en el Logan Circle, ¿las propiedades van a estar afectadas negativamente?
That might happen, or a business like mine could open up on P Street at the end of a sleepy block where there was nothing going on, and now we've seen people moving in around us in droves. So it depends on how well something is run, and it depends on the neighborhood appetite for it. But the vast majority of new buyers and new renters and people looking to move into an area want nightlife venues within walking distance.
Right.
Bueno,
right,
a ver, y dependería, qué sé yo, no sé, por ahí al final de una cuadra que está medio dormida y medio silenciosa de la calle P se abre un establecimiento como el mío, y entonces puede llegar a ser que la gente se atraiga más para esa cuadra, porque a la gente generalmente le gusta vivir a una distancia caminando de lugares donde puede ir a eventos nocturnos.
Thank you, Mr. Sevilla. I have no further questions.
Gracias, señor Sevilla, no tengo más preguntas.
Thank you, Mr. Sevilla, for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Gracias, señor Sevilla.
All right, it's 4:12. We're gonna go off the record until 4:30. 4:30. I need everybody to be back here. Please do not sign off, just mute your phone and mute your video. 4:30.
Bueno, a ver, a las 4:30 quiero a todos de regreso. Por favor, no desconecten la llamada, simplemente desactiven su micrófono y su video. 4:30 de regreso, por favor.
Excuse me, Chairman Anderson.
We're back in the record. We are back on the record. I need all board members back. I need you.
Vamos de regreso, necesito que todos regresen.
Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Melcher, please?
No problem.
All right, we're back in the record.
Bueno, estamos de regreso en actas.
Mr. Klein, do you have another witness?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Señor Klein, ¿tiene otro testigo? Sí.
Calling Rosemary Espinoza.
Llamando a Rosemary Espinosa.
No está. Puedes hablar.
Hola, mi
Miss
nombre es
Espinosa.
Rosemary Espinosa. Soy la dueña de Rosmarino de Italia, que está ubicado en la 1714 Connecticut Avenue.
Hold on. I'm sorry, hold on. I need her, I'm gonna have her raise her right hand. Ask her to raise her right hand, please.
Tu mano derecha.
Señora, por favor, eleve su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura o protesta decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Ms. Espinosa, what is your connection to Rosmarino d'Italia?
Señora Espinosa, ¿cuál es su conexión con Rosmarino de Italia?
Soy la dueña.
I'm the owner.
And are you 100% owner?
¿Usted es 100% la dueña?
Sí.
Yes.
And what is his business?
¿Y cuál es su negocio?
Es un restaurante donde se sirve comida italiana norte y sur.
So this is a restaurant where you can buy Italian food from the north and south.
How long has the restaurant been open?
¿Cuánto tiempo hace que está abierto el restaurante?
Casi 5 años.
Almost 5 years now.
Did you have experience in the restaurant industry before you opened this location?
¿Usted tenía experiencia en la industria de restaurantes antes de abrir esta ubicación?
Sí.
Yes.
What was that experience?
¿Cuál era su experiencia?
Yo fui chef en la comida italiana y actualmente también soy chef.
I was a chef for Italian food and I'm currently chef too.
Have you been involved as an owner of any other restaurants?
¿Usted ha estado involucrada como dueña en algún otro restaurante?
Sí.
Yes.
And what would that be?
¿Cuál sería?
Trabajé en un restaurante llamado Pines of Florence, pero también tuve mi propio restaurante llamado Rosmarino también.
Sorry, can I ask for repetition?
I beg your pardon?
Can I ask for repetition, Chairman?
I'm sorry, you want, which one, who do you want to repeat?
I'm asking you for if I can ask for repetition because she said the names and I didn't get them.
Yes, you can always ask if you don't understand what she's saying. Yes, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Ok. Señora, ¿me puede por favor repetir los nombres de los restaurantes en los cuales estuvo involucrada como dueña?
Como dueña, Rosmarino de Italia.
As an owner, I was involved with Rosmarino d'Italia.
As a owner.
Okay, but there's another location besides this one?
¿Pero hay otra sucursal aparte de esta?
Sí, como trabajadora.
Yes, as a worker.
Okay, but don't you own a restaurant in Northern Virginia as well, in Del Rey?
¿Usted no tiene un restaurante también en el norte de Virginia, en Del Rey?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you owned that restaurant?
¿Cuánto tiempo hace que tiene ese restaurante?
8 años.
8 years.
So is it fair to say that you've been in the industry about 20 years?
Entonces, ¿sería justo decir que he estado en la industria por unos 20 años?
Correcto.
Correct.
Right. Mr. Mixon, I'd ask that Mr. Mixon have rights and show exhibit number 1.
Le pido por favor al señor Mixon que comparta el elemento de la prueba número 1.
Dorian, can you allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen?
I have
Access
permission.
has been
Thank you.
elevated.
Go ahead, sir.
Does he have sharing privileges?
I was told that he does. Do you, Mr. Mixon?
¿Puede compartir el documento, señor Mixon?
You're on mute, sir. I can't hear you.
Está con el micrófono desactivado, no lo puedo escuchar.
Apologies. I'm pulling it up.
All right, I'll move on while he's doing that. How many floors in your restaurant?
¿Cuántos pisos tiene el restaurante?
2 niveles.
2 levels.
And what's the approximate capacity of the restaurant?
¿Cuál es la capacidad aproximada del restaurante?
115.
115.
How many on the first floor and how many on the second floor?
¿Cuántos en el primer piso y cuántos en el segundo piso?
75 el primer nivel y 15 segundo nivel.
75 on the first level and 15 on the second level.
Perdón.
Pardon me.
75 primer nivel, 45 segundo nivel.
75 on the first level, 45 on the second level.
Okay, and you serve food throughout that area?
¿Sirve comida en toda esa área?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Now, during the first few years that you operated the restaurant, it was strictly a sit-down Italian dining establishment, is that correct?
Durante los primeros 3 años en los cuales usted operó este establecimiento, era estrictamente un restaurante de comedor italiano, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
And was there a time that you felt like you needed to make some changes?
¿Llegó un momento en el cual usted sintió que tenía que hacer cambios?
Sí.
Yes.
And why was that?
¿Por qué?
Cuando yo abrí el 2019, mayo 1, 2019, todo venía bien. Ya estaba empezando ya con nueva gente lo que es el alrededor de DuPont Circle, hasta que llegó pandemia. Pandemia afectó mucho, demasiado diría yo, casi al 100%, donde teníamos que cerrar el establecimiento.
So, ever since I started the business in May the 1st of 2019 until 2021, everything was pretty much fine and it was looking good because we were getting all the clients from DuPont Circle and surrounding areas. And then when the pandemic hit, that was a big problem. I would say it affected 100% of our normal clientele. And we were about to close.
Okay, so what did you feel you needed to do as a result of that?
¿Qué es lo que usted sintió que tenía que hacer como resultado de esto?
Volvimos a abrir con otras ideas, lo cual nos llevó a la decisión de tomar y consultar con mi hijo para hacer, buscar otras formas de hacer dinero para pagar mi renta y tener que decidir hacer algo. Y pues decidimos junto con mi hijo, en sí, él trajo ideas conmigo y decidir para sobrevivir en el lugar.
Okay, so I decided to resort to my son to see if we could get any new ideas to generate money to pay rent. And so we decided to reopen with new ideas to see if we could get more money to continue the activity.
What were the new ideas?
¿Cuáles eran esas nuevas ideas?
La idea fue abrir algunas noches lo que es el entretenimiento y los demás días pues siempre operar como restaurante.
Well, the idea was to open some nights as an entertainment venue and the rest of the days to continue the activities as a restaurant.
Were you aware that in order to offer entertainment, you needed an entertainment endorsement?
¿Usted tenía conocimiento que para poder abrir como lugar de entretenimiento usted necesitaba tener una licencia de patrocinio de eventos?
Desafortunadamente no.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and what did you do with the business when you learned that you did need an entertainment endorsement?
¿Qué fue lo que hizo con el negocio cuando usted se enteró que necesitaba una licencia para poder hacer patrocinio de eventos?
Pausamos lo que es el entretenimiento y buscamos ayuda y acudimos con el señor abogado para que nos guíe formalmente.
Well, we stopped the activities and then we consulted with the attorney that we hired so that we could be advised appropriately.
Okay. Now, before there was any activity that might be described as entertainment, were you aware, did you hear of any complaints concerning the operation of your restaurant?
Antes de buscar ayuda de su abogado para poder obtener una licencia para poder tener entretenimientos en su lugar, ¿usted tenía conocimiento sobre algún reclamo o alguna queja que hubiera con respecto a las actividades de su negocio?
Sí, sí. Escuché en sí como yo y mi hijo empezamos a involucrarnos a esto, entonces él ha estado informándome de todo lo que ocurría alrededor del restaurante.
Well, yes, we were getting involved, as we heard, with my son to see how we could solve the situation, because he was very aware of everything surrounding the restaurant activities.
Right. But my question to you is, before you did anything with entertainment, when you were operating the sit-down Italian restaurant, were there any complaints concerning your operation of which you were aware?
Pero yo lo que pregunté fue que si antes, cuando usted tenía nada más que la actividad de restaurante en su lugar, ¿tenía algún conocimiento de alguna queja con respecto a su actividad?
No.
No.
Great. All right, I have no further questions of this
Okay,
witness.
no tengo más preguntas en este punto.
Mr. Melcher.
Good afternoon, Ms. Espinosa. You mentioned that Eddie is not an owner of the establishment. Is that correct?
Bien, buenas tardes, señor Espinosa. Usted mencionó que Edward no es el dueño del establecimiento, ¿correcto?
Es dueño. Nunca dije que no era dueño.
He is the owner. I never said he's not the owner.
Okay. So Edward Camacho is one of the owners of the establishment?
Entonces, Edward Camacho es uno de los dueños del establecimiento.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. What portion of the establishment does he own?
¿Qué
What
parte del
percentage?
establecimiento es el dueño o representa él?
En general.
In general?
Let me ask this. Your business is organized as an LLC, correct?
Su negocio en general opera como una sociedad de responsabilidad limitada, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Who are the owners of the LLC?
¿Quiénes son los dueños de la LLC?
Yo y mi hijo.
Myself and my son.
What percentage does your son own?
¿Qué porcentaje tiene su hijo de esta?
Considero como 100% también.
I would consider 100% as well.
Okay, I'm not understanding. You're saying each of you owns 100%?
¿Usted quiere decir que cada uno de ustedes es dueño del 100%?
50-50, perdón.
50-50, I'm sorry.
Does the LLC have a managing member?
¿La LLC tiene un miembro de administración?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is the managing member?
¿Quién es el dueño? ¿Quién es el miembro gestor?
Yo y mi hijo.
My son and myself.
Were you at the premises when your son was having the nightlife events that resulted in complaints?
Objection. It seems facts not in evidence. We don't have that yet.
Sustained. Refer the question, sir.
Well, I thought we did hear that there were problems associated with events.
Who did we hear that from, sir?
I'm sorry, you're fading out.
I thought we heard that from witness.
What witness? We have only had one witness who testified, and that's a real estate agent. I mean, she's the first witness to testify, sir. So I don't know, maybe I missed something, but I have not heard any witness testify. We haven't had any. This is the second witness that has testified today.
How often are you at the premises at night?
¿Con cuánta frecuencia está usted en la instalación esa noche? Cada noche.
Yo estoy todos los santos días en el negocio.
I am there every single evening. And I'm sorry, every single day.
Until how late?
¿Hasta qué hora?
A veces me toca quedarme las 24 horas por algunos problemas, puede ser en el restaurante.
Sometimes I have to stay 24 hours. It depends on the kind of problem that the restaurant has.
There were nightlife events at the premises involving DJs.
Hubo
Object-
eventos
objection.
noche-
Objection. Go ahead, translate. I'm sorry.
Hubo eventos nocturnos que involucraban DJs en el restaurante.
Sí.
No, tell her
Yes.
to answer. Do you still have is there an objection, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, I mean, that seemed to be a statement, not a question.
Mr. Melcher?
You already heard the answer. She said yes, but if I have to rephrase it, I will just break it
All
down.
right, all right, she answered. Let's move on.
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. She answered it.
Gentlemen, this is going to be a long night, and I need us to just stay on point. All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Did there come a time when your son was organizing nighttime events at the establishment?
Hubo un momento en el cual su hijo empezó a organizar eventos nocturnos en el establecimiento.
¿Puedes repetir, por favor, que no?
The witness is asking me to repeat. Shall I repeat or?
All right. Can you repeat your question, Mr. Melcher?
I'll just ask a slightly different question. Did your son organize nightlife events at Rose Marino for a period of time?
¿Su hijo organizó eventos nocturnos en Rose Marino en algún momento?
Sí, pero
Yes,
consultando con mi persona.
but always asking me first.
What is your understanding of what those nightlife events involved?
¿Cuál es su comprensión de lo que involucraban estos eventos de vida nocturna?
Solo voy a dejar a mi hijo que responda esa pregunta.
I'll let my son answer that question.
I'm all right. Can you tell her that her son cannot answer for her? If she does not know, if she cannot answer the question, say I don't have an answer. But she has to
Señora,
answer
su
the best
hijo
of her
no
ability.
puede responder por usted. Si usted no sabe la respuesta a una pregunta, usted dice no lo sé, pero no puede responder a otra persona por usted.
Ok, perfecto.
Okay, perfect.
So what is your understanding of the nightlife events that your son was organizing?
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que usted comprende en cuanto a los eventos de vida nocturna que estaba organizando su hijo?
No lo voy a contestar eso.
I'm not going to answer that.
Ma'am, you need to answer the question. If you cannot answer the question, say I cannot answer, but you cannot state that I'm not going to answer the question, ma'am. You're being asked a
Señora,
question.
usted no puede decir
Hold
no.
on. And tell her, I don't want her to look at her son. And I'm sorry, the person who's sitting next to her, I don't want her to look at that person, and I do not want her to have any conversation with the person next to her.
Señora, usted está brindando un testimonio. Usted no puede mirar a otra persona mientras que está por responder. Usted no puede hablar con otra persona mientras que está dando su testimonio, ni tampoco preguntarle nada, ni tampoco puede decir que no va a contestar una pregunta. Usted, si no sabe la respuesta, dice simplemente no lo sé o no puedo responder, pero no lo voy a responder.
Ok, perdón.
Okay. I'm sorry.
What is your understanding of what was going on during the nightlife events that your son was organizing?
No lo
Si
sé.
usted entiende que estaba sucediendo en los eventos de vida nocturna que estaba organizando su hijo.
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Were you physically present for any of those events?
¿Usted estuvo físicamente presente en alguno de esos eventos?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, can you describe for me those events?
¿Puede describirme los eventos?
Prácticamente para mí los eventos son es venir a divertirse, más que todo divertirse, a bailar, a entretenerse. Es todo.
To me, the events are mainly dancing, getting entertained, and that's it.
Were there DJs?
¿Había DJs?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you use promoters?
¿Usó promotores?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you require cover charges?
¿Usted pedía que pagaran cargos por cobertura
Sí.
de evento?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you give free drinks to people, pouring liquor directly into people's mouths from bottles?
Or, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did your establishment give free liquor to people, pouring drinks directly into their mouths from bottles?
¿Su establecimiento le daba bebidas gratuitas a las personas o bebidas directamente desde la botella hacia la boca de las personas?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Did you ever see drugs being used at the establishment during those events?
¿Usted vio si alguien usaba drogas en el establecimiento en alguno de esos eventos?
No.
No.
Okay, approximately how many times did the establishment have DJs? How many nights?
¿Aproximadamente cuántas noches tenía DJs el establecimiento?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Okay, did you receive neighbor complaints regarding the operations of the establishment?
¿Usted recibió algún tipo de queja o reclamo de los vecinos con respecto a las operaciones del establecimiento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and was that while Rose Marina was having these nighttime events?
¿Y esto era cuando Rosa Marino tenía estos eventos nocturnos?
Sí.
Okay,
Yes.
and did the complaints occur before Rose Marina started having those events?
¿Y estas quejas sucedieron antes que Rosa Marino tuviera estos eventos?
No.
No.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Any questions by any board members?
¿Alguna pregunta de la junta directiva?
I need to get off the record for a minute. My screen, I need to call my IT person. I'm not sure. Is anyone's screen jumping or is it just mine? Fine. All right, so let me get off the record. Let me call our IT person to see, or maybe I need to switch to my desktop because I don't know what's going on with my laptop. So just let's get off the record for a minute, please. Let me call my IT person. Hold on.
Vamos a salir de actas por un minuto porque necesito verificar qué está pasando con mi pantalla.
Hold on. I'm going to restart my computer. So, okay, so I'm going to restart my computer. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Are we back in the record? Let me apologize. I had no idea what's going on, so I did not want in the middle of the hearing that you'd lose me. So that's why I decided to call our IT person to, well, now something's going on with this laptop. All right, we're back in the record. All right, so we're back in the record. I think where we are there any questions by any board members of this witness? I saw you, Mr. Short. Hold on 1 minute, because I want to make sure everyone else. I'm trying to make sure all the board members are here. All right, fine. Mr. Short, okay, Mr. Short has some questions. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, I'd just like to ask Ms. Espinoza, Pinoza, please forgive me for butchering your name. Were you aware that there were violations issued to your business regarding nightlife?
¿Usted sabía que hay algunas violaciones potenciales que su negocio estaba haciendo con respecto a la vida nocturna?
No.
No.
You are not aware ever of any violations that your license or your restaurant received from this agency, the ACBA agency. You're unaware of any violations ever.
No tuvo conocimiento nunca sobre las violaciones de la licencia de la agencia de ABCA. Nunca en ningún momento.
Desafortunadamente no estaba en esa posición.
Unfortunately, I didn't know.
Can I ask her what she didn't know?
¿Puedo saber qué es lo que usted no sabe?
No sabía de los riesgos que yo estaba corriendo al operar el entertainment.
I
Con los
didn't know
DJs.
what risks we had when we were operating the entertainment part of the business.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Interpreter?
I didn't know what part of the business we were violating when operating the entertainment.
Can you ask her, does she remember how much fines she had to pay?
¿Usted recuerda cuánto tuvo que pagar de multa?
No con exactitud.
Not exactly.
Did she pay all of her fines?
¿Ella pagó todas sus multas?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, eso es todo lo que tengo.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Mr. Melcher, do you have any questions of the witness based on the question that was asked by Mr. Short?
Que si tiene alguna pregunta para que le puedan hacer a alguno de los miembros de la junta directiva.
I think so. I'm not 100% certain it's in the scope. I'd like to ask the board to take judicial notice of the applicant's substantial change application, and I'd like to show it on the screen.
Tengo aquí para mostrar en la
Objection.
pantalla un aviso del cambio de aplicación que se hizo.
I guess, what's the relevance at this juncture?
Okay, so I'll just put my cards on the table. The substantial change application has a question number 16. It says, has there been any administrative adjudicatory action taken against you regarding ABC violations in the District of Columbia? The box is checked off, no. The investigative report says that there were violations. So I want to understand whether she answered that question truthfully and honestly, and I think that goes to the question that we just heard from Mr. Short.
Well, I as part of the, I'm sorry, I actually need to translate.
Yeah, I lost track because it was too long. But can you please divide it into two? Wait, what is the violation? I didn't get that part.
So I wasn't asking a question to the witness. I was explaining to the chairman that what I want to ask about is a response on the entertainment endorsement application to question number 16, which asks, has there been any administrative adjudicatory action taken against you regarding ABC violations in the District of Columbia?
Okay, 1 second, 1 moment, please. I don't have it in front of me. If you read it that fast, I'm not going to remember all the details. I ask please to divide it into chunks so I don't miss any detail. That's what I'm asking, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm asking the chairman to allow me to take judicial notice of the entertainment endorsement application.
Estoy pidiéndole al señor presidente que tome una nota judicial de la respuesta a la pregunta 16 de la aplicación con respecto a si tenía conocimiento o no de las violaciones hechas ante la licencia.
I will take judicial notice of of that factor. I'm looking at our case report, and the case report that's in this record, it has the investigative history. There are 4 events that are listed. So whatever the application states, whether or not it's correct or not, as part of our determination, we'll look at the investigative history of this case to make whatever decision we need to make. Okay, so yes.
Okay. So I'd like to show the application. It is
Mr. Oriella, can you allow Mr. Melcher to?
Mr. Chairman, I object on 2 bases. Number 1, this is beyond the scope of direct. Number 2, it is his case where he would ask that judicial notice or administrative notice be taken, not in our case. So I think this is premature. And I also think that this is beyond the scope of direct. And that's my objection.
And Mr. Klein, I'm going to overrule the objection. This is cross-examination. He's attempting to impeach the credibility of the witness by using this document that it's in his view. He states that based on the investigative history of the establishment that the form that the licensee submitted to the agency is incorrect. Okay.
do we need to catch up on the translating, Mr. Chairman?
I stopped for her to translate, so.
Oh, yes, but there were 4 other people talking. I am afraid I cannot do my job correctly if you don't
All right,
pause
ma'am.
every other
All right,
speaker.
ma'am, listen. This is what I need you to just tell her. There was an objection by the attorney.
Ok, hubo una objeción de su abogado.
I overruled the objection.
Una objeción del abogado, el señor jefe de la junta, el señor presidente de la junta directiva la negó.
And that's all. That's all that occurred, okay?
Eso es todo.
Let's move on.
Now, please, I don't want to interrupt, but please pause every other speaker because I can't keep up otherwise.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Melcher, let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay, Ms. Espinoza, did you sign the application for entertainment endorsement, which is the subject of this hearing?
Señor Espinosa, ¿usted firmó la solicitud para aprobación para poder alojar eventos de entretenimiento en su establecimiento, que es el objeto de esta audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you able to see the document on the screen saying entertainment endorsement application?
¿Puede ver el documento que dice en la pantalla solicitud para llevar a cabo eventos?
Give me one moment. I'm zooming in for my mother.
Estoy haciendo un zoom para que ella pueda verlo. Deme un momento.
Mr. Melcher is the one who needs to zoom it in for us to see it, not you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there a particular part that you would like me to zoom in on?
We can't see the form, sir. Yes. So you need to zoom it in so we can see it because it's very small. So.
Okay.
Lo vas a zoom in. Dale tiempo.
Sorry, this is the first attempt to share something.
Let's stop a minute. I thought you just wanted me to take administrative notice. Why are we going through the form with this witness, sir?
Okay. I'll just ask questions. Ms. Espinoza, did you disclose in your application for entertainment endorsement that there were prior violations for your establishment?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move on from this issue. We have already. Let's move on from there, sir. You have in the administrative in our investigative history, it clearly states that they're violation.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, translator, I'm sorry.
Bien, vamos a seguir adelante y no vamos a repasar más este asunto porque ya hemos establecido que ha habido una violación y que hubo un formulario con una aplicación. Así que sigamos adelante, por favor, avancemos.
You have made your point, so let's move on.
Tiene un punto principal que ya lo hizo, así es que por favor avancemos.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard an explanation for the discrepancy.
No
That's what I'm looking
escuché una explicación para esta discrepancia.
Ask your question.
Ms. Espinoza.
Wait, I had an objection. What's the discrepancy?
Tengo
It
una
assumes facts
objeción.
and
¿Cuál es
not
la
evidence.
discrepancia? Si esto no es una evidencia.
Discrepancy is that the entertainment endorsement application says that there were no violations, but the investigative report says that there were.
What's
La objeción es porque el informe dice que no hubo un informe de investigación cuando sí lo hubo.
Mr. Meltzer, you have made your point. Okay. Let's move on from this. We have 13 or 14 more witnesses.
I appreciate it.
Tenemos 13 o 14 testigos más para ir a interrogar, así que por favor avancemos.
You have another question, sir?
¿Tiene otra pregunta, señor? No.
Mr. Klein, do you have any redirect?
¿Tiene alguna otra pregunta, señor Klein?
I do not.
No.
Do you have another witness? Thank you, Ms. Espinoza, for your testimony. You, however, have to stay for the duration of this hearing.
Bien, gracias, señor Espinoza, por su testimonio. Usted tiene el derecho a quedarse por el resto de esta audiencia.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
I do.
¿Tiene algún otro testigo, señor Klein? Sí.
I do, but before I do that, I would request that the board take administrative notice. I did not object to Mr. Short's questions, but if one looks at the investigative report, there is no mention of a violation involving entertainment. And I would ask that the board take judicial administrative notice of that fact.
That's true.
And that I'm sure the question was.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you please pause. Bien, voy a pedir por favor que la Junta Directiva tome un aviso administrativo, una notificación administrativa a la pregunta del señor abogado Melcher. No hice una objeción, pero quiero que se tome aviso judicial de esto.
The record speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Las actas van a hablar por sí mismas. Gracias, su señoría.
Paul Edward Camacho.
Voy a llamar a Edward Camacho.
Mr. Camacho, can you raise your right hand, please?
Señor Camacho, ¿puede elevar su mano derecha, por favor?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
¿Usted jura o afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is.
¿Puede decir su nombre para que conste en actas, por favor?
My name is Edward Camacho, Edward. Last name is
Mi
C.
nombre es Edward Camacho, Eduard.
I think you need to wait for him to finish spell his name, ma'am, before you start to translate.
It's okay.
He wasn't done spelling his name. I think that part is easy. Okay, so
It
Mr.
is very
Camacho,
easy, but whenever there is a pause, I seize the opportunity to interpret because nobody is pausing. I apologize.
all right, Mr. Camacho, one of the reasons why I asked this is because there's a court reporter. So, Mr. Camacho, just spell your name.
I understand. I don't want to make anybody's jobs difficult, you know, but I'm trying to do mine. That's all. I'm sorry.
I'll start again. My name is Edward Camacho, Edward. Last name is Camacho, Camacho.
Thank you, sir. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you.
Mi nombre es Edward Camacho, Edward Su testigo, señor Klein.
Mr. Camacho, what is your involvement with this business?
Señor Camacho, ¿cuál es su rol en este negocio?
I am the general manager, and I also seek out more interest in the restaurant with my mother.
Yo soy el manager general y también estoy buscando nuevos intereses con este establecimiento junto con mi madre.
And how long have you been involved in the restaurant?
¿Cuánto tiempo hace que está involucrado en este restaurante?
For about 8 years.
Por unos 8 años.
But this restaurant's only been open 5, correct?
Correct.
Pero este restaurante en sí ha estado en actividad por los últimos 5, ¿correcto? Correcto.
So when you say 8 years, what are you talking about?
Cuando dice 8 años, ¿de qué está hablando entonces?
I was working with my mother at the other restaurant in Delray in 1905.
Estaba trabajando con mi madre en el otro restaurante en Delray en 1905.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Mixon has fixed his sharing problem, and I would ask that he be given privileges so that we can host an exhibit.
El señor Mixon ha arreglado su problema para compartir archivos, así es que les pido por favor el privilegio para que pueda compartir un archivo.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen, please? So,
Yes,
go ahead.
The menu exhibit, Andrew.
Yeah.
Oh.
What are we looking at?
¿A qué estamos mirando?
You are looking at our menu. So we have a combination of 20 different regions, dishes from north and southern regions of Italy.
Okay. And is
Tenemos
this,
el menú que tiene una combinación de 20 platos de la región sur y norte de Italia.
and is this menu available on a consistent basis?
Yes.
¿Y esto está manualmente disponible en una base constante? Sí.
Sorry.
Is this menu or something like it what's been offered in the restaurant since its opening?
Este menú es algo así o similar lo que se ha estado ofreciendo en este restaurante desde que abrió.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd move applicants exhibit 1.
Voy a hacer entonces que se admita como prueba del solicitante número 1.
Any objection, Mr. Melcher?
¿Alguna objeción?
No objection.
No hay objeciones.
So move exhibit 1.
All right. As long as we're doing this. Mr. Mixon, will you put up exhibit 4, please?
Señor Mixon, por favor, ¿puede subir el elemento de prueba número 4?
Mr. Camacho, can you tell the board what's depicted in that video, exhibit 4?
Señor Camacho, ¿le puede decir a la Junta Directiva qué es lo que acabamos de ver en esas imágenes?
That is our dinner rush on a Saturday.
Ese es nuestro restaurante, el comedor de nuestro restaurante un día sábado.
And Mr. Mixon, if you could have put up exhibit 5.
Señor Mixon, si puede mostrar el número 5.
Was that visible to anyone?
No.
No.
Well, it was. You just didn't play it.
Mr. Camacho, can you tell the board what's depicted in Exhibit 5?
That is also our
Señor Camacho, ¿le puede decir a la Junta qué es lo que se muestra en el elemento de prueba número 5?
that is also our dinner rush as well.
Eso también es nuestro restaurante.
Were these videos taken the same night?
¿Esos
Yes.
videos fueron tomados la misma noche? Sí.
Sorry. Yes.
And, Mr. Mixon, you can stop sharing now. And approximately when were they taken?
¿Aproximadamente cuándo fueron tomados?
I want to say between 8, it's like 7:30 between 9.
Yo diría entre las 8, diría 7, entre las 7:30 y las 8.
When, in terms of time period, in terms of what month or approximately how long ago were they taken?
¿Cuándo, en cuanto a qué mes o aproximadamente hace cuánto tiempo que fue tomado?
That was taken on October.
Eso fue tomado en octubre.
Of what year?
¿De qué año?
2023. Give me a second. I'm sorry. 2022. Excuse me.
2023, disculpen, 2022.
I got the year wrong. Sorry.
And what night of the week?
Qué mal el año, disculpe.
It was a Saturday.
¿Qué noche de la semana era un sábado?
Is that typical and representative as to what dinner service looks like on a Saturday night at Rose Marina d'Italia?
¿Eso es representativo de cómo se ve en la noche de los sábados o a la noche en Rose Marina, Italia?
Yes. For Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays as well, when it comes to dinner services. Yeah.
Yo diría viernes, sábado y domingos también en cuanto a lo que es los servicios de cena.
I would move exhibits 4 and 5, applicants exhibits 4 and 5.
Any objection, Mr. Melcher?
No.
So moved.
Mr. Camacho, prior to any changes in format, is that how the business operated on a regular basis?
Señor Camacho, en cuanto a los antes de hacer algún tipo de cambio de formato, ¿ese es el modo en el cual operaba el negocio los sábados?
Yes.
Yes.
Did there come a time that you felt that there needed to be certain changes?
¿Llegó un momento en el cual ustedes determinaron que tenían que hacer algunos cambios?
Yes.
Sí.
When was that and why was that?
¿Cuándo fue esto y por qué fue esto?
This happened when COVID hit, and this was the most crucial moment that me and my mother had to go through, and we had to come to a point to either decide closing the restaurant.
Bueno, esto pasó cuando fue la pandemia de COVID. Llegó un punto en el cual tuvimos que decidir si íbamos a cerrar el restaurante o no.
So, what did you do in the face of that?
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hicieron cuando tuvieron que enfrentarse a esto?
Me and my mother were trying to figure out some alternatives to attract foot traffic because it was a very empty ghost place in Connecticut Avenue. So me and my mother were thinking about doing one day out of the week, which was a Sunday, to bring some entertainment and some enlightenment to our place.
Bueno,
So
llegó un punto en el cual necesitábamos hacer algo para traer un poco de tránsito de gente para que comiera en el lugar. Entonces decidimos que íbamos a hacer un evento un día de la semana para poder atraer más gente al local, porque estaba bastante desolado y vacío en Connecticut Avenue.
You weren't done, so I'll ask another question, but I don't think you finished your answer.
No, I didn't finish. I was just waiting for her to finish translating. I know it's a lot.
For pausing.
No, you're welcome. It's just a very emotional stage, but we had to come up with some ideas to keep afloat because we had to let go of a lot of people, and it was just me and my mother inside the business. So to create just only the weekends, which was just a Sunday at first, is how we started off with the entertainment. And then gracefully, I want to say a few months afterwards, we started with Saturday, but we didn't want to exercise for any more days because our focus was morally just the restaurant, and this was just an add-on to pay our dues and pay our debts to what we owed for that place.
Well, it's okay. Bueno, está bien. El tema es que era un momento muy emocional para ambos porque teníamos que mantener el restaurante y sacarlo a flote y tuvimos que despedir a mucha gente y estábamos mi madre y yo tratando de mantener abierto el restaurante. Entonces empezamos con el día domingo, con los entretenimientos para traer más gente y meses después empezamos también con los sábados. Nuestro enfoque siempre fue realmente el restaurante, así es que tampoco era que queríamos hacerlo más días de la semana, era simplemente para reunir dinero, para pagar nuestras deudas y mantener el lugar abierto.
And what was the nature of the entertainment that you began offering?
¿Cuál era la naturaleza del entretenimiento que comenzaron a ofrecer?
Can you repeat your question again? I'm sorry, it was going in and out.
What was the nature of the entertainment that you began offering?
¿Cuál era la naturaleza del entretenimiento que comenzaron a ofrecer?
The idea was for us to bring music, bring the DJ on board, but during that period of time, that was the only thing for the clients to know that it was a night of enjoyment to come inside the venue. So that was our proposed ideal when we first
Bueno,
started.
la idea era empezar con una propuesta para que los clientes supieran que podían venir adentro del negocio, entonces trajimos un DJ como idea inicial para
Now,
comenzar.
were you aware when you did that you were required to have an entertainment endorsement approved by this board?
¿Usted estaba en conocimiento que tenía que obtener una aprobación de esta junta directiva antes de tener un patrocinio de un evento?
No, during that time I wasn't aware. I had to seek out some support to figure out what is the proper way for us to continue on.
No, en ese momento no lo sabía. Yo tuve que obtener un apoyo, una asistencia apropiada para poder guiarme sobre cuál era el camino que teníamos que tomar.
And what did you do with respect to offering entertainment when you learned that the restaurant was required to have an entertainment endorsement to offer such entertainment?
¿Y qué es lo que usted hizo entonces cuando averiguó y se enteró de que el restaurante tenía que tener una licencia de entretenimiento para poder alojar un evento?
We immediately stopped, and
Inmediatamente lo detuvimos.
me and my mother spoke about it and tried to go based upon what our license were the requirements for us to continue on.
Y mi madre y yo tratamos de reunir repasar los requisitos para ver qué era lo que teníamos que hacer para cumplir con dichos requisitos para poder continuar ofreciendo estos eventos.
And did the restaurant apply for an entertainment endorsement?
¿Y el restaurante solicitó una licencia de entretenimiento?
Yes, as soon as we found out, we immediately went through the process of applying.
Sí, inmediatamente después de que nos enteramos que la necesitábamos, empezamos el proceso para solicitarla.
Now, that application, initial application, was withdrawn on the eve of a hearing. Is that correct?
Esa aplicación inicial fue retirada cuando se fue programada la audiencia, ¿correcto?
That is correct.
Eso es
Wh-
correcto.
And why was that done?
¿Por qué se hizo así?
From that timely manner when we first applied, we had no knowledge, and from the neighbors that messaged me with complaints, and me and my mother spoke, and we decided to say, hey, we believe that we need to continue on and stop what we have to do to make sure that we are fully preparing ourselves for the next time we continue to do this. And
Bueno, entonces lo que hicimos con mi madre después de recibir ciertas quejas de los vecinos fue retirarle el pedido y prepararnos bien para saber qué era lo que necesitábamos hacer correctamente para pedir la licencia adecuadamente y saber a qué nos estábamos enfrentando con lo que solicitábamos.
Now, if the restaurant is granted an entertainment endorsement, will your program of entertainment differ in any way from what you were offering before?
Y a este negocio se le otorga la licencia para organizar eventos. ¿Su programa de entretenimiento va a diferir de lo que era antes?
yes, most definitely.
Sí, definitivamente.
And how will it differ? What will be different?
¿Cómo va a ser diferente? ¿En qué sentido?
With the opportunity of taking a year of not doing any entertainment and with withdrawing our applications due to our councils providing us some great ideas, we decided to take the opportunity to grasp ourselves and make sure that we're going to properly train our staffs. And we had the recommendations to now move forward with NSC, which is Robert Smith's program for alcohol and service rules and regulations, alcohol service and liabilities, security guard initial training 2023 for them to be in top protocol to make sure that we are recruiting people to work with us in the field that
One
DC's.
moment, please.
Oh, sorry.
Ok. Yo con mi madre nos adentramos en una conversación con nuestro abogado para poder hacer uso, en el caso de que se nos otorgara la licencia, de esta licencia y contratar gente como por ejemplo el programa de Robert Smith que capacita al personal sobre cómo se tienen que tratar los establecimientos cuando tienen este tipo de licencia de entretenimiento, de acuerdo a todos los requisitos de la ciudad y de las licencias. Y también con respecto a los guardias de seguridad, para que se sepa cómo se debe tratar este tipo de establecimientos con entretenimientos.
Can I?
All right, you were continuing.
Oh, I was
Puede
continuing.
continuar.
We're not seeking for any further days to do entertainment. We're only looking to do a Saturday and a Sunday, Saturday from 11 till 3, Sunday from 6 till midnight. Even though our license requires us to till 2, but we're not seeking for any further hours. We're only going to be utilizing those 2 days after our services from the restaurant. And those services will be bringing a DJ on board to play all genres of music on the mezzanine. That's our second floor. That could hold up to the capacity of 40 people. And that will allow people to sit down and grab a cocktail because we have a bar on our second floor as well. And to the main floor, we will have a standing bar, few tables for people to buy drinks or to do as well for the bottle services if they want it big groups only. And we have our limitations policy for people to come in, dress codes, attire appropriate, physical IDs are going to be checked. We're also working to grab with our new POS system to scan IDs as well.
Okay,
Bien,
now,
entonces,
Go ahead, sorry.
La licencia que nosotros estamos pidiendo va a ser para tener actividades simplemente los sábados de 11 a 3 y los domingos de 6 a 12. No estamos queriendo tener actividades de entretenimiento ningún otro día. Después de esos horarios normales del restaurante, traeríamos un DJ para hacer un evento después de los horarios del restaurante en el segundo piso, donde podemos tener gente de hasta 40 personas, porque también tenemos un bar en el segundo piso para que si quieren tomar algún cóctel o algo. Y después también en el primer piso también vamos a tener un bar que sin mesas ni sillas, donde se van a admitir grupos de personas y que van a poder tener reservas y que se va a estar respetando un código de vestimenta y también van a tener que presentar sus identificaciones físicas y también estamos incorporando nuestro sistema de POS para poder escanear las identificaciones.
Can I ask a question?
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
I know that this is her son and it's her business partner. Is it that Miss Espinosa, and this is her call, that we translate the question that's been asked by the attorney, but do we need to translate the response that's given by her son?
Esto es una pregunta para la señora Espinosa. Dado que su hijo es su socio comercial, aparte de ser su hijo, ¿usted quiere que traduzcamos para usted todas las respuestas que da su hijo? Porque podemos traducirle las preguntas del abogado para que sepa lo que estamos hablando, pero como su hijo ya lo debe haber escuchado, entonces ¿es necesario que le respondamos, que le traduzcamos todas las respuestas que da su hijo?
No, yo
No.
estoy bien. Yo estoy bien para avanzar las conversaciones.
I'm okay if you want to move on.
All right, so what we'll do, we'll translate the question that's been asked to the son, but you don't have to translate his answers.
Understood.
Go ahead.
Vamos a traducirle las preguntas que se le hacen a su hijo, pero no vamos a traducir las respuestas, ¿ok?
¿Está bien?
Ok.
All right, Mr. Camacho, if an entertainment endorsement is granted to allow entertainment Sunday nights until midnight, what will be the plan of entertainment? What are the thoughts? What do you intend to do on Sunday nights?
Okay.
Señor Camacho, entonces, si usted tiene la idea de que si se le otorga la licencia para alojar en eventos, quiere que sea, por ejemplo, el domingo hasta la medianoche, ¿cuál es su plan en cuanto a qué tipo de entretenimiento se estaría brindando?
So we always have a last call 30 minutes before closings. So that's one thing that we're looking to establish as well. We have also given a 1 hour limit policy for people that after an hour before closings, they cannot come inside the venue due to not giving them the misconception of they could stay a little bit more longer if we're closing in 30 minutes. I don't want to, either startle one person or get them feeling that they're limited to a certain time. So
Okay, that's great, but that's not my question. My
sorry.
question to you is, if you're going to offer entertainment on Sunday night, if the board decides to grant an entertainment endorsement and allow entertainment in Reyes Marina d'Italia on Sunday nights until midnight, what entertainment are you going to offer? What's going to be the program? What are you going to do?
We're going to be playing music
Hold on,
by
Mr. Camacho.
Yeah.
We're still having the
Oh, sorry.
question being translated, not the answer.
Sorry.
Bien, pero eso no era mi pregunta. Mi pregunta era, si usted tiene la licencia otorgada para tener eventos los domingos hasta la medianoche, ¿qué tipo de entretenimiento es el que usted planea programar?
The program would be for Sunday is to allow a DJ to play all sets music genres. We are also requesting for a full security details to be presently at both sections of the layout of the venue, first and second floor. We will also be requesting for RDL as well. That's part of the license for us to continue to move forward. And we are requesting for Saturday and Sunday as well.
All right, so we'll move on to that then.
Okay.
In terms of the measures that you will put in place if you're granted an entertainment endorsement. You've mentioned RDO. I'll have the
En términos de las medidas que va a estar tomando en el caso de que se le otorgue la licencia para entretenimientos. Usted menciona RDL.
Yes.
And RDO is reimbursable detail, just so we're all clear for the record.
Yes.
Y RDL es el detalle de reembolso para que conste en actas.
Yes.
And you will have security staff.
Y va a tener personal de seguridad.
Yes.
And how many security staff will you have on the nights that RDO is there?
8.
¿Cuántos miembros de seguridad va a tener en las noches que esté abierto más tarde?
8.
And you're aware there have sometimes been difficulty staffing RDO?
¿Y usted tiene conocimiento de que a veces hay dificultades para poder llenar los puestos de RDL?
I am aware.
Will you make any changes with respect to security staffing on those nights when you might be unable to get RDO despite timely requests?
¿Usted va a hacer algunos cambios en cuanto a las estrategias de manejo del lugar en las noches en las cuales RDL no pueda cumplir con los requisitos de personal?
I will add 2 additional security guards on top of the 8.
Voy a agregar 2 guardias de seguridad adicionales, aparte de los 8 que ya existen.
And in terms of training, do you plan to have these security personnel trained in any specific way?
En términos de training, ¿usted planea capacitar al personal de seguridad con una capacitación específica?
Yes, all security guards will be trained under NSC, which is Robert Smith's program. It's called Security Guard Initial Training.
Okay. And have you identified someone to head up the security staff?
Yes,
¿Usted ha identificado a alguien para que sea el jefe del grupo de seguridad?
yes, he's also the gentleman that's on the calling list. His name is Devin Blake.
Okay, so we will be hearing from him later?
Yes.
Okay. Now on Saturday
¿Vamos a
night,
escuchar su testimonio luego? Sí.
will the program of entertainment be any different?
¿El sábado en la noche el programa de entretenimiento va a ser diferente?
No, it'll be the same.
All right, and you're not planning on offering any dancing at this point, is that correct?
Correct.
Usted no está planeando ofrecer ninguna otra noche, ¿verdad?
Correct.
Is there anything else that I may have missed that you plan to do with respect to policing your establishment or making sure that the offering of entertainment does not create a disturbance in the neighborhood?
¿Alguna otra cosa que se me haya pasado y que usted planea hacer para que la seguridad del establecimiento no perturbe lo cotidiano de su vecindario?
Our biggest encounter was last year when me and my mother first started this off. We had not much information nor guidance of how we were supposed to operate this. So during that period of time, yes, we did utilize DJs without the awareness that we need a license. We utilized promoters that we now thought to ourselves that it also impacted our restaurant and our reputation as well of what we want to conduct. So going forward, after when we withdrew our license, 1 year going forward of timing for us to create the intentions of reapplying for our entertainment. So those are the guidelines we want to move forward, is that we're not going to utilize promoters. that
Okay.
we are.
All right, so you're not going to use promoters. What about pat downs or searching for weapons? Are you going to implement any procedure to make sure that weapons do not enter your establishment?
Yes.
Bueno, está bien, no va a implementar promotores. ¿Qué me puede decir con respecto a la requisa? ¿Va a utilizar algún tipo de detector de metal o van a hacer algún tipo de requisa para ingresar al establecimiento para asegurarse de que no ingresen armas?
So we do pat downs. So that is one thing we've always done prior to. So that is one thing. And we've also purchased security guards for us to be embedded in their ear for walkie-talkies to get in contact with the bartenders, management, me and my mother as well, since we're in the office going over the cameras. Our bar manager reports to us any inconvenience or if there's any encounters with any clienteles that we report to everyone in that walkie. And then we also have a metal detector wand as well in case for future purposes if we needed it.
And you'd be willing to institute that if necessary or if required by this board?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go. You could translate that if you want. Sorry.
Y también usted les requiere una capacitación a las personas para que manejen este tipo de detectores de metales.
Yes.
During the course of the last, I don't know, year and a half, you've had some interaction with the community concerning the establishment and issues perceived by the community. Is that correct?
That it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part? The initial proceed? I couldn't hear that.
Okay. Well, my question was, during the course of the last year and a half, have you had occasion to interact with the community concerning the establishment and the issues that they have raised concerning the establishment?
Okay. Durante el último año ha tenido oportunidad para hablar con los miembros de la comunidad con respecto a los reclamos que ellos han elevado en relación a las actividades del establecimiento.
Yes.
Were you at one time asked to monitor the racial makeup of those entering your establishment?
Yes.
¿Usted estaba monitoreando en algún momento los I'm sorry, you said racial makeup? I'm sorry.
Yes, racial makeup, that's what I
Okay.
said.
Bien, el maquillaje racial que estaba utilizando algunas de las personas que ingresaban en su establecimiento.
Yes.
And what was the context of that request?
¿Cuál era
Objection.
el contexto
Objection.
de esa solicitud? Objeción.
Hold on, please. Is there an objection, Mr. Melcher?
Yes, the objection is hearsay. This is going to spiral out of control into accusing people of being racist. Who are the people?
I don't know where. I don't know where
the objection is hearsay.
I mean, I don't know where we're going. I mean, we need to tread lightly, so I don't know where he's going. So let me see, and then I know you have an objection, so let me see where we're going with this, Mr. Klein.
All right. What was the context of that request?
¿Cuál era el contexto de esa solicitud?
This was about a year and a half when it was just me and my mother without the support or knowledge who we were supposed to reach or get in contact with. My go-to person from the DuPont Association was for me to get in contact with Meg Rogensack and Mike Silverstein and another gentleman. And during that time, there was some altercations between the three for another venue that's in front of me, that's Signature Lounge, and they contacted me in a private discussion to have me sign a settlement agreement. And they were discussing about who comes inside the venue, what's the percentile of the people that come inside the venue. And this was now about, you know, I don't know how to respond to that, in my opinion. So that was a little difficult moment for me to go forward with. And so as soon as that was held, I told my mother about it. didn't know how to respond to that question. And so we continued on with the discussion about them offering me a settlement agreement and for them reassuring that they're not going to allow Signature Lounge to be open.
All right, I think you've answered the questions. I don't have any further questions of the witness at this time.
All right, Mr. Melcher, so we're gonna go back to our traditional, so I need you to translate both the question and the answer, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Melcher.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Camacho, when did you become aware of the need for an entertainment endorsement?
Señor Camacho, ¿cuándo fue que usted conoció que necesitaba tener una licencia para alojar eventos?
I have my emails that I associated when I got in contact with Meg Rogenstock, but the person who sent me that information was Bill McLeod, who was part of the DuPont Association from that period. And then that's where I asked, how does the process work for us to get to entertainment? And then that's when I realized we cannot continue with the DJs. And so we had to stop that and then continue on with what we had already with our license, which is a tavern. Sí.
Bueno, yo tengo los correos electrónicos que intercambié con Meg Rogensack de la Asociación de DuPont Circle y con Bill McLeod de la Asociación de DuPont Circle con respecto a cuáles eran los requisitos que yo debía cumplir para poder para tener este tipo de evento y me di cuenta que necesitaba una licencia para tener estos eventos. Así es que ahí también fue que me di cuenta que no podía seguir teniendo DJs en el restaurante, así es que ahí fue cuando suspendí las actividades de DJ y retomamos las actividades normales de la taberna como siempre.
Okay, but I asked when, and I didn't hear an answer to that. So when?
Pero yo le pregunté cuándo y no escuché una respuesta.
This was when we first started off, I want to say 3 or 4 months, a few months afterwards. I would have to check my emails, but I could send it or I could provide it to you later if you like.
Bueno, esto fue como 3 o 4 meses, no, a ver, yo diría unos meses después de que empezamos la actividad. Debería chequear mi correo electrónico, los tengo allí si usted los quiere ver.
Okay, so you don't know, is that correct?
Usted no sabe entonces, ¿correcto?
At the current moment, I don't have the date in front of me since I'm looking at, the screen, but like I said, I could send you the emails that were exchanged between me and Meg Rogensack when we first interacted about getting the entertainment.
Bueno, como le dije, no los tengo aquí porque estoy viendo la pantalla de la videoconferencia, pero sí tengo las interacciones que tuve con Megan Rogensack y se los puedo facilitar.
When is the last time you used DJs at the establishment?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted utilizó DJs en este establecimiento?
Like I said, this was when we first started, me and my mother, by bringing DJs on board without the recognition that we needed this license. As soon as I found out by me asking neighbors who is the person who is involved with the business association, they got me in contact with Meg Rogensack. So this was 3 or 4 months when we found out that we needed entertainment endorsements, and that's where we stopped. But from that point on, we were told, ABRA inspector, we were told that they were going to come visit us. And then from that point on, we gave them a full tour of the restaurants and they didn't indicate to find any DJs going forward.
Bueno, cuando yo recibí los reclamos de los vecinos fue que yo les pregunté con quién me tenía que contactar, con la parte de la asociación comercial, me dijeron que me tenía que contactar con Meg Rogensack y ahí fue que me enteré que yo necesitaba una licencia para poder tener DJs en el establecimiento, fue como 3 o 4 meses después de haber iniciado la actividad. Y ahí fue cuando me detuve y no utilicé más DJs y también me dijeron que necesitaba esta licencia para alojar eventos y que Abra iba a venir al establecimiento y ahí fue cuando les di una visita guiada completa para asegurarse de que no tenía DJs contratados.
Okay, so again, I just asked when. You don't know, you don't know.
I don't have the date. I'm
Bueno,
sorry.
es que de nuevo le pregunté cuándo y usted no sabe. Si usted no sabe, diga no lo sé.
I don't have the date in front of me, no, but I could, like I said, once we're done, I could send you the emails that were exchanged, and then that's when we took forward
No
once
tengo
we
la
found out.
fecha frente a mí. Yo, como le dije, le puedo enviar los correos si quiere saber la fecha.
Did you use DJs in early 2022?
¿Usted utilizó DJs a comienzos del 2022?
Did I use DJs in 2022? No, because once we started, when the COVID really started happening and we were able to get foot traffic coming on doors, like I said, this was a few months after I got in contact with Meg Rogensack, so I have to double check. So moments when we found out that we needed entertainment, that's where we took a pause immediately without DJs. And then we did have a few ANC neighbors send phone calls for inspectors to come inside our venue to look for DJs, and we showed them an iPad playing music. And they have pictures of it as well. They took a few snaps of photos and videos of it as well.
Bueno, no, como le digo, no me acuerdo cuándo, porque esto fue unos meses después de iniciar la actividad, y yo diría unos meses después de hablar con Meg Rogensack fue que yo me enteré que no podíamos hacer esto, entonces dejé de contratar DJs, y un par de llamadas que hicieron los vecinos fue que dispararon las visitas de Abra, donde vinieron a ver si teníamos puesta la música de DJ, y vieron que no teníamos DJs, que teníamos música que la estábamos poniendo por el iPad, y ahí fue cuando tomaron algunas fotografías justamente para poder ver, para que se pudiera ver que no habían DJs en el restaurante.
Did you continue having these nighttime events after stopping using DJs?
¿Usted continuó teniendo estos eventos nocturnos después de que supo que no podía usar un DJ?
Yes, we followed the exact protocol what the Tavern C license required us to do, which was play pre-recorded mix for the hours that they provided to us. And so we just took the initial of doing that.
Bueno, sí, nosotros lo que hicimos fue tomar la iniciativa de operar el restaurante dentro de lo que permite nuestra licencia, dentro de los horarios y de los días que permite la licencia.
And we only did it for Saturday and Sunday. We didn't push for any other days. We didn't
Y lo
seek to do
hicimos
that.
solamente los sábados y los domingos, no lo hicimos ningún otro día.
Did there come a time when you stopped having the nighttime events?
Llegó un momento donde dejaron de tener estos eventos nocturnos.
Yes, and that happened when, and this was very upsetting because it took a lot of neighbors to think that what we were doing for the nights was a scandal or was a fake fictitious for the restaurant. And it was very insulting to me and my mom because our first passion was the Italian food cuisine. My mom took 20 years to study under an Italian chef to work.
Okay, can I cut the witness off, Mr. Chairman? I just asked, did there come a time?
Mr. Melcher, you ask him a question. If you want him to give answer yes or no, you need to ask him that, but you can't cut him off from responding. This is cross-examination, sir. You need to ask him questions where you put him in a box.
Well, I just asked, did there come a time? That's it. Just asking, did there come a time?
Can you repeat your question one more time so I could give you a shorter answer?
Did there come a time when you stopped having the nighttime events?
Yes.
Why did you stop having the
Sorry,
nighttime?
I cannot translate like this. You will have to pause.
Hold on, ma'am. I need to remind Mr. Melcher, you asked the question. I'm sorry, your name again, sir?
Edward, sorry about that.
All right, sir. You need to wait for it to be translated. And please, in giving your response, allow the translator an opportunity to translate for your mother.
Yes, sir.
Mom has made it known to us that she needs a translator, and so this is why we're going through this exercise.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Melcher.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask one more time. Did there come a time when you stopped having nighttime events? Yes or no?
¿Llegó un momento en el cual usted dejó de tener eventos nocturnos, sí o no?
We stopped doing the nighttime once we found out where we withdraw our entertainment application. And that's
Nosotros
what
dejamos de tener eventos nocturnos una vez que retiramos la solicitud para tener eventos.
Why did you stop having the nighttime events?
¿Por qué dejó de tener estos eventos nocturnos?
as I responded to the first response, it was very insulting when a lot of neighbors were trying to attack us that the nighttime was a scandal and the restaurant was fictitious and it wasn't real. And we crafted.
Bueno,
Sorry, go ahead.
ok. Bueno, como respondí anteriormente, era un grupo de vecinos que se empezó a quejar, acusando al restaurante de tener conductas indebidas y fue algo muy insultante para mí y para mi madre.
We had a neighbor tell us that we are bringing the ghetto and we are devaluing property, and me and my mother, we have a very strong heart and strong head, so we told ourselves that we needed this opportunity of the night when it came to COVID, and we had support for it. But our restaurant continued going every day, which never stopped. Me and my mother continue on doing, which is why we still have our other restaurants, which is why we still love what we do.
Bueno, nosotros recibimos mucho apoyo en la época de COVID para hacer estos eventos y después hemos seguido en la actividad todos los días, incluso desde COVID. Por eso es que continuamos teniendo nuestros restaurantes activos y por eso es que amamos lo que hacemos.
Did anyone in the neighborhood complain about Rose Marino having restaurant operation?
¿Alguien en el vecindario se quejó porque Rosa Marino estaba con en funcionamiento como restaurante?
A few neighbors did, actually.
Algunos vecinos lo hicieron, de hecho.
When we first came on board, we were the first business to come in. There was other competitive Italian restaurant cuisines, and when I came from the other restaurants to find out who is the neighbors, greet the neighbors, and we didn't get the same treatment in return. But we continue to work on our passion. We continue to market ourselves to attract other clients in the radius of DC to come support our business, and which is why we're still here 5 years later.
What is the capacity?
Bueno, de hecho, cuando yo fui a presentarme, fuimos uno de los primeros restaurantes de la zona en proporcionar ese tipo de comida y ese tipo de cocina. Y cuando me fui a presentar con otros vecinos, de hecho, no obtuve la misma respuesta de regreso. Por eso es que nosotros nos hemos enfocado en atraer otros vecinos de otras partes de DC y por eso es que estamos al día de hoy en actividades después de 5 años.
What is the capacity of your restaurant?
¿Cuál es la capacidad de su restaurante?
115 people.
115 personas.
Okay, I believe I heard you testify that you're planning to have security details of 8 security personnel on nights when there are reimbursable details. Is that correct?
Entonces, entendí que usted planea tener 8 personas de seguridad en las noches donde hay seguridad de RDL, ¿correcto?
Correct.
Correcto.
All right, and you're planning to have 10 when there are no RDOs available?
¿Y usted planea tener 10 cuando no haya RDL disponible?
Correct.
Correcto.
Why do you need 10 security officers when you have a capacity of only 115?
¿Por qué necesita 10 oficiales de seguridad cuando tiene una capacidad de solo 115 personas?
I think this question falls under the person who's in operation of security guards. And then from the research and the gatherings of other business owners, that's the recommendations that they gave me.
Bueno, esto es una pregunta que debería responder la persona de seguridad y yo solamente determiné esta cantidad en base a consultas que hice con otros establecimientos similares y sus recomendaciones con respecto a la seguridad.
What is your understanding of the basis for that recommendation?
¿Cuál es su comprensión en cuanto a las bases para esta recomendación?
I guess when you're in the business with family and it's your mother particularly, you want the best for everything else. So I took the opportunity to ask around other business owners, and sometimes they would reject you and say, good luck. But there was other few owners that would give you some guidance and some recommendations. So luckily I got the opportunity to collaborate and ask those questions when needed to see, hey, how can I support and how can I fix my business of what I did last year to do here today?
Bueno, resulta que cuando uno está operando un negocio, especialmente si es un negocio que tienes con tu madre, quieres que se proteja y que sea seguro sin ningún inconveniente adicional. Y a veces yo consulté y no me dieron ninguna respuesta, pero a veces tuve la suerte de que me respondieran y entonces fue que ahí fue que, bueno, me dijeron estas recomendaciones y yo las seguí.
Do you intend to have a board-approved security plan?
¿Tiene la intención de tener un plan de seguridad aprobado por la Junta?
Yes.
Sí.
I believe you said that you're not going to use promoters. Are you? Why do you not want to use promoters?
Entiendo que usted dijo que no quiere usar, no tiene la intención de usar promotores. ¿Puedo saber por qué no quiere usar promotores?
Can you repeat your question one more time?
I'll rephrase.
Sorry.
¿Puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Why are you committing not to using promoters?
¿Por qué está usted comprometiéndose a no usar promotores?
Sorry, my internet connection is not working very well. Can you just repeat your question one more time for me, please?
Mi conexión a internet no está funcionando bien. ¿Puede volver a repetir la pregunta?
I'll break it down. My understanding is that you do not intend to use promoters. Is that correct?
Mi comprensión es que usted no tiene la intención de usar promotores. ¿Es esto correcto?
Correct.
¿Correcto?
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
I realized when we first started off, me and my mother, with the ideas of trying to get support from fellow people to bring customers, foot traffic in on board, that we thought that that was the initial right thing to do, and we didn't know that there was regulations or rulings that we were not supposed to do those. And so from that
Bueno,
opportunity,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Bueno, cuando empezamos a pensar con mi madre las diferentes actividades que podíamos llegar a hacer, se nos ocurrió que podíamos llegar a implementar cosas como un camión de comidas. Sin embargo, ahí fue que nos dimos cuenta que necesitábamos otro tipo de reglamentos para poder cumplir, otro tipo de estrategias para cumplir los reglamentos que se necesitaban, y entonces ahí fue que nos dimos cuenta que esa opción no iba a funcionar.
How many times did you have DJs at the establishment?
¿Cuántas veces tuvo DJs en el establecimiento?
We only had DJs for the days of the events, which was just a Saturday and a Sunday.
Solamente tuvimos DJs para los días de los eventos, que eran los sábados y los domingos.
So it was every week, twice per week?
¿Eso eran todas las semanas, 2 veces por semana?
Once we learned that we needed entertainment endorsement, we stopped. But yes, to answer your question, from the beginning,
Una
yes,
vez
we
que
did have it.
supimos que necesitábamos la licencia para tener eventos, entonces lo detuvimos, pero sí, yo diría que sí.
So how many weeks did that continue?
Entonces, ¿cuántas semanas continuó eso?
I think you're repeating the same question you asked about how many months. But once we learned that we needed an entertainment endorsement, that's where we stopped. But I could go back to my emails that I spoke with Matt Rogansack and All in Exchange, and I could send that to you.
Bueno, yo creo que me está preguntando lo mismo con respecto a las semanas de lo que me preguntó con los meses. Ya le dije que una vez que nos enteramos, dejamos de contratar los DJs, pero puedo volver a responderle con la misma respuesta de que tengo los intercambios de correos electrónicos con los correos que me intercambié con la señora Rogansack.
Okay, I'm asking something different, which is for how many weeks did you continue using DJs twice per week?
All right, Mr. Melcher. All right. I've heard enough of this line of questioning. But you still have your 9 witnesses. It's 6:16 and you have 9 witnesses. Now, I think it's well established that they testified that they had entertainment. They were told that they weren't supposed to have entertainment, and they stopped. I don't think it's no longer relevant how long they did it. I think it's established that they broke the law. They've stated that they broke the law and they stopped. I'm not quite sure how many times you're going to ask the same question, sir. This is not helpful for the board. It's clearly established. They've stated we had entertainment, we had DJ, we had all these things wrong, and we did it. Once we were told, we stopped, and we comply with the law. I'm not quite sure what else we can get out of the fact, sir, that whether or not they did it 20 times, the third time they stated we're guilty of violating the process. Okay. Can we move on from there, sir? I'm not.
Does that need to be translated before I can respond?
Bien, estoy escuchando una y otra vez las mismas preguntas. No sé cuántas veces vamos a responder a lo mismo para poder acelerar el proceso y seguir hacia adelante. Por favor, ya me queda todo claro lo que han estado diciendo hasta ahora y creo que ya tengo suficientes respuestas con respecto a esta línea de preguntas.
So I asked a really simple question, which is how many times have you used DJs? And I didn't get an answer, so I asked different ways. I'm trying to still find that out. I think it's relevant whether they did this once versus 20 times versus 40 times. Each time is a separate violation. And so I do think it's relevant. And if the witness would just answer the question about how many weeks they continued having DJs twice per week, we would be done. It'd be a matter of math. So we could have already gotten over this.
Bien, si se ofreciera una respuesta más definida, como por ejemplo, ¿cuántas veces por semana? ¿Cuántas veces por mes? Por ejemplo, 2 veces por semana, 2 veces por mes o algo así, yo ya estaría con un número más determinado y entonces puedo dejar de hacer preguntas al respecto de esto, porque lo que estoy tratando de determinar es cuántas veces hubo violaciones por hacer eventos sin la licencia.
Mr. Chair, the witness has attempted to answer the question to the best of his ability. Mr. Melcher doesn't like the answer. That's unfortunate, but I don't think that merits repeating the same question over and over again.
Didn't answer.
I think we need to move on from this. We have already beaten this horse. I think we need to move on, sir. Let's move on.
Bueno, yo creo que ya hemos respondido lo que se ha respondido. Si al señor Melcher no le agradan las respuestas, ya eso es algo que está fuera del control de los testigos. Creo que ya se han respondido las preguntas, así es que podemos avanzar con lo siguiente.
Was your establishment affiliated with a promoter known as Allen DMV?
Su promotor es Alan DMV.
So Alan Nunes was a friend of mine before I even joined the restaurant, and afterwards, once I created the concept of the nightlife for the weekends, I did ask for his support to be a part of the venue as an acknowledgement for him to get the credibility of us moving forward for the night concept. But once later down the line, I realized that me and my mother did not like the reputation that it was bringing on board to the restaurant. So that's where we cut ties. And we realized we did not need any promoters going forward or anything else.
Bueno, una vez que, sí, yo conozco al señor Alan antes incluso de unirme a los restaurantes y bueno, y él me estaba ayudando para que pudiera promocionar estos eventos, pero sin embargo cuando me di cuenta que necesitaba la licencia para poder tener estos eventos, fue que directamente suspendimos su participación.
Was there a specific event that caused you to stop affiliating with him?
¿Hubo algún evento específico que causó que usted deje de relacionarse con él?
Yes.
Sí.
Can you describe the event?
¿Puede decirnos cuál fue este evento?
So in my side, me and my mother were talking about this, is that there's an enjoyment for us to do this. There's an enjoyment for people to come inside, and then for him to voluntarily put himself in a position to get intoxicated is not well representation of what the restaurant looks like. So I think I think they showed me earlier today with what was going on, but eventually I asked the security guards to place him inside my vehicle, and then I would have dropped him off home. But he was well intoxicated, so he got out of my vehicle and walked away. But from that moment on, it's not my responsibility to take care of another human being who's an adult. And me and my mother realized that that's not the reputation we want for a restaurant. So that's
Bueno, de
where
hecho, cuando nos dimos cuenta que el señor estaba intoxicado, mientras que estaba trabajando para nuestro restaurante, fue cuando nos dimos cuenta con mi madre que no es el tipo de imagen que queremos demostrar, ni los principios que nosotros nos mueven comercialmente. Entonces decidimos que en ese punto que un guardia de seguridad lo llevara a mi vehículo, yo lo llevé en mi vehículo a su casa y hasta ahí fue donde estuvo mi responsabilidad con él y mi relación comercial con él. Yo creo que no es ético ni tampoco es de nuestro interés tener una persona trabajando en esas condiciones, intoxicado y representando a nuestra imagen de restaurante. Entonces, a partir de ese momento se terminó mi relación comercial con él y también yo a partir de ese punto no me puedo hacer responsable de lo que él diga o haga porque es un adulto, es otro ser humano totalmente separado de mí, así es que eso es todo lo que puedo responder al respecto.
Did you continue using promoters after that incident?
¿Usted continuó usando promotores después de ese incidente?
yes, I got the opportunity to work with a few people, and then afterwards it just went from there where me and my mother decided it's not the best fit. We thought it was just one individual that was acting inappropriately by doing something that we should not be handling ourselves. But we realized that some of our clients for the restaurant do come to support our night venues as well. So we want to give them the same intentions of we're here to give you both doors open for you to come during dinner service, lunch, and then as well night.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit for me. The last part again?
What was the last part that you heard?
No, I mean, the last sentence or two you were breaking up.
Okay, the last sentence was we did utilize promoters afterwards, thinking that that was no part of, a rule that we weren't supposed to.
Okay.
And-
Bien, la última, entonces lo que estábamos diciendo es que usamos promotores después en otras ocasiones, pero siempre dentro de las reglas que podíamos seguir. Si no podíamos utilizarlos, entonces no íbamos a incumplir las reglas.
During the events that you hosted, did you provide free alcohol to patrons?
Durante el evento que usted alojó en su establecimiento, ¿usted proporcionaba bebidas gratuitas alcohólicas?
Yes, we did, and we provided free mixed beverages, but it was designed as in a mixer in a bottle, which was designed for tequila sunrise and 2 other cocktails that were inside a bottle. So we weren't pouring just pure liquor, we were pouring mixed beverages into people as a way of gratitude of thank you for coming inside the venue.
Bueno, sí estábamos ofreciendo algunos cócteles que tenían que ver más con algunos tragos, pero no era licor puro, sino que eran parte de un cóctel que lo estábamos ofreciendo como agradecimiento a las personas por haberse acercado hasta nuestro establecimiento a compartir estos eventos.
And were these beverages being poured directly into people's mouths by your staff?
Este licor estaba siempre siendo vertido directamente en las bocas de las personas por su personal.
So we asked each patron that came in, it's either in a shot glass or we could pour it, but with the count of 3 seconds, which equals to 1 ounce.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, we asked the patrons if they wanted the beverage on us. With the purchase that they purchase at the restaurant, they buy a cocktail or a few, and then we either ask them if they want them to be in a serving size of a shot cup or per serving size of 1 ounce.
Ok, bien. Entonces nosotros les damos una promoción en la cual le ofrecíamos un cóctel o un shot y el cliente decidía qué era lo que quería, si quería una bebida de 1 onza o si quería directamente un tamaño de shot, después con la compra de la cena.
Did you use bottles with labels?
¿Usted utilizaba botellas con etiquetas?
Yes, when we first realized we weren't supposed to do that, you're supposed to rip the label off. So yes, that was the biggest concern that we realized that we weren't supposed to do that. And
Bueno, eso fue la mayor preocupación que tuvimos, porque se suponía que no debíamos hacer esto.
How were the bottles labeled?
¿Cómo
so
estaban etiquetadas las botellas?
I'm sorry, can you labeled as in
¿Etiquetadas como qué?
Before you took off the labels, how were the bottles labeled that you used to pour liquor into patrons' mouths?
¿Cómo estaban etiquetadas las botellas antes de ofrecer el licor?
as any kitchen or front staff, they'll grab a yellow tape, write the label, sunrise, hibiscus sour, and other cocktails. It'll be taped on the side of the bottle. You may see the label of the bottle of the brand, which it was sometimes difficult for us to peel off, but we put yellow tape around it that indicated what was that bottle that was being poured out.
Bueno, como por ejemplo si había un tequila sunrise o si había algún tipo de cóctel que estuviera siendo, bueno, algún cóctel que estuviera siendo presentado, entonces le poníamos una cinta y le poníamos el nombre encima de la botella.
Okay, I'm showing to you a bottle. I don't know if you can see it. Is this the type of bottle that you used for that purpose?
So
¿Este es el tipo de botella que usted utilizaba para ese propósito?
that is an Espolón Reposado partnered with Shop Southern Glazers. So there was an image that we put on social media for a program where we will get a sponsorship of.
I'm sorry, hold on a minute.
Sorry.
Mr. Klein is missing.
Oh,
I see.
Señor Klein no está.
I think he lost connection or something.
All right, it says, I see Mr. Klein is objecting. I don't know what's going on, where is Mr. Klein? I see something in the chat. He says, Klein, I have.
So it seems to be that he's. Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Mixon.
Can you hear me? This is Klein.
All right, Mr. Klein. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm sorry. My computer decided in the middle of the hearing that it needed to reboot.
And you see, that's one of the reasons why I stopped earlier with my computer. Okay, that's all right.
So I'm on my iPad. My objection is this is well beyond the scope of direct. We are way afield.
Let's move on. We need to move on. Sustain.
Okay, I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have to mute myself now?
Hold on. Did I all right, so this was, all right, I'm sorry. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
I want to welcome Edward and his mother to our hearing today. Thank you for being here and answering the questions. It is a lengthy hearing, but we all are in it together.
Yeah.
Just for background for you all, I moved on Swan Street on the 1800 block in 1981. And my law office is on 20th Street, which backs up to the Connecticut Avenue block that your building is on. So I just have a few questions about security. Can you, to the board, let us know that how many floors will you have an ABC license on?
Bueno, les cuento que yo vivo en la parte trasera del edificio donde ustedes tienen el establecimiento en la calle Connecticut. Por eso es que me interesa saber sobre la seguridad. En estos pisos en este restaurante, ¿en cuántos pisos tienen licencia de ABC?
So we have three ABRA managers. Two of them that are in here. One is Daisy Garcia. The other one is Alexander Mejia, and then the third one is our chef Judy Cris Espiritu, who's on board.
1 second,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Can you repeat the names?
Daisy Garcia, Alexander Mejia, and Judy Cris Espiritu.
Thank you. And then how many
One-
floors?
1 second, please.
Oh, okay.
Daisy Garcia, Alexander.
Mejia,
Okay, and the last one?
Judy Cris Espiritu.
Okay. Bien, tenemos 3 managers de Abra. Una es Daisy García, Alexander Mejía y Judy Cris Espíritu.
And to answer your question, there's going to be, so there's 2 bars, one in the main level and then one on the second level. There's going to be one of each on each bar where they're going to be serving alcohol and beverages.
Bueno, para responder a su pregunta, hay 2 barras, una en el piso principal y otra en el segundo nivel, y hay una en cada barra y van a estar supervisando las actividades cuando se sirven bebidas alcohólicas.
So for clarification, I believe it's a multi-story building and that I think you referenced the ground floor and the floor above that, which will have ABC service. Are those the only 2 floors that will have an ABC license?
Those are the only 2 floors that we have for service wise. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot.
Entonces entiendo que esto es un establecimiento de varios pisos. Bueno, tienen el primer piso y el segundo piso. ¿Hay algún otro piso? No, esos son los únicos pisos.
So where is the kitchen? On which floor?
¿A dónde está la cocina? ¿En qué piso?
In the main level going down the hallway.
En el piso principal y en el detrás de un pasillo.
Is there any entrance or exit that would be letting people in or out on 20th Street?
Bien, entonces esto es para que ingresen y salgan de la calle 20 en alguna de los niveles.
You had me confused a little bit. I said to myself, is a restaurant on 20th Street? It's on Connecticut. No, there's only entryway for clients and customers to come in through the front. We have a kitchen interest as well for employees to come in as well, or our kitchen staff, but no clients or patrons are allowed to come in through the kitchen because health code of reasons. And, you know, our chef is very mean. He doesn't want anybody to be in his kitchen.
Bien. Entonces, lo que pasa es esto. Yo estaba un poco confundido porque me pregunta sobre la calle 20 y entonces yo no entiendo por qué si nuestro restaurante no está sobre la calle 20. Pero lo que quiero decir es que sí pueden ingresar las personas del personal exclusivamente por la calle, por la cocina, pero todo el resto tiene que ingresar por la entrada principal, no hay otra entrada.
And the reason I raised this, and I appreciate your answers, that will help us because on Connecticut, it's primarily all commercial. Maybe a few residents, but it's primarily commercial. However, you back up on 20th Street, and most of that across the street is mostly residential. So you are saying none of your patrons will be able to enter or exit on 20th Street, and that you all have all your entrance only on Connecticut Avenue and exit.
Correct.
Bien, en realidad yo lo estoy preguntando porque la mayoría de los residentes están sobre la calle 20, no sobre la calle Connecticut. Entonces, si se están quejando de que hay muchos ruidos molestos, me interesa saber si los clientes pueden entrar y salir por la calle 20.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Correcto.
Will you be having signage that will let your patrons know that as they exit late in the evening, that they are exiting, even if it's Connecticut, in a residential area, and to be respectful of the neighbors?
¿Usted tiene carteles para sus clientes que digan, aunque salgan por la calle Connecticut, que deben ser silenciosos porque están en una zona residencial?
Yes, I would love to put a sign, and I would also ask the security guard that's in front of the place to let all the patrons know that, hey, these are the residential streets, let's be respectful and mindful.
Bueno, sí, me encantaría poner unos carteles que dijeran que es una zona residencial y me encantaría poner un guardia de seguridad en la puerta que diga a las personas que deben mantenerse calmas porque están en un barrio residencial.
Also, regarding parking along Connecticut, of course, that should be available. But we hope that you do not encourage parking on 20th Street or in the neighborhood itself.
Bien, y con respecto al estacionamiento, por supuesto, ya sabemos que en la calle Connecticut hay parking muy limitado, pero también nos gustaría que alentara a los clientes a que no estacionen sobre la avenida.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. I think the neighbors also reached out to me about trying to have their residential parking be limited to only residentials only, and I agree 100%.
Sí, estoy de acuerdo con eso y de hecho algunos de los residentes me dijeron que querían hacer que el estacionamiento fuera limitado solo para los residentes y yo estoy de acuerdo con eso 100%.
Also, I just want to thank you for making a presentation that you understand the necessity of a security plan, which you would work with your attorney to give to the agency.
Bueno, yo quería agradecerle y me encanta que usted esté trabajando con su abogado para poder tratar de cumplir todo lo que la agencia le está pidiendo que haga.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And that
Sí.
on the nights that you have entertainment, which I understand you're not having dancing, but you're going to have a DJ, that you would have the reimbursable detail and the security that you have already discussed.
Y que en las noches que usted tenga eventos nocturnos, que entiendo que va a haber un DJ, que no va a haber baile, va a tener la seguridad que se ha comentado aquí.
Yes.
Sí.
Thank you for your patience and thank you for all the time you're giving us so that we can have a better understanding and act on your application appropriately.
Muchas gracias por su paciencia y por estar aquí y por darnos una mejor comprensión de todo lo relacionado con su negocio.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really do appreciate the time. I understand my mother is not very great at English nor tech savvy person, so I am here to help her through that process.
Gracias a todos, apreciamos mucho su tiempo y entiendo que mi madre no es una persona que conozca mucho sobre el idioma inglés o tecnología, así que por eso estoy aquí para ayudarle.
Mr. Chairman, I am done. I want to thank you. I know we're having a long evening, but I want to thank you for your patience to let me ask the security questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Entiendo que tenemos mucho tiempo de audiencia esta noche y es larga, pero bueno, gracias por su oportunidad para hacer mis preguntas.
Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. Camacho, or Eduardo Camacho.
Señor Short, por favor, su pregunta. Esta pregunta es para el señor Camacho o Eduardo Camacho.
I
Yes,
have
sir.
5 questions to ask you, and they're all yes and no.
Tengo 5 preguntas para hacerle y todas son de sí o de no.
1, do you agree that you do have audio and security plans which are legally compliant with our agency?
¿Usted tiene seguridad de que va a tener, perdón, usted está convencido de que va a tener el plan de seguridad y de RDL y de audio que sea para cumplir las leyes de nuestra agencia?
Yes, yes, sir.
2,
Sí, señor.
training your security staff and having Robert Smith to assist you in that. Yes or no?
Su seguridad, sus guardias de seguridad van a hacer que Robin Smith los asista con esto, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Yes, sir.
Sí, señor.
3, no dancing or DJs. Yes or no?
No, sin baile ni DJs, ¿sí o no?
No, we entertainment requires DJ. So,
No
but I agree
dancing.
to.
Bueno,
I agree
no,
to.
Dancing, yes or no?
Oh, no
la
dancing.
respuesta es
No.
sí o no. No, sin baile.
4, no promoters.
4, sin promotores.
Yes or no?
¿Sí o no?
Yes, sir. No promoters.
Sí, señor, sin promotores.
And finally, you are going to commit to work with the community on these promises that you make, not promises, with this testimony you're giving before the board with those 4 questions that I asked you. Yes or no?
5, por último, tiene su compromiso con la comunidad para cumplir con estas 4 declaraciones de su testimonio ante esta junta directiva, ¿sí o no?
Yes, sir.
Sí,
Thank you,
señor.
Eduardo. One of my best friends in life was named Eduardo.
Uno de mis mejores amigos de la vida se llamaba Eduardo.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate your time and asking those
Gracias,
questions.
señor.
Thank you so
Aprecio
much.
mucho su tiempo y hacerme las preguntas que me hizo.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
¿Alguna otra pregunta de alguno de los miembros de la junta directiva?
Mr. Melcher, any?
Very quickly, Mr. Camacho, you said there will be no dancing, correct?
Camacho, usted dijo que no va a haber danza, ¿verdad? Baile.
Correct. Due to our space, I don't think there's enough space for dancing.
Correcto, como no tenemos espacio suficiente para bailar, no podemos bailar.
Don't you expect your patrons to dance if you have a DJ?
¿Usted no espera que sus clientes bailen si usted tiene un DJ?
Objection. We all know the state of the law. The issue is offering facilities for dancing. We're not talking about somebody wiggling their butt at the bar. Can we move on?
Bueno, ya hablamos sobre estas cuestiones de bailar, no estamos hablando de una discoteca, simplemente que una persona se puede mover si está en la barra, ¿no?
Mr. Melcher.
I don't even understand what the objection is. It sounds like
No
it's,
entiendo cuál es la objeción.
All right. Let's move on, please.
but what is the ruling on the objection, Mr. Chairman?
¿Cuál va a ser la decisión en cuanto a esta objeción?
I'll sustain the objection.
Voy a dejar que la objeción se sostenga.
Okay, no further questions.
No tengo más preguntas.
Do you have a short redirect, Mr. Klein?
Very short. Mr. Camacho, just to correct the record, you had indicated that there was no dancing, no entertainment after it stopped. Wasn't there a time, one event, where you did get permission from the board to offer entertainment?
Yes.
Usted respondió, señor Camacho, que no iba a haber baile, pero usted entonces hubo en algún momento que solicitó la licencia para ofrecer entretenimiento.
Yes. We did an event on October. We did it for one night. Me and my mother spoke about. We were requested RDL 2 weeks prior. If we didn't have it on board, we already had 2 people on board to jump in and clock in to work as a security staff to equal to 10. We didn't have DJs. We just played everything as a pre-recorded mix. We didn't want to, startle or have the neighbors file more complaints or, call the police to make us believe because we had the incident happen to us previously. So.
And
Bueno, entonces lo que hicimos fue, okay, I'm sorry, I'm kind of confused. Should I interpret the answers or not, given that Mr. Klein is asking?
All right. You don't have to. You don't have to interpret the answer, but
okay.
questions, please.
Okay.
Sorry
then.
And that event So what was the event? What was it that you pulled a 1 day? Is that correct?
Correct.
¿Cuál era el evento entonces? Fue de un solo día, ¿verdad?
Correct. It was just 1 day, 1 night. We followed up. We also checked full staff, and we haven't received any complaints.
But what was the event? What'd you do?
Oh, we were playing.
Correcto, pero ¿cuál fue el evento?
Oh, we were playing pre-recorded mix to both levels at a set volume that doesn't disturb the piece outside. We did physical ID checks. We had 10 men on board that we
No,
had
I'm
to make
asking
sure.
about the event. I didn't ask you about the
Okay.
security.
Oh, sorry.
The event. Okay. And was
Estoy
there any
preguntando sobre el evento.
issue? Was there any complaints with respect to that?
No,
¿Hubo algún problema o algún reclamo o alguna queja por esto?
no, I didn't receive any phone calls or no issues or disturbance at all.
Okay, great. That's all I have.
Bueno, eso es todo lo que tengo.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Bueno, gracias
Do you have
por su
let me see.
testimonio, señor.
How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Klein?
2. They'll be brief.
Tengo 2 testigos más. Van a ser breves.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Melcher.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta? Sí, señor Melcher.
What is the anticipated schedule? Because I have witnesses who had no idea that this would be running so late.
Mr. Klein has 2 more witnesses. Unfortunately, we have a translator and so it's gonna run until it's over.
So is your intention to run as late as we need to today or continue?
We will run until it's over. So if this runs till 2 a.m. this morning, we are gonna do it. We are gonna finish this hearing today.
Thank you for the clarification.
That's one of the reasons why I initially asked the translator if she had time constraints so we could have made, but we're finishing this hearing today.
No, I don't have any time constraints, but I will need a break at some point.
We're at the 2-hour break. That's one of the reasons why I've been taking a break every 2 hours. And so we're at the 2-hour break. And so we're going to take a break now. It's 6:48. We'll come back at 7 o'clock. Mr. Klein has 2 more witnesses. And after Mr. Klein, so my assumption is that depending on how long your cross-examination is, Mr. Melcher, we probably can start your case no later than 8 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're taking it's 6:49, so let's come back at 7 o'clock.
Mr. Board Coordinator Administrator, I'm going to switch back to my computer. So please elevate me when we come back.
You just let me know, Mr. Klein, and we'll figure it out, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
7 o'clock. All right, we're back in the record. I see you're with us, Mr. Klein.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Oh, we do have a quorum, so we have, I always have to make sure, so we do have a quorum. As long as there's 3 board members online, we do have a quorum to move forward. All right. Mr. Klein, do you have another witness?
Yes, I'm calling Desmond Blake, please.
Bueno,
Yes.
ya hemos molestado a la señora Jasmine Black.
Mr. Blake, do you have a camera to turn on, sir? And I know you did earlier.
Yo sé que se presentó más temprano.
Mr. Blake, can you raise your right hand, please?
Señor Blake, ¿puede levantar su mano derecha, por favor?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
¿Te jura o afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Yes.
Sí.
All right. Speaker, Mr. Blake, I'm not sure. So, and before you start, can you make sure that your camera is in a stationary position, sir? Because I think it's going to make us dizzy if you keep on moving, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Le pido por
we
favor que
can't
se
hear you.
deje la cámara fija, porque si no, si se mueve, nos vamos a marear.
You're a witness, Mr. Klein.
Su testigo, señor Klein.
Good evening, Mr. Blake.
Buenas noches, señor Blake.
Evening.
Buenas noches.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Blake, and there's a court reporter, and I have to make sure that the court reporter can hear you to capture your. So I need your volume to be elevated, sir.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
That's a little better, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, great.
All right. Mr. Blake, what's your connection to the nightlife industry?
Señor Blake, ¿cuál es su conexión con la vida nocturna?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Blake, Mr. Klein is going to ask a question. It's going to be translated. You're going to respond, and please keep your please give short I'm sorry. Give a break for the translator to translate. So, okay, please.
Bien. Señor, vamos a tener traducción, así que por favor espere que se hagan las preguntas para responder.
Yes, I am the security for Rose Marina. I'm one of the security people for it.
Bueno, sí, yo soy una de las personas que hace la seguridad en Rosa Marina.
All right, and you'll be head of security, is that right?
Yes.
Usted es el jefe de seguridad, ¿correcto?
Yes.
And what is your background? What qualifies you to do that?
¿Cuál es su antecedente? ¿Qué es lo que lo califica para esto?
I've been working in the nightlife for 18 years.
Estuve trabajando en vida nocturna por 18 años.
And what have you done? You've been working in nightlife. What have you done in nightlife over the past 18 years?
¿Qué es lo que he estado haciendo en la vida nocturna en su trabajo por los últimos 18 años?
I've worked in security, event coordination, and operation management.
Trabajo en seguridad, en la coordinación de eventos y en la gestión de administración, de la operación.
And do you have any particular training with respect to security?
¿Tiene alguna capacitación en particular con respecto a la seguridad?
Yes, I was in the Marine Corps for 8 years, and I've also done security officer training.
Estuve en la Marina por, I'm sorry, how many years were you in the Marine?
8 years.
8 años, y después estuve haciendo el training de seguridad privada.
And in the industry in DC, what kind of places? What are some of the places that you've worked at?
En la industria en DC, ¿qué tipo de lugares son en los que trabajó?
I've worked in probably about 20 nightclubs in DC total, maybe more.
He trabajado aproximadamente en 20 discotecas de DC, quizás en más.
And you worked security in many of these nightclubs?
¿Y trabaja en seguridad en estos discotecas?
Yes, I've worked as security and I've worked as a security manager.
Sí, he trabajado como seguridad y como gerente de seguridad.
And where have you worked as a security manager?
¿Y a dónde trabajó como gerente de seguridad?
I've worked at a restaurant called 801. It's on Florida Avenue in DC.
Trabajé en un restaurante llamado 801, es un restaurante en la Avenida Florida en DC.
I've worked at Mad Hatter and I'm currently working at Phantom Nightclub.
Trabajé en Mark Carter y actualmente estoy en Phantom Nightclub.
You worked with this venue and for a one-night event in October, is that correct?
Usted trabajó en este lugar para un evento en octubre, por una noche, ¿correcto?
Yes, that is correct.
Sí, eso es correcto.
And in connection with that event, did you make and implement certain recommendations concerning how the venue would operate that evening?
Y en recomendación para ese evento, usted habló sobre cómo iba a trabajar con el menú de seguridad en esa noche.
Yes.
And what were those recommendations?
¿Cuáles eran estas recomendaciones?
I recommended that we have 8 to 10 security total.
Recomendé que tuviéramos 8 a 10 agentes de seguridad en total.
That we do searches at the door to check if they try to sneak in any little bottles of alcohol, and then also make sure there was no weapons on anyone.
Que hiciéramos requisa para asegurarnos de que no quisieran meter alguna botellita de alcohol, que no fuera apropiado, ni que tampoco tuvieran armas.
And then also to make sure that we didn't go over our capacity, I had clickers out front so I can count the number of people going in, and a separate clicker, the second one, to count people going out of the club. Or excuse me,
Bueno,
not
y
club.
también para asegurarnos de que se cumpliera con los requisitos de ocupación del lugar, teníamos un contador de la gente que ingresaba y un contador de la gente que egresaba.
Anything else?
¿Algo más?
I'm sorry?
Was there anything else? Were there other recommendations, or is that what you can think of right now?
That's what I can think of off the top
¿Hay
of my
algo
head.
más
Oh, sorry.
de lo que quisieran hablar como recomendación? No, creo que eso es todo lo que puedo recordar.
And are these measures that you would implement on nights of entertainment if this establishment is granted an entertainment endorsement?
¿Usted planea trabajar o hay alguna recomendación adicional que usted quisiera proporcionar si a este establecimiento se le proporciona la autorización para la licencia de eventos?
Yes.
Sí.
And do you have a team of people that you typically work with and will work with at this venue?
¿Y usted tiene un equipo de gente con la cual típicamente usted trabaja en este lugar?
Yes.
And
Sí.
and who are those people? What is their background? How do you know them?
¿Quiénes son estas personas? ¿Cómo es el antecedente que tienen?
Yes, we have a team of qualified security officers. Some of them, actually, two of them, I believe, are off-duty officers, and one's a private investigator.
Okay.
Tenemos un equipo de seguridad de mucha calidad. Creo que hay dos que son oficiales de policía que están fuera de su horario laboral de policía y hay dos que son investigadores.
And have the individuals on your team worked in other establishments?
Y hay otros individuos de su equipo que trabajan en algún otro establecimiento.
Yes, they've all worked in different nightlife and security, in the security field, basically. They've worked in hotels and clubs, bars, restaurants.
Bueno, sí, están trabajando generalmente en la vida nocturna y en lugares de eventos, básicamente en seguridad, restaurantes, bares.
And have they received any particular type of training in working in nightlife venues?
¿Y usted ha recibido algún tipo de capacitación en particular?
Yes, some of them have, well, obviously all of them have done on-the-job training, working in different venues, doing security, but most of them are already security officer certified.
Sí, bueno, la mayoría de nosotros hemos hecho capacitaciones, pero generalmente somos todos oficiales de seguridad certificados.
Now, what about policing the neighborhood in terms of patrons exiting and potentially causing disturbances in the neighborhood? Is that part of your responsibility as well?
¿Qué me puede decir con respecto a controlar a la gente alrededor del vecindario? ¿Eso también es parte de su responsabilidad como seguridad?
No, we don't follow them down the street, but we do let them know not to walk into other neighborhoods or anything like that.
No, pero así es que, o sea, sí les decimos que tengan precaución con respecto a la puerta y demás, pero no los estamos caminando con ellos alrededor del vecindario.
Do you have security personnel stationed in front of the establishment?
¿Tienen alguien en el frente del establecimiento?
Yes, there will be two guards out front checking IDs and
Hay,
searching personnel.
sí, hay dos guardias de seguridad en el frente chequeando las identificaciones y verificando el personal.
Will they also be in that vicinity at closing when people are exiting the establishment?
También están verificando a la gente cuando salen del establecimiento.
Yes, the entire security staff will be there until after the club, or excuse me, after the venue is closed, and to make sure that no one is in there after closing and out front.
Sí, aseguramos que nadie esté después de que estamos cerrados y en el frente tampoco.
And in your work in various venues around town, have you had occasion to work in establishments where reimbursable detail officers were present outside the establishment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
In your work in nightlife establishments, have you had occasion to work at places that had reimbursable detail officers?
Bien, en los lugares en donde usted ha trabajado como oficial de seguridad, ¿ha tenido la oportunidad de trabajar con los oficiales que trabajan como RDL?
Yes.
Sí,
And in fact, weren't reimbursable detail officers there at the event in October?
¿Y usted estaba con oficiales de RDL en el evento de octubre?
Yes.
And
Sí.
how do you and your team interact with the reimbursable detail officers?
¿Cómo usted en su equipo interactuaba con los RDLs?
When you say the RDOs, you're talking about the people that are on the staff that are added on to our security?
No, I'm talking about reimbursable detail
Usted-
officers. Sorry, go ahead.
¿Usted está hablando de los oficiales de mi equipo, si eran RDL?
I'm talking about officers who are Metropolitan Police officers who are on site because the establishment paid money to MPD for those officers to be available in the vicinity of the establishment.
Si tiene alguna persona con la cual he estado trabajando con RDL en el establecimiento o en la vecindad o en la proximidad del establecimiento.
Yes, there has been officers outside in vehicles.
Sí, hay oficiales afuera en los vehículos.
Okay, and at some of the places that you've been, they're there on a regular basis?
Algunos de los lugares en los cuales estaban en los lugares normales, en los lugares, en los espacios regulares.
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, so how does your team interact with them in doing your duties and in assuring the safety of the patrons of the establishment?
Bueno, ¿y cómo hacen sus oficiales para interactuar con estos oficiales de RDL para asegurar la seguridad del establecimiento?
We utilize them as an extra support element.
Lo
as far
utilizamos
as,
como un elemento adicional de apoyo.
as far as if we need to have an ID scanned, or if the people, if someone was too rowdy out front. I mean, no, I don't really think anyone's going to be rowdy with the police right out front.
Bueno, y también los utilizamos si tenemos que chequear alguna identificación o para evitar que la gente se abotine en la entrada del establecimiento. Entendemos que si hay policía no se va a armar lío ni pelea en el frente del establecimiento.
Will your team also monitor overconsumption and overservice?
Su equipo también estaba verificando el consumo en exceso.
Yes, that was one of the reasons I suggested that we do either 8 to 10 security guards per
Por
night.
eso fue que yo sugerí que tuviéramos de 8 a 10 guardias de seguridad por noche.
So when you say that was one of the reasons, what's your thinking in terms of 8 to 10 with respect to the overconsumption issue?
Bueno, a ver, cuando usted dice una de las razones, ¿cuáles son las razones por las cuales usted estaba chequeando este consumo en exceso?
Well, if you have 8 security guards, that's 2 at the door, and then it would be 4 on the inside on the main floor, and then 2 upstairs.
Got it. And you said at the outset that you were 8 years in the Marines, is that correct?
I think she needs
Usted
to.
dijo que había 2 en la puerta, 2 adentro en el piso principal y 2 arriba. Bien, y entonces usted dijo que estuvo 8 años en la Marina, ¿correcto?
You were 8 years in the Marines, is that correct?
Estuvo 8
Yes.
años en la Marina, ¿correcto? Sí.
I neglected to thank you for your service. Thank you. And that's all the
Gracias por
questions
su
that I have.
servicio y esas son todas las preguntas que tengo.
Any questions,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Melcher?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Short?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Blake, how are you this evening?
Hola, señor Blake, ¿cómo está esta noche?
Hello, I'm doing well, thank you.
Hola, estoy bien, gracias.
Besides your training with the Marines after 8 years, what training have you had in private industry when it comes to nightlife?
Aparte de su entrenamiento con los Marines, ¿qué tipo de entrenamiento ha tenido para la vida nocturna?
Yes, I've had on-the-job training at multiple venues. I also worked for 3 different security companies, which I can list if I need to.
Bueno, yo tuve entrenamiento en el trabajo, en diferentes lugares que trabajé, y también trabajé para 3 compañías de seguridad diferentes, a las cuales puedo nombrar si es necesario.
If you can, will you please explain to this board what RDO stands for and how it came to be about with the Metropolitan Police Department?
Si puede, por favor, le puede explicar qué es lo que quiere decir RDL y cómo es que interactúan con el Departamento de Policía Metropolitano.
I personally don't know the full history of how it came to be in the DC area, but I know from working in multiple nightclubs here in the DMV area that they sit outside of certain clubs and they basically help and support the security staff and the venue.
Bien, bueno, básicamente lo que sé, no sé cómo es el origen de esto, pero sí lo que sé es que se sientan afuera del establecimiento para ayudar y apoyar a los oficiales de seguridad del establecimiento para asegurarse de que, de ser de apoyo justamente.
Mr. Camacho, who's here today in regards to his business, who's hired you as security, has said he will have Robert Smith to train and certify all the people that you've hired. Do you know who Robert Smith is?
El señor Camacho dijo que ustedes iban a usar el programa del señor Robert Smith para entrenar y certificar a toda la gente que trabaja con ustedes. ¿Usted sabe quién es Robert Smith?
I have not personally met Robert Smith.
Nunca conocí personalmente a Robert Smith.
Are you familiar that the person who's hired you to take care of his business regarding this hearing has said he's going to have you and all the security people trained and certified by Robert Smith?
Bien, entonces yo quería saber por qué esta persona, Camacho, dijo que usted va que todo su equipo iba a estar entrenado y certificado por Robert Smith.
Yes.
Sí.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Gracias, eso es todo lo que tengo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
¿Alguna pregunta más de alguno de los miembros de la Junta Directiva?
Hearing none. Mr. Melcher, any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
Yes, yes or no, sir? I didn't hear you.
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Klein, any recross? Mr. Klein?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Señor Klein. No.
All right, Mr. Blake, thank you very much for your testimony.
Señor Blake, muchas gracias por su testimonio.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Puede retirarse.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Mr. Klein,
Gracias,
you said you have one more witness. Is that what it is? One more.
One more. Calling Daisy Garcia.
Daisy Garcia.
La señora Daisy García.
Hello.
Ms. Garcia, can you raise your right hand, please?
¿Puede levantar su mano derecha, por favor?
Do you swear or affirm to the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
¿Usted jura o afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Sí.
Mr. Klein, your witness. You can put your hand down, ma'am.
Señor Klein puede proceder con su testigo y señora puede bajar su mano.
Ms. Garcia, are you employed at Rosemarino d'Italia?
Yes.
Señora García está empleada en Rosa Marina de Italia. Sí.
Hold on a minute, Ms. Garcia, you've been here. All right. The attorney is going to ask you a question. Before you respond, it needs to be translated.
Señora
Okay?
García, el abogado le va a hacer una pregunta y antes de que responda, tiene que esperar que sea traducida.
Okay, sorry.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry.
What capacity are you employed at Rosemarino d'Italia?
¿En qué capacidad está usted empleada en Rosa Marina de Italia?
What do you mean by capacity? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What's
¿Qué es
your
lo que quiere decir con capacidad?
what do you do? What's your position?
¿Cuál es su puesto de trabajo? ¿Qué es lo que usted hace?
A server and bartender.
Soy servidora y bartender.
And how long have you worked there?
¿Cuánto tiempo hace que trabaja allí?
At Rosemarino DC location for since they opened 4 years, but I've been with them for about 6 years.
En Rosa Marino de DC, 4 años desde que abrieron más o menos, pero estoy con ellos hace 6 años.
You previously worked in the Del Rey location before coming to the DC location?
Correct.
Antes usted trabajaba en la sucursal de Del Rey antes de mudarse a la sucursal de DC, correcto.
And what percentage of your time do you act as a server as opposed to a bartender?
¿En qué porcentaje del tiempo usted actúa como moza o servidora en relación al porcentaje que trabaja como bartender?
About 50-50, half and half.
Yo diría 50-50, mitad y mitad.
Have you received any training with respect to the sale and service of alcoholic beverages?
¿Usted ha recibido algún tipo de capacitación con respecto al servicio de bebidas alcohólicas?
Yes, I have my ABRA manager license.
Sí, tengo mi licencia de administradora de ABRA.
So that means you've completed alcohol awareness training?
Es decir, que usted ha completado la capacitación para el servicio de alcohol.
Yes.
Sí.
And do you monitor the over service or overconsumption of alcoholic beverages?
¿Usted monitorea el servicio de alcohol, de bebidas alcohólicas?
Yes.
How do you
Sí.
do that?
¿Cómo lo hace?
It depends. We definitely don't try to overconsume customers. We watch how they are behaving. We watch surrounding customers as well.
Bien, bueno, generalmente lo que hacemos es supervisar cuánto es lo que van consumiendo los clientes y tratamos de no servirle de más al mismo cliente.
Were you present for the nightlife events that occurred before the establishment had an entertainment endorsement?
¿Usted estaba presente para poder trabajar, perdón, cuando se hicieron estos eventos nocturnos sin tener una licencia para hacer estos eventos?
Yes.
And
Sí.
did you monitor over service on those nights?
Yes.
¿Y usted monitoreaba los servicios de bebidas alcohólicas esas noches?
Yes.
All
Sí.
right. I have no further questions of this witness at this time. Thank you.
No
Thanks,
tengo
Ms.
más
President.
preguntas para este testigo. Gracias.
Mr. Melcher? Any questions, Mr. Melcher?
¿Alguna pregunta?
When did you complete your training?
¿Completó su capacitación?
I don't have the exact date on me, actually. I can't answer that.
No tengo la fecha precisa, de hecho.
Was it this year?
¿Fue este año?
No.
No.
Can you give me an approximate year?
¿Puede darme un año aproximado?
I want to say, I believe 2020 or 2021.
Yo quiero decir que creo que fue en el 2020 o en el 2021.
Are you familiar with the nighttime events that occurred on Saturdays and Sundays?
¿Usted tiene conocimiento de los eventos nocturnos que suceden los sábados y los domingos?
Yes.
Sí.
Were you personally present at those events?
¿Estuvo personalmente presente en esos eventos?
Yes.
Sí.
And did you observe any overconsumption of alcohol during those events?
¿Usted vio algún sobreconsumo de alcohol en alguno de esos eventos?
If anything occurred of any of our consumption, I would speak to my local colleague, like my colleagues, or I would also talk to their friends about overconsumption for their following friend. And we
Bueno,
also talk to
si alguna... Sorry.
I'm not sure she understood the question because she's not been responsive to the question.
Bueno, entonces, si alguno de las personas está consumiendo de más, hablo con mis colegas con respecto a eso para avisarles que estoy notando un sobreconsumo y hablo también con los amigos de esa persona para decirles que no tiene que consumir más alcohol esa persona. Y el señor presidente de la Junta dice que no está seguro de que haya entendido la pregunta.
I'll ask the question again. I'm not asking for a hypothetical. I'm asking whether you personally observed any overconsumption of alcohol during any of those events.
Voy a tener que hacer la pregunta nuevamente. No le estoy pidiendo que me diga una situación hipotética. Le estoy preguntando si estuvo presenciando algún caso en el cual hubo sobreconsumo en alguno de esos eventos nocturnos.
Oh, yes.
Sí.
And how often was that?
¿Con cuánta frecuencia sucedía eso?
I can't give you a direct answer.
No le puedo dar una respuesta directa.
Was it every time there was an event?
¿Era cada vez que había un evento?
I wouldn't say so, yeah.
I'm sorry, I would say so or I wouldn't say so.
No.
Okay. No, yo no diría eso.
Was it at most events?
¿Eso sucedía en la mayoría de los eventos?
No.
No.
Do you remember a person who referred to himself as Alan DMV?
¿Usted recuerda a una persona que se refería a sí mismo como Alan DMV?
Objection.
Nature of the
No.
objection, sir.
Beyond the scope of direct.
Mr. Melcher, I am going to sustain the objection. It's beyond the scope. There was no questions asked about promoters, at least to this witness.
Well, it's more efficient for me to just ask a question than to try and recall the witness. It'd be more efficient just to finish. The objection's taking longer than the question.
Sustained. Let's move on, sir. You're doing cross-examination. It's beyond the scope. Let's move on.
Bueno, estamos más allá del alcance de lo que es la examinación cruzada, así es que avancemos, por favor.
I think it's not beyond the scope because we already established through the testimony of Mr. Camacho that this individual, Alan DMV, was over consuming alcohol and it was within the scope of the subject of overconsumption.
Bueno, yo creo que no estamos más allá del alcance de la sobreexaminación, de la examinación cruzada, porque ya se le preguntó al otro señor sobre el señor Alan DMV y se brindó un testimonio al respecto.
I sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Sostengo la objeción.
I don't have any further questions.
No tengo ninguna otra pregunta.
Any questions of this witness by any board members?
¿Alguna pregunta?
Any redirect, Mr. Klein?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
No hay
very
más
much.
preguntas.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio. Están libres para retirarse.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
¿Tiene algún
Not
otro
yet.
testigo, señor Klein?
Do you
We do
rest?
not yet. Applicant rest.
Thank you. Well, I said 8 o'clock. It's 7:37.
I'm efficient, Mr. Chair.
Half an hour to all right. Mr. Melcher, do you have a witness, sir?
Señor Melcher, ¿tiene algún testigo? I can't hear Mr. Melcher. I don't know if it's me.
Have not said
I would like to call Brian Buxell.
Brian Buckshell.
Yes.
Voy a llamar al señor Brian Buxell.
Mr. Buckshell, can you raise your right hand, please?
Señor Buxell, ¿puede levantar su mano, por favor?
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
¿Usted jura o afirma decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Just for the record, Mr. Buckshell, can you spell your name, please?
First name is Brian. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want you to spell your name.
Brian, first name, last name Bucksell, Bucksell.
Thank you, sir. Your witness, Mr. Melcher.
Mr. Buxell, thank you for being here tonight. What is your occupation?
I'm private investigator.
Buxell, muchas gracias por estar aquí esta noche. ¿Cuál es su ocupación? Soy investigador privado.
Private investigator.
Investigador privado.
Who is your employer?
¿Quién es su empleador?
The Bucksell Group.
El grupo Buxell.
What kind of work does the Buxell Group do?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hace el grupo Buxell?
We conduct background investigations, corporate investigations, domestic investigations, along with business investigations for law firms, various different law firms.
Conducimos investigaciones corporativas y personales y privadas.
Are you familiar with the licensee in this case, Rose Marino de Italia?
¿Está familiarizado con el licenciado en este caso, Rosa Marina de Italia?
Yes.
Yes.
How did you come to be involved with this matter?
¿Cómo terminó usted involucrado con este caso?
My firm was hired by Nolan Gargenti, and he wanted to basically monitor the operations in and outside Rose Marino.
Bueno, básicamente que mi firma fue contratada por el señor Gogenti, el señor Gogenti, que quería que mi firma investigue este lugar.
Did you conduct your investigations on the nights of March 12 and 13 of 2022?
Usted condujo una investigación el 12 de marzo del 2023 en la tarde.
Yes, we did.
Sí, lo hicimos.
And did you conduct your investigations on the nights of March 26 and 27 of 2022?
Y condujo también una investigación la noche del 26 de marzo del 2023 también.
Yes, we did.
Sí, lo hicimos.
And did you conduct your investigations on October 22 of 2022?
Y también hizo una investigación el 22 de octubre del 2022.
Yes, we did.
Sí, lo hicimos.
Okay, I'm going to go through those chronologically, starting with March 12, 2022.
Vamos a empezar cronológicamente con con las investigaciones, comenzando con el 12 de marzo del 2022.
Starting with that date, tell me when you began the investigation and when it ended.
Empezando con ese día, dígame cuándo comenzó la investigación y cuándo terminó.
Starting with March 12th, I believe it was about 11 p.m. I believe we held it through about 4:30 a.m. through the next morning.
Empezamos la investigación en las 11 de la noche de ese día y terminamos la investigación como a las 4:30 de la mañana siguiente.
Did you go inside the establishment?
¿Usted ingresó dentro del establecimiento?
My colleague went inside and observed inside as I observed outside.
Mi colega estaba adentro y yo observé que estaba, y yo me quedé desde afuera.
Okay, what did you observe with respect to entering the establishment?
¿Qué es lo que usted observó con respecto a ingresar en el establecimiento?
We were given a ticket to enter the establishment by the client, of which they never collected. We also observed about 4 security guards, I want to say, that was working the establishment at the time. With severe overcrowding inside, and I believe we were asked if there was a DJ. There was not a DJ at the time when we entered the establishment.
Bien, I will ask for repetition, please, because that was too long for me.
So, as I stated, when we entered the establishment, there was a ticket that the client gave us. You want to go?
I mean, you can finish an idea, but not 5.
So
Because
we were
you don't
given
need
a
to
ticket.
count every word, but thank you.
Okay. We were given a ticket to enter the establishment. However, they did not collect that, and we observed how many security guards were there.
Bien, cuando ingresamos al establecimiento se nos dio un ticket que luego no se nos pidió de regreso y observamos cuántos guardias de seguridad había adentro del establecimiento.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 4. Mr. Buxell, are you familiar with the photographs in this exhibit?
Señor Baxeo, ¿usted está familiarizado con la fotografía en este elemento de prueba?
Yes.
Okay, and were these photographs that were taken as part of your investigation?
¿Esto está como parte de la investigación?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, and up here in the upper right corner of the photographs, are these date stamps, time and date stamps?
Estas fechas que están en las fotografías, ¿son las fechas y las horas de estas fotografías?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, let's take a look at the photo on page 4 of 5, which is date stamped to March 13 at 12:35 a.m. That would be this photo here, the one on the left. What does this show?
Vamos a ver la fotografía del 13 de marzo del 2022 a las 12:35 de la mañana. ¿Qué es lo que muestra esta fotografía?
That shows the severe overcrowding on the upstairs level.
Eso muestra la capacidad excedida del nivel superior.
All right. Were any other observations made inside of the establishment besides the overcrowding?
¿Hubo alguna otra observación hecha en el establecimiento aparte de la capacidad excedida?
Yes, there were sexual acts, there were drug use and drug sales near the bathroom.
Sí, había actos sexuales, uso de drogas y venta de drogas cerca del baño.
Was there any fighting?
¿Hubo peleas?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, let's take a look at another exhibit.
Observemos otro elemento de prueba.
This is a video, Protestants Exhibit 4B.
Este es un video de del protestante 4B.
Okay, does that video accurately reflect the scene in the establishment at the time that you were there?
Este video refleja, este video refleja precisamente la escena en el momento en el cual usted estaba en ese establecimiento.
Yes.
Sí.
And what does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
That was a fight being broken up by security.
Eso fue una pelea que estaba siendo controlada por la seguridad.
And in what location was the fighting?
¿En qué lugar estaba la pelea?
That was on the upstairs level.
Eso fue en el nivel superior.
Okay, part of the investigation, were there observations of a fight outside the establishment?
Hubo una pelea que se podía ver afuera del establecimiento.
Yes, just outside the front door as they walked down the street, there was a fight observed in that evening, that night, that morning.
Sí, en la puerta frontal y también había una pelea que se podía observar esa noche afuera del establecimiento.
Okay, let's take a look at Protestants Exhibit 4 again, your photos from the investigation. Again, on page 4 of 5, which we're at. Let's take a look at the photo stamped March 13, 2022 at 1:22 a.m. That's the photo in the middle. Can you tell me what does this photo show?
Bien, usted está viendo que dice el 13 de marzo del 2022 a la 1:22 de la mañana. ¿Qué es lo que está mostrando esta fotografía?
Yes, that was the onset of a fight that began outside the club.
Eso fue el final de una pelea que empezó afuera del club.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 4C, which is another video.
Observemos la 4C.
Sorry, I have to change which application I'm sharing. Okay, was this video made as part of your investigation?
¿Este video fue hecho parte de su investigación?
Yes.
Sí. And what does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
The fight right outside the club.
La pelea afuera del club.
Did you make any observations at closing time on this night?
¿Hizo alguna observación en la hora de cierre?
Yes. People were very inebriated, a few walking to their vehicles, and some were being helped, being carried, walking or going to their vehicle because they couldn't walk on their own.
Sí, algunas personas se les estaba asistiendo para que caminaran hasta el vehículo porque no podían caminar solas.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 4 again.
Observemos la número 4 de nuevo.
All right, now we're going to go to page 5 of 5. Please take a look at the photo March 13, 2022 at 3:56 a.m.
Observen la foto del
left-hand corner.
18, del 13 de marzo a las 3:56 de la mañana.
What does this photo show?
¿Qué es lo que muestra esta fotografía?
There was people outside the club after it was over with, kind of loitering a little bit, pretty much for an extended period after the club had shut down. There was also some other altercation that happened onto the right side of this photograph, as if a fight was about to begin on that side. The first fight was to the left. This was something else that was going on the right-hand side.
Bueno, esto era la gente que se quedaba después de la pelea. Esto, esto estaban del lado derecho, la puerta, pero la pelea estaba del lado izquierdo.
Did the establishment close at 3 a.m. that evening?
Yes.
Dice que había cerrado a las 3 de la mañana esa tarde. Sí.
And this photo was taken approximately an hour after closing?
Y esta foto fue tomada aproximadamente 1 hora después del cierre.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you observe patrons as they were leaving the establishment?
¿Usted observó clientes después de dejar el establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
What did you observe?
¿Qué observó?
Once the patrons left the establishment, they were gathering outside. Some were horse playing a little bit, a few fights. They also gathered on our street, which is at the corner of Connecticut Avenue, and walked to their vehicles. Some, like I said, was inebriated and needed help getting to their vehicles.
Algunos, como les dije, estaban saliendo del lugar como ebrios y necesitaban ayuda para llegar a sus vehículos.
And did you observe patrons walking down our street?
¿Y observó gente, clientes, caminar en las calles?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, let's continue with this exhibit and go to page 3 of 5, looking at the photo March 13, 2022 at 4:06 a.m.
Vamos a continuar observando la fotografía, por ejemplo, la del 13 de marzo de las 4:06 de la mañana.
What does this photograph show?
¿Qué muestra esta fotografía?
I believe that was someone vomiting at the time, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was the photo.
Creo que eso es alguien que estaba vomitando.
Okay, and the photo right next to it, in the
Y
middle.
la foto junto a esa, en el medio,
What does that show?
It's kind of hard to see that one.
Es
If I
difícil ver
recall
esa.
correctly. Oh, I believe that's somebody being assisted. If I'm not mistaken, can't really make out as a blur on that photo.
Okay.
Creo que esa persona estaba siendo asistida. No puedo decir seguro porque está un poco difusa esa foto.
Yeah, I believe that's someone being assisted, if I'm not mistaken. I believe so, on the
Sí,
13th.
creo que esa era una persona que estaba siendo asistida, si no me equivoco.
Okay. And when you said one of the photos showed an individual vomiting, were you referring to the one on the right or the one on the left?
Cuando dice que
The
era un
one on the
individuo
right,
que
I'm
estaba
sorry,
siendo
is the one that
asistido,
they were vomiting.
¿se refiere a la fotografía de la izquierda o de la derecha? La de la
Sorry.
derecha, perdón.
The one on the right was the individual vomiting and being assisted. The one on the left, someone looks like they were being carried or helped, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it appears.
Si no me equivoco, esa persona de la derecha estaba siendo asistida.
Okay, so let's talk about March 13, 2022.
Hablemos sobre el marzo 13, 2022.
And did you conduct an investigation of Rose Marino on that night?
¿Usted condujo una investigación en Rosmarina esa noche?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, and tell me about when you arrived and how long you remained in the area for the investigation.
Cuénteme sobre cuándo llegó y cuándo estuvo en el área de la investigación.
It's about 7:30ish that PM, and we remained, I believe it's about 1:30 AM.
Como a las 7:30 y pico de la mañana, de la noche, y estuve como hasta la 1:30.
Was a cover charge required to enter the establishment that night?
Había una entrada que había que pagar para entrar al establecimiento esa noche.
Yes, it was $20 cover charge to be paid either in cash or electronically.
Sí, tenía que ser pagado electrónicamente o con cash.
Was that collected at the front door?
Y eso se lo cobraban en la entrada principal.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you observe any security guards?
¿Usted observó algún guardia de seguridad?
Yes, we counted about 6 in total.
Sí, contamos 6 en total.
Did they search patrons prior to allowing them to enter?
¿Hacían requisas permitiendo que entraran luego?
Yes.
Sí.
On this evening, did you observe a fight outside the establishment?
Después de este día, después de que cerraron, ¿vieron alguna otra persona afuera del establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
And where exactly was the fight?
¿Y a dónde exactamente era esta pelea?
Outside the club outside Rosa Marina on the street of Connecticut Avenue.
Afuera de Rosa Marina en la avenida Connecticut.
Okay, let's take a look again at Exhibit 4, specifically the photo stamped March 13, 2022 at 11 p.m.
Esto estamos hablando de la foto que muestra el 13 de marzo a las 11 de la noche.
Do you see the photo?
¿Ven la foto?
Yes.
Sí.
What does this photo show?
¿Qué muestra esta foto?
That photo shows the onset of a physical altercation that was set to begin.
Ve el altercado físico que estaba por empezar.
On this evening, did you observe overcrowding?
En esta tarde había exceso de ocupantes.
Yes.
Sí.
How excessive?
¿Cuánto exceso había?
Severely.
Severo.
Okay, let's take a look at a video now, Exhibit 4G. Okay, I'm playing for you protestants Exhibit 4G. Okay, so this video is stamped March 13 at 11:34 p.m.
Este video es de el 13 de marzo a las 11:34 p.m., ¿correcto?
Yes.
Sí.
Was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
¿Este video se grabó como parte de la investigación?
Yes.
Sí.
And what does it show?
¿Y qué muestra?
Patrons in overcrowding in the club inside of Rosemarino.
Los patrones que estaban, los clientes que estaban ocupando en exceso este lugar de Rosa Marina.
On this evening, did you make any observations regarding patrons leaving the establishment?
Y esto fue una observación que usted hizo para cuando estaban en el establecimiento adentro, ¿verdad?
Yes.
Sí.
What did you observe?
¿Qué observó?
Pretty much the same behavior as before with respect to fights, in people being inebriated to the point where they could not walk on their own, and loud noises in the neighborhood. There was groups of people walking to their vehicle, sort of arguing and shouting back and forth, kind of disturbing the R Street corridor.
Y esto justamente era cuando estaban esta gente ebria y que estaba yéndose para la calle R.
Did you see patrons walking down R Street?
¿Vio algún cliente caminando por la calle?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, let's take a look again at Exhibit 4, specifically the photo stamped March 13, 2022, 11:44. It's on page 5 of 5.
También se puede ver aquí el 13 de marzo del 22 a las 11:44, gente caminando por la calle.
Okay, what does this photo show?
¿Qué muestra esta fotografía?
Someone being assisted to their vehicle because they could not walk on their own.
Alguien siendo asistido hasta su vehículo porque no podía caminar solo.
Okay, what other observations, if any, did you make
¿Qué
outside?
otra observación puede hacer aparte de esta?
There were alcohol bottles left on the curb inside the neighborhood on the corner.
Había botellas de alcohol por todos lados dentro del vecindario.
There were cars kind of racing through Connecticut Avenue as well as R Street. When I say racing, revving their engines, kind of loud as they pulled off.
Y había algunos autos que estaban corriendo carreritas bien fuerte. Cuando digo que estaban corriendo carreritas es que hacían sonar sus vehículos acelerando muy fuerte.
Okay, let's take a look again at Exhibit 4, specifically the photo stamped March 13, 2022, 11:45. That is the one we've right-hand side, rightmost photo.
Y cuando dice esto, estamos hablando de la que se tomó a las 11:45, ¿correcto?
What does this photo show?
¿Qué es lo que muestra esta fotografía?
Photo shows someone being carried to their vehicle because they were
Muestra
inebriated.
cómo estas personas estaban siendo llevadas hasta su vehículo porque no podían pararse.
Okay. Did you make any other observations on this night?
¿Usted hizo alguna otra observación esta noche?
With respect to fights and inebriation, what night was that? March 13th?
¿Esa cuál
Yes.
sería la noche? ¿El 13 de marzo? Sí.
Yes, there was a gentleman who left the club, got in his vehicle. There was some kind of altercation and he pulled a weapon out of his trunk.
Sí, ese día hubo personas que tuvieron que ser llevadas hasta su vehículo porque no podían mantenerse en pie.
Can you describe what kind of firearm you observed?
Y este señor tenía un arma en su mano. ¿Puede describir qué tipo de arma fue la que usted observó?
It was a short barrel, kind of almost like assault style weapon.
Era un arma como de calibre corto.
Were people nearby scared? Visibly
La
scared?
gente cercana estaba, tenía miedo.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection, Mr. Klein?
He can't testify as to what other people were. He can testify as to what he observed, but in terms of other people's state of mind, he's not qualified to do that.
Él puede decir lo que él vio, pero no puede decir el estado mental de la gente.
I think I already corrected the question by saying were people in the crowd visibly scared? So it's his observation as to whether he thinks they were scared.
Estamos hablando de la observación.
All right, I'm just going to overrule the objection. Let's move on. He answered the question, so all right, let's move on.
So people appeared to run and start ducking behind cars when the gentleman pulled the weapon out.
Okay, so let's take a look again at Exhibit 4, which should already be on your screen. There are 3 photos here. Can you, are these photos of the scene from that incident that you just described?
Este incidente del que acaba de mencionar y describir.
Yes.
Okay,
Sí.
let's take, can you walk us through these photos left to right, explaining what they show?
¿Puede por favor decirnos en estas fotos qué es lo que describen desde izquierda a derecha?
So from the left photo, that's when the pushing began with a few gentlemen who got into an altercation as they started walking down the street.
Esta primera es cuando hubo un altercado entre 2 hombres que empezaron con una pelea a medida que iban caminando por la calle.
The second photo is when the gentleman got out of the vehicle and stood on top of a car, waving the firearm at the crowd of people.
La segunda foto es donde un hombre se paró encima de un auto y mostraba el arma a la gente.
The photograph to my right is when someone stepped in and tried to get the guy to put the firearm back in the car and leave.
En la tercera vemos como alguien se está acercando al señor y le está diciendo que no muestre más el arma y la meta de nuevo en el auto y que se vaya.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 4A.
Vamos a observar la prueba 4A.
Oops. Sorry, I'm gonna have to try this again. Okay. Was this video made as part of your investigation?
Este video ha sido parte de la investigación.
Yes,
What does it
Sí.
show?
¿Qué muestra?
it shows the gentleman in question getting out of the vehicle with the gun. I mean, retrieving it from his trunk and then getting back into the vehicle and pulling off.
El hombre en cuestión saliendo siendo llevado hacia el auto y para que se metiera nuevamente.
Okay, let's take a look at exhibit 4H.
La prueba número 4H nuevamente, por favor.
Okay. Was this video made part of your investigation? Part of your investigation?
Este video fue parte de su investigación.
Yes.
Sí.
What does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
That shows the individual who had the firearm leaving the area in his vehicle.
El individuo que estaba con el arma yéndose en el vehículo.
It also showed the people running from that section, that area where the gentleman was with the firearm.
Muestra el área, cómo se estaba yendo en el hombre que estaba sacando al individuo que tenía el arma.
Did the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed?
El vehículo se fue a una alta velocidad.
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, here on the screen, do we see the awning for Rosmarino d'Italia?
The what? I'm sorry.
Awning.
Oh, vemos ahí el toldo de Rosmarino, Italia.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you make any other observations outside the establishment?
¿Usted ve alguna observación aparte de lo establecido? Perdón, afuera de lo establecido.
Again, pretty much the same behavior with respect to loud noises in the neighborhood, along with crowds walking to and through our street to their vehicles.
Bueno, la gente que estaba trabajando, que estaba saliendo y que también fue llevada a sus vehículos.
Okay, let's take a look at exhibit 4 again, and we'll go to page 3 of 5.
Bueno, vamos a ver nuevamente las fotografías.
All right, so the right-hand photo Does this also reflect an observation you made outside that night?
¿Esto refleja también una observación hecha afuera ese día, afuera del establecimiento ese día?
Yes, person being carried from the Rosa Marino to their vehicle, and a person vomiting also at the corner. Another individual being carried, assisted because they could not walk on their own.
Bien, sí, hay otros individuos que están siendo asistidos porque no podían caminar solos.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 4D. This is a video stamped March 13, 2022 at 11:57 p.m.
Este es un video que fue tomado a las 11:57 del 13 de marzo.
Was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
Este video fue tomado como parte de su investigación.
Yes.
Sí.
And what does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
An individual being carried from Rosa Marina to their vehicle.
Un individuo llevado desde Rosa Marina hasta su vehículo.
Okay, and is this the same incident that we saw a still of in one of the photos?
Es el mismo incidente que vimos, perdón, es el mismo incidente que vimos en una de las fotos.
Yes.
Sí.
Did you observe any public urination by patrons leaving the establishment?
¿Vio a alguno de los clientes del establecimiento salir del establecimiento y orinar en público?
Yes.
Sí.
Where?
¿Dónde?
Right outside on Connecticut Avenue.
Afuera de la avenida Connecticut.
Anywhere else?
¿Algún otro lado?
There was, are we speaking of this same day?
¿Estamos hablando del mismo día?
Yes.
Sí.
On our street as well?
En la calle R también.
Did you observe any crowds on the street at closing?
¿Vio alguna multitud en la calle o cruzando?
Yes, our street and as well as the middle of Connecticut Avenue as they cross the street to their vehicles. Yes.
En la calle R y en el medio de la calle Connecticut cruzando también.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 4 again, this time page 5 of 5. Looking at the photo stamped March 13, 2022 at I think we already covered that. Let's take a look at a video. Was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
¿Este video fue grabado como parte de su investigación?
Yes.
Sí.
What does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
An individual being assisted while walking to their vehicle.
Un individuo siendo asistido mientras que caminaba hacia su vehículo.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 4J. Was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
¿Esto fue parte de su investigación? ¿Este video grabado?
Yes.
Sí.
What does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
A person being led away into another vehicle because they couldn't drive. I believe they were trying to take the keys and on that situation. I believe that was the case, and they put her in the vehicle so that she can be driven instead of driving herself.
Y ellos estaban sacándole la llave, esta chica estaba sacándole la llave del vehículo a este hombre para que no manejara.
Let's talk about your investigation on Saturday, March 26, 2022.
Estamos hablando del 26 de marzo del 2022 ahora.
Okay, tell me about when you arrived and how long you stayed at or about the establishment that night.
I want to say it was about close to 11 o'clock p.m. that night that we arrived. And I want to say we were there probably till after 4, I want to say. Let me see. I want to say it was, 20 after 4. Yeah, about 4 a.m.
Did you attempt to enter the
Quiero
establishment?
decir que esto era como a las 4 de la mañana.
My colleague, yes.
Mi colega sí.
Were patrons required to pay a cover charge on this night?
¿A los clientes se les cobraba entrada esa noche?
Yes.
How
Sí.
much was the cover charge?
¿Cuánto era la entrada?
Cover charge was $20.
$20.
Did you make any observations about security guards checking patrons for identification?
¿Usted hizo alguna observación si los guardias de seguridad les estaban pidiendo las identificaciones a los clientes?
Yes, they were checking for identification.
Sí, estaban chequeando las identificaciones.
Did you make any observations about the number of security guards?
¿Hizo alguna observación sobre el número de guardias de seguridad?
Yes, it was 6 security detail that night.
Sí, había 6 guardias de seguridad de detalle esa noche.
And were they searching patrons for weapons prior to entry?
¿Y estaban haciendo requisas de los clientes como parte de la entrada?
Yes.
Sí.
How?
¿Cómo?
Use a physical pat down, physical search of all individuals, and I believe they search handbags of women coming in.
Sí, estaban chequeando, requisando a los individuos cuando estaban entrando y chequeaban los bolsos de las mujeres que ingresaban.
Did you observe any inebriated patrons?
¿Vio algún cliente que estuviera ebrio?
Yes.
Sí.
Did any of them appear to need assistance walking?
¿Alguno de ellos necesitaba asistencia para caminar?
Yes.
Sí.
Did you observe loitering outside the establishment?
¿Usted vio si alguien estaba vagabundeando afuera del establecimiento?
Yes.
Was that
Sí.
after closing?
¿Esto era después de cerrar?
Yes.
Sí.
Did your investigation on this night reveal any drug-related activity inside the establishment?
¿Su investigación reveló alguna actividad con respecto a las drogas?
Yes. There was
Sí.
drug sales at the near the bathrooms, the restrooms upstairs, as
Sí,
well as drug
había
use
venta de
inside the
drogas.
bathroom.
Sí, había venta de drogas cerca del baño que estaba afuera. Digo, arriba.
Were there any fights inside the establishment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Were there any fights inside the establishment?
¿Había alguna pelea dentro del establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
Were there any sexual acts inside the establishment?
¿Había algún acto sexual dentro del establecimiento?
Yes, near the bathrooms again.
Sí, cerca de los baños nuevamente.
Regarding the drug-related activity, did that involve the sale of drugs, as far as you could tell?
Con respecto a la actividad de drogas, ¿esto involucraba la venta de drogas?
That's what it appeared to be. Yes.
Eso es lo que parecía ser, sí.
And what is your understanding about who was involved in selling the drugs?
¿Qué era la apariencia de quién estaba involucrado en la venta de drogas?
Well, there was one security personnel right there, kind of blocking the patron who was involved in a drug sale near the bathroom, as if they knew what was going on.
Había una persona que estaba de barrio, como que de guardia de seguridad que estaba bloqueando la entrada y que parecía observar y tener conocimiento de lo que estaba sucediendo.
Did you observe patrons leaving the establishment?
¿Usted observó si los clientes se iban del establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
And what did you observe as they were leaving?
¿Y qué era lo que observaba a medida que se iban?
Loitering outside of the club, Rose Marino. Also inebriated patrons leaving, unable to walk on their own. And there was also, I want to say it was a altercation, a physical altercation, a fight that also broke out as well.
Bueno, había gente que se iba como de Rosa Marino y después había un altercado físico y había gente también borracha que se estaba yendo.
Okay, let's take a look again at Exhibit 4, and this time looking at the photo here in the middle, March 27, 2022 at 2:51, and also take a look at the one that says same date, 2:51, but a few seconds later. Can you tell me what these two photos show?
Bueno, vamos a observar la fotografía del 27 de marzo del 2022 a las 2:51:38 segundos y la de las 2:51:38 segundos. ¿Me puede decir qué se muestra en estas?
That was an altercation that ended up down to our street from Rosa Marino. People were gathering. It was two different crowds that were together at first, and then they broke off and began kind of shouting at each other, and then took it around to our street, the middle of the block.
Bueno, eso es un altercado que empezó en Rosa Marino y que después terminó afuera en la calle R. Era un grupo de personas que parecía estar juntas al principio y después empezaron a gritarse unos a otros y terminaron en una trifulca afuera del establecimiento.
Okay, I'm moving my cursor on the middle photo. Is that our street over there?
Estoy moviendo mi cursor en el medio, en la parte inferior de la foto de abajo. ¿Esa es la calle R?
Yes.
Sí.
And this is the establishment T-ism?
I'm sorry?
Is this the establishment T-ism that I'm indicating with the cursor?
Este es el área del establecimiento, lo que estoy indicando con el cursor.
Say T-ism, is that refresh my memory on that one. Not familiar with that.
Cuando dice el establecimiento teísmo, ¿a qué se está refiriendo? Refresqueme la memoria.
I don't know if I'm allowed. It's just a restaurant. It's not important. Let's continue.
Es un restaurante, no es importante.
Let's continue to exhibit 4E.
Continuemos a la prueba número 4E.
Okay, so this video is stamped March 27, 2022 at 2:51 a.m. Was this video made as part of your investigation?
Yes, it,
Bueno, este video es del 27 de marzo del 2022 a las 2:51 am. ¿Este video fue parte de su investigación?
yes, it was.
Sí, lo fue.
And what does it show?
¿Y qué es lo que muestra?
It shows an altercation that was dissipating, and they also walked into the neighborhood around to R Street.
Era un altercado que se estaba disipando y empezaron a caminar hacia el vecindario alrededor de la calle R.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 4F.
Observemos en la prueba 4F.
This is a video stamped March 27, 2022 at 2:59 a.m.
Este es un video del 27 de marzo del 2022 a las 2:59.
Was this video made as part of your investigation?
¿Este video formó parte de su investigación?
Yes.
And what does it
Sí.
show?
¿Y qué es lo que muestra?
It showed the same crowd kind of shouting back and forth to other patrons that were across the street, and then they eventually got in their vehicle and left on our street.
Es la misma multitud que estaban gritando y peleando y que eventualmente se fueron hacia la calle R.
Let's talk about your investigation on Sunday, March 27, 2022.
Hablemos sobre su investigación el domingo 27 de marzo del 2022.
Tell me about when you arrived and how long you stayed in the area.
Cuénteme cuánto tiempo estuvo en el establecimiento.
You said March 27th?
¿Dijo 27 de marzo?
Yes.
Sí.
March the 27th. Can I refer to my notes for a moment? Because I thought we had.
Puedo referirme a mis notas un momento porque no recuerdo que hayamos tenido algo de esa fecha.
All right. Why
Yes, 10:30 p.m.
30 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, if we're going to testify from notes, then I think it's appropriate that the notes be entered into evidence. He either is here to testify from his memory and personal observations and experience, or he's got a book for us to read.
sustain?
Si él va a atestiguar en base a sus notas, quiero que se ingresen las notas como evidencia, porque si él va a brindar su testimonio, está bien que brinde su testimonio, pero si va a estar aquí para leernos un libro, ¿cuál es el punto?
Mr. Melcher, Mr. Buckshell needs to testify either from his memory or for documents that have been disclosed. He cannot have documents that he is referring to that has not been disclosed.
Understood.
El señor Melcher, el señor Baxel puede brindar su testimonio en base a lo que recuerda o a las fotografías presentadas como evidencia. No puede referirse a sus notas.
Do you think you stayed at the establishment at least 4 hours on that night?
¿Usted piensa que se quedó esa noche unas 4 horas en el establecimiento?
Yes.
Sí.
On that night, did you observe patrons being required to pay a cover charge?
Esa
Objection
noche usted
leading.
vio que a los clientes se les pedía que pagaran entrada para ingresar.
Objection leading.
Objeción guiando la respuesta.
Hold on. Sustain. Rephrase the question, sir.
Sostenida, reformule la pregunta.
Did you make any observations about the collection of cover charges on that night?
¿Usted hizo algún tipo de observación en cuanto a si se cobraban algún tipo de cargos esa noche?
Objection, same objection. What did he observe? Not, hey, did you observe this? It's leading.
Objeción, esa es una pregunta de guía.
Sustain, Mr. Melcher.
I don't believe that's leading.
Well, if I remember what a leading question is during the rec, I mean, you've already provided the answer in your question, sir.
Well, he could answer no.
Bueno, no le proporcionó una respuesta a su pregunta, señor. Usted respondió no.
That is not you do not frame the rec examination questions, sir, that are yes or no. That's done on cross-examination. So please rephrase the question, sir.
Por favor, reformule la pregunta.
Did you make any observations while entering the establishment?
Hizo otra pregunta con respecto a respondió la respuesta con respecto al establecimiento.
Yes, there was a cover, in fact, of $20 that night, as well as security team of about, I think it was about 6 or 8, approximately 6 or 8 throughout the establishment that night.
Creo que había 6 u 8 miembros de seguridad en todo el establecimiento esa noche.
Did you observe any fighting on this night?
¿Y usted observó algún tipo de pelea en el establecimiento esa noche?
Objection, leading.
Objeción, guía.
Please rephrase the question.
Sostenida, por favor, parafrasee.
Mr. Chairman, that is not a leading question. I don't understand the analysis for how that is a leading question. I'm just asking whether he observed fights.
Well, until ask him what he observed, and that wouldn't be leading. You're giving him the answer. Did you observe this? Did you observe that? That's leading.
Bueno, a ver, no entiendo la objeción. Si objeto es porque está guiando la respuesta, entonces no entiendo por qué no se entiende la objeción.
Chairman, leading would be you observed fighting, didn't you?
Mr. Melcher, I don't want to go out and read what a leading question is, okay? I don't want to do that. Please do not let me do that, okay?
Bueno, señor, no quiero leer lo que significa una pregunta que guíe la respuesta. Por favor, no me haga hacerlo.
Okay. All right. Let me say this, Mr. Melcher. A lead-in define asking a question on direct examination that suggests the particular answer or contains the information the examiner is looking for to confirm. That is what a lead-in question is. That is the John Marshall. So I'm okay. That's what a leading question is, sir. Okay, that's what a leading question is. Please do not ask any questions that asking a question on direct examination that suggests the particular answer or contains the information the examiner is looking for to be confirmed. That is a leading question, sir. So let's move on. Okay, so now that we all agree what a leading question is, I'm hoping that we do not have any of these other questions moving forward, sir. Okay?
Bueno, señores, una pregunta que guía la respuesta significa que es una pregunta que contiene que está guiando la respuesta hacia una respuesta específica u obvia o que contiene parte de la respuesta que está buscando obtener. Entonces, no se permiten esos tipos de respuestas de preguntas que guían hacia la respuesta que se quiere obtener. Así es que espero que no haga más de este tipo de preguntas en lo que resta de la audiencia. Gracias.
What other observations did you make on Sunday, March 27, 2022, if any?
¿Qué otras observaciones está haciendo en cuanto al 27 de marzo del 2022?
There were a few altercations. I want to say maybe 2 altercations, if I recall correctly. There were also inebriated patrons leaving the club. There was alongside our street again, there was crowding inside the neighborhood where people were shouting back and forth to each other, onset of another altercation. And vehicles heard leaving the neighborhood with loud mufflers systems and speeding through the residential areas.
Okay, let's talk about
Bueno, yo vi que hubo al menos 2 altercados en el lugar, gente ebria, superpoblación dentro del lugar, gente afuera del lugar gritando, que estaban empezando otro altercado más, había vehículos que hacían muchísimo ruido en la zona residencial o con música alta y había vehículos que iban a alta velocidad en la zona residencial.
did you make observations on October 22, 2022?
¿Hizo observaciones el 22 de octubre del 2022?
Yes, I did.
Sí, las hice.
Okay, tell me about when you arrived and how long you stayed in the area.
Cuénteme sobre a qué hora llegó y cuánto tiempo se quedó en el área.
Approximately 10:30 that night till about probably 3 a.m. maybe. Yeah, about 3 a.m.
Empezamos aproximadamente cuando llegué como a las 9 y me fui a las 3 de la mañana.
And, from what vantage points did you conduct your surveillance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
From what vantage point did you conduct your surveillance?
¿Desde qué puntos de vista fue que condujo su vigilancia?
So we had inside and outside surveillance. Inside roading the
Teníamos
establishment.
vigilancia adentro y afuera.
Did you observe security personnel in front of the establishment?
¿Usted observó seguridad adentro del establecimiento?
Yes, there were two or three outside and a few inside.
Did you make any other observations?
Había 2 afuera y 2 adentro. ¿Usted hizo alguna otra observación?
Yes, there was a cover charge again for $20, made by cash or electronic.
Sí, había también un cargo de $20 de entrada por cash o medios electrónicos.
Did you make any observations about the area outside the establishment?
Yes.
¿Usted vio alguna otra irregularidad en el área aparte de lo que acaba de mencionar?
Yes, there were again altercations, not necessarily physical that night, if I recall correctly, but there were altercations arguing, like I said, an onset of what a fight would look like to begin, and crowds of people being inebriated, walking to their vehicles, leaving beer bottles, alcoholic bottles on the street, on the curb, along with public urination and crowds inside the neighborhood of our street as well.
Sí, vi que había un cargo de la entrada, había gente que estaba entrando y saliendo, peleas, altercados, había cerveza, gente tomando cerveza, gente ebria en la vía pública, en la calle, orinaban públicamente y había superpoblación que se iba hacia los costados en la zona residencial.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 5B.
Your Honor, can I have a break?
Ma'am,
I need to
Can I
take some water and I
a
need the
break?
bathroom break.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
It's been 2 hours. I need to take some water.
Ma'am, it
and
has not been 2 hours, ma'am. Ma'am, I understand it's very difficult for you. I cannot take a break in the middle of his
I'm
cross-examination.
sorry. We came back at 7. I thought you said every 2 hours. It's 8:47.
Then 7 from 8:47 is not 2 hours, ma'am, and I cannot take a break in the middle of his cross-examination.
Well, I will have to take some water.
Then fine, ma'am. If you need to get some water, get some water. But
Okay.
I've already established I'm going to have a break every 2 hours, but I cannot take a break in the middle of his
I'm trying to be as flexible as possible. I am feeling a lot of dryness in my throat and I need some water. Otherwise, I will start coughing any minute.
And then, ma'am, get some water if you need some water. I have some water here at next to my computer.
I already finished 2 bottles. That's why I don't have any more. If you allow me 1 minute, I can get some water and come back.
Go
There
get
is
some
no
water,
need-
miss, but I can't. I'm not going to take a break in the middle of this person testifying, ma'am, unless
Well,
it's
then I will take 1 minute, please.
Yes, ma'am. We're off the record for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm back. Thank you.
We're back on the record.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 5B. This is a video stamped October 23, 2022 at 2:36. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is October 23, 2022 at 2:34 a.m.
Este es un video del 23 de octubre del 2022 a las 2:34 am.
Okay. Was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
¿Este video fue grabado como parte de su investigación, señor?
Yes.
Sí.
What does it show?
¿Qué muestra?
A patron that came out of the club severely inebriated, needing help.
Un cliente que salió del lugar severamente ebrio y que necesitaba ayuda.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 5C. This is a video stamped October 23, 2022 at 2:36 a.m.
Este video es el 5C que fue tomado el 23 de octubre del 2022 a las 2:36 de la mañana.
Okay, was this video recorded as part of your investigation?
Este video fue grabado como parte de la investigación. Sí.
And what does it show?
¿Y qué muestra?
An individual inebriated needing assistance walking to the vehicle.
Un individuo ebrio que necesitaba asistencia para caminar.
Did you make any observation about where they were coming from?
¿Usted hizo alguna observación de dónde venían?
Yes, Rosa Marina at the Italian.
Rosa Marina, sí, Rosa Marina.
Okay, so earlier I showed you Exhibit 4.
Más temprano le mostré el elemento de prueba número 4.
Are the photos in that exhibit true and correct images of the scenes that were observed as part of your investigation?
Las fotografías que mostró anteriormente son pruebas contundentes en cuanto a la declaración, coincidentes con la declaración que usted dijo. Sí.
Okay, during your testimony, we've looked at videos 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E, 4F, 4G, 4H, 4I.
One moment, please. Can you repeat me the numbers?
Okay, it's 4A all the way through 4J.
Ok. En la declaración que usted hizo, hemos visto los elementos de prueba número 4A hasta 4G.
And we looked at the videos marked 5D.
4J, perdón. 4J. Y los videos también.
And we looked at the videos 5B and 5C.
5B y 5C.
Are those videos true and correct images of scenes from your surveillance on the nights reflected in your testimony?
Estos videos reflejan adecuadamente la vigilancia que usted realizó esa noche.
Yes.
Sí.
So, Mr. Chairman, I ask to move into evidence Exhibit 4 and Exhibits 4A all the way through 4J, 5B, and 5C.
Bien, entonces pedimos que por favor se admitan como evidencia los elementos de prueba 4A a 4J y los videos 5B y 5C.
You said 5A through what, sir? You said 5. You said 4A through, I'm sorry.
Through 4J. So it's all the ones beginning with the number 4.
4A through J. And 5 what?
B and C.
Mr. Klein?
No objection.
Without objection.
Okay, and just so there's no confusion, that's 13 exhibits, if I count correctly.
The record reflects what the documents that were moved into evidence. That's why I ask you to repeat it.
Okay.
So when we read the transcript, the transcript will reflect that.
Okay.
Bien, entonces se aceptan todos los documentos de la 4 hasta la J y de los videos 5, de la 4A hasta la 4J y los videos 5B y 5C para que en la transcripción se refleje.
Apologize for taking up time, but I just want to make certain the record is clear. When I say 4A through 4J, it's 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4D, E, 4F, 4G, 4H, 4J.
Exhibit 4A through 4J inclusive are part of the record. Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have for direct.
Thank you, Mr. Melcher.
Muy bien, señor Felcher, muchas gracias.
I know that it's almost 2 hours. However, I cannot take a break in the middle of cross-examination. So once this witness is done, we will take a break. If you need to get some more water, ma'am, you can get some more water, but I will take a formal break once this witness is done.
That's fine. I already have 3 bottles with me. I appreciate it, though.
All right. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Buxell.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes, señor Buxell. Buenas tardes.
You were hired to investigate this establishment, correct?
Usted fue contratado para investigar este establecimiento, ¿correcto?
Yes.
And
Sí.
you were hired to support conclusions that this establishment should not be granted an entertainment endorsement and its license should not be renewed, correct?
Y usted fue contratado para confirmar que este establecimiento no debería renovarse la licencia, que no se le debería otorgar la licencia para habilitar el entretenimiento y los eventos, ¿correcto?
We were hired to observe the operations in and outside of this establishment to determine the activities of the patrons when they went inside and when they left the establishment.
Estuvimos contratados para verificar y monitorear el establecimiento y la entrada y salida de clientes del establecimiento.
But it's true, isn't it, that if your testimony results in an adverse action to this applicant, that would be a success for your client, wouldn't it?
Y si usted pudiese establecer evidencia en fotografía y en videos que comprobara que hay algunas conductas que establecen que no es apropiado de acuerdo con las reglas para obtener la licencia para poder llevar a cabo eventos y entretenimiento, sería exitoso para su cliente, ¿correcto?
One would assume so, but I think that's more of a question directed towards my client should be.
Yo presumo que sí, pero creo que esa pregunta tiene que estar más dirigida a mi cliente que para mí.
Mr. Buckshell, you're
Yes.
on cross-examination, sir. If you're asked a question, please answer the question. Your job is not to ask him questions. If you cannot answer the question, say you cannot answer the question, sir, or you don't have an answer, but please answer the questions that are being directed to you, sir.
Señor Baxel, usted no tiene el trabajo ni el rol de hacer preguntas. Si usted no puede responder una pregunta, diga simplemente no puedo responder esa pregunta, pero no es su trabajo hacerle preguntas a nadie.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Continúe, señor Klein.
So, I mean, to be clear, you're not an uninterested, unbiased observer. Isn't that correct?
Entonces, para ser claros, no es una persona no interesada ni imparcial como observador, ¿correcto?
My interest is to make sure that my client gets the service that they hired us to do.
Mi interés es asegurarme de que mi cliente reciba el servicio que nos contrató para que hagamos.
Try one more. But it's your client's interest to see these two applications denied, isn't it?
Pero es el interés de su cliente que se nieguen estas dos solicitudes, ¿correcto? Sí.
All right. Now, just for an example, in Exhibit 4, the person being carried, you didn't observe this person consume alcohol in the establishment, did you?
En la prueba, en el elemento de prueba número 4, usted ve que hay una persona que está siendo cargada, llevada en andas. Usted no los vio tomar alcohol a esta persona dentro del establecimiento, ¿o sí?
No.
No.
So you don't know if she was being carried because she was inebriated, or there might have been some other issue that affected her ability to walk to a car, do you?
Entonces usted no sabe si esta persona estaba ebria o si había alguna otra circunstancia por la cual esta persona estaba siendo afectada.
No.
No.
And on March 13th, you testified the establishment closed at 3 o'clock, correct?
Y el 13 de marzo usted atestiguó que el establecimiento cerró a las 3 de la mañana, ¿correcto?
I believe so, yes.
Creo que sí.
Yet it's your testimony that people were observed an hour later hanging out in front of the establishment and vomiting and engaged in all other sorts of activity?
Yes.
Y es su testimonio que usted vio a gente afuera del establecimiento como una hora después de que cerraron, gritando y perdón, como rondando el establecimiento y el área. Sí.
And it's your conclusion that this individual was vomiting an hour after the establishment closed because of beverages consumed in the establishment?
y su conclusión es que este individuo estaba vomitando 1 hora después de que el establecimiento había cerrado por alcohol que había tomado dentro del establecimiento.
Can't recall if that was exactly an hour after the establishment closed, that individual was vomiting, but it was after